Day 2, the seventh story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eugene Smith. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 2, the seventh story. The Soldan of Babylon sends one of his daughters overseas, designing to marry her to the king of Algarve. By diverse adventures, she comes in the space of 4 years into the hands of 9 men in diverse places. At last she is restored to her father, whom she quits again in the guise of a virgin, and as was at first intended, is married to the king of Algarve.
Had Emilia's story but lasted a little longer, the young ladies would perhaps have been moved to tears, so great was the sympathy which they felt for Madame Bertola in her various fortunes. But now that it was ended, the Queen bade Pamphilo follow suit, and he then, whom none was more obedient, thus began.
Hardly, gracious ladies, is it given to us to know that which makes for our good, insomuch that, as has been observable in a multitude of instances, many, deeming that the acquisition of great riches would ensure them an easy and tranquil existence, have not only besought them of God in prayer, but have sought them with such ardour that they have spared no pains and shrunk from no danger in the quest, and have attained their end only to lose, at the hands of someone covetous of their vast inheritance, a life with which before the days of their prosperity they were well content. Others, whose course, perilous with 1,000 battles, stained with the blood of their brothers and their friends, has raised them from base to regal estate, have found, in place of the felicity they expected, an infinity of cares and fears, and have proved by experience that a chalice may be poisoned, though it be of gold, and set on the table of a king. Many have most ardently desired beauty and strength and other advantages of person, and have only been taught their error by the death or dolorous life which these very advantages entailed upon them. And so, not to instance each particular human desire, I say, in sum, that there is none of them that men may indulge in full confidence as exempt from the chances and changes of fortune. Wherefore, if we would act rightly, we ought to school ourselves to take and be content with that which he gives us, who alone knows and can afford us that of which we have need. But diverse as are the aberrations of desire to which men are prone, so, gracious ladies, there is one to which you are especially liable, in that you are unduly solicitous of beauty, insomuch that, not content with the charms which nature has allotted you, you endeavour to enhance them with wondrous ingenuity of art. Wherefore I am minded to make you acquainted with the coil of misadventures in which her beauty involved a fair Saracen, who in the course of perhaps 4 years was wedded 9 several times. There was of yore a Soldan of Babylon by the name of Beminadab, who in his day had cause enough to be well content with his luck. Many children, male and female, had he, and among them a daughter, Alatiel by name, who, by common consent of all that saw her, was the most beautiful woman then to be found in the world. Now the Soldan, having been signally aided by the king of Algarve in inflicting a great defeat upon a host of Arabs that had attacked him, had at his instance, and by way of special favour, given Alatiel to the king to wife. Wherefore, with an honourable escort of gentlemen and ladies, most nobly and richly equipped, he placed her aboard a well-armed, well-furnished ship, and commending her to God, sped her on her journey. The mariners, as soon as the weather was favourable, hoisted sail, and for some days after their departure from Alexandria, had a prosperous voyage. But when they had passed Sardinia, and were beginning to think that they were nearing their journey's end, They were caught one day between divers cross winds, each blowing with extreme fury, whereby the ship laboured so sorely that not only the lady, but the seamen, from time to time, gave themselves up for lost. But still, most manfully and skilfully, they struggled might and main with the tempest, which, ever waxing rather than waning, buffeted them for 2 days with immense unremittent surges. And being not far from the island of Majorca, as the third night began to close in, wrapped in clouds and mist and thick darkness, so that they saw neither the sky nor aught else, nor by any nautical skill might conjecture where they were, they felt the ship's timbers part. Wherefore, seeing no way to save the ship, each thought only how best to save himself, and a boat being thrown out, the masters first, and then the men one by one, though the first comers sought with knives in their hands to bar the passage of the rest, all, rather than remain in the leaky ship, crowded into it, and there found the death which they hoped to escape. For the boat, being in such stress of weather and with such a burden quite unmanageable, went under, and all aboard her perished, whereas the ship, leaky though she was, and all but full of water, yet, driven by the fury of the tempest, was hurled with prodigious velocity upon the shore of the island of Majorca, and struck it with such force as to embed itself in the sand, perhaps a stone's throw from terra firma, where she remained all night, beaten and washed by the sea, but no more to be moved by the utmost violence of the gale. None had remained aboard her but the lady and her women, whom the malice of the elements, and their fears, had brought to the verge of death. When it was broad day, and the storm was somewhat abated, the lady, half dead, raised her head, and in faltering accents began to call first one and then another of her servants. She called in vain, however, for those whom she called were too far off to hear. Great indeed was her wonder and fear to find herself thus without sight of human face or sound of other voice than her own. But, struggling to her feet as best she might, she looked about her, and saw the ladies that were of her escort, and the other women, all prostrate on the deck. So, after calling them one by one, she began at length to touch them, and finding few that showed sign of life, for indeed between grievous seasickness and fear they had little life left, she grew more terrified than before. However, being in sore need of counsel, all alone as she was, and without knowledge or means of learning where she was, she at last induced such as had life in them to get upon their feet, with whom, as none knew where the men were gone, and the ship was now full of water and visibly breaking up, she abandoned herself to piteous lamentations. It was already noon before they descried any one on the shore or elsewhere to whom they could make appeal for help. But shortly after noon it so chanced that a gentleman, Perricone da Visalgo by name, being on his return from one of his estates, passed that way with some mounted servants. Catching sight of the ship, he apprehended the circumstances at a glance, and bade one of his servants try to get aboard her, and let him know the result. The servant with some difficulty succeeded in boarding the vessel, and found the gentle lady with her few companions ensconced under shelter of the prow, and shrinking timidly from observation. At the first sight of him they wept, and again implored him to have pity on them. But finding that he did not understand them, nor they him, they sought by gestures to make him apprehend their forlorn condition. With these tidings, the servant, after making such survey of the ship as he could, returned to Perricone, who forthwith caused the ladies, and all articles of value which were in the ship and could be removed, to be brought off her, and took them with him to one of his castles. The ladies' powers were soon in a measure restored by food and rest, and by the honour which was paid to Alatiel, and Alatiel alone by all the rest, as well as by the richness of her dress. Perricone perceived that she must be some great lady, nor, though she was still pale, and her person bore evident marks of the sea's rough usage, did he fail to note that it was cast in a mould of extraordinary beauty. Wherefore his mind was soon made up that, if she lacked a husband, he would take her to wife, and that, if he could not have her to wife, then he would make her his mistress. So this ardent lover, who was a man of powerful frame and haughty mien, devoted himself for several days to the service of the lady with excellent effect, for the lady completely recovered her strength and spirits, so that her beauty far exceeded Pericone's most sanguine conjectures. Great, therefore, beyond measure was his sorrow, that he understood not her speech, nor she his, so that neither could know who the other was. But being inordinately enamoured of her beauty, he sought by such mute blandishments as he could devise to declare his love, and bring her of her own accord to gratify his desire. All in vain, however. She repulsed his advances point blank, whereby his passion only grew the stronger. So some days passed, and the lady, perceiving Pericone's constancy, and bethinking her that sooner or later she must yield either to force or to love, and gratify his passion, and judging by what she observed of the customs of the people that she was amongst, Christians, and in a part where, were she able to speak their language, she would gain little by making herself known, determined with a lofty courage to stand firm and immovable in this extremity of her misfortunes. Wherefore she bade the 3 women, who were all that were left to her, on no account to let any know who they were, unless they were so circumstanced that they might safely count on assistance in effecting their escape. She also exhorted them most earnestly to preserve their chastity, averring that she was firmly resolved that none but her husband should enjoy her. The women heartily assented, and promised that her injunction should be obeyed to the utmost of their power. Day by day Pericone's passion waxed more ardent, being fomented by the proximity and contrariety of its subject. Wherefore, seeing that blandishment availed nothing, he was minded to have recourse to wiles and stratagems, and in the last resort to force. The lady, debarred by her law from the use of wine, found it, perhaps on that account, all the more palatable, which Pericone, observing, determined to enlist Bacchus in the service of Venus. So, ignoring her coyness, he provided one evening a supper which was ordered with all possible pomp and beauty, and graced by the presence of the lady. No lack was there of incentives to hilarity, and Pericone directed the servant who waited on Alatiel to ply her with divers sorts of blended wines, which command the man faithfully executed. She, suspecting nothing, and seduced by the delicious flavour of the liquor, drank somewhat more freely than was seemly, and forgetting her past woes, became frolicsome, and incited by some women who trod some measures in the Majorcan style, she showed the company how they footed it in Alexandria. This novel demeanour was by no means lost on Pericone, who saw in it a good omen of his speedy success. So, with profuse relays of food and wine, he prolonged the supper far into the night. When the guests were at length gone, he attended the lady alone to her chamber, where, the heat of the wine overpowering the cold counsels of modesty, she made no more account of Pericone's presence than if he had been one of her women, and forthwith undressed and went to bed. Pericone was not slow to follow her, and, as soon as the light was out, lay down by her side, and taking her in his arms, without the least demur on her part, began to solace himself with her after the manners of lovers, which experience, she knew not till then with what horn men butt, caused her to repent that she had not yielded to his blandishments, nor did she thereafter wait to be invited to such nights of delight, but many a time declared her readiness not by words, for she had none to convey her meaning, but by gestures. But this great felicity which she now shared with Pericone was not to last. For not content with making her, instead of the consort of a king, the mistress of a castellan, Fortune had now in store for her a harsher experience, though of an amorous character. Pericone had a brother, 25 years of age, fair and fresh as a rose, his name Maratto. On sight of Latiel, Maratto had been mightily taken with her. He inferred from her bearing that he stood high in her good graces. He believed that nothing stood between him and the gratification of his passion but the jealous vigilance with which Pericone guarded her. So musing, he hit upon a ruthless expedient which had effect in action as hasty as heinous. It so chanced that there then lay in the port of the city a ship commanded by 2 Genoese, bound with a cargo of merchandise for Clarenza in the Morea. Her sails were already hoist, and she tarried only for a favourable breeze. Maratto approached the masters and arranged with them to take himself and the lady aboard on the following night. This done, he concerted further action with some of his most trusty friends, who readily lent him their aid to carry his design into execution. So on the following evening, towards nightfall, the conspirators stole unobserved into Pericone's house, which was entirely unguarded, and there hid themselves, as prearranged. Then, as the night wore on, Maratto showed them where Pericone and the lady slept, and they entered the room and slew Pericone. The lady, thus rudely roused, wept, but silencing her by menaces of death, they carried her off with the best part of Pericone's treasure, and hied them unobserved to the coast, where Maratto parted from his companions, and forthwith took the lady aboard the ship. The wind was now fair and fresh, the mariners spread the canvas, and the vessel sped on her course. This new misadventure, following so hard upon the former, caused the lady no small chagrin, but Maratto, with the aid of the good St. Crescent in hand that God has given us, found means to afford her such consolation that she was already grown so familiar with him as entirely to forget Pericone, when Fortune, not content with her former caprices, added a new dispensation of woe. For what with the beauty of her person, which, as we have often said, was extraordinary, and the exquisite charm of her manners, the 2 young men who commanded the ship fell so desperately in love with her that they thought of nothing but how they might best serve and please her. So only that Maratto should not discover the reason of their assiduous attentions, and neither being ignorant of the other's love, they held secret counsel together and resolved to make conquest of the lady on joint account, as if love admitted of being held in partnership like merchandise or money, which design being thwarted by the jealousy with which Latiel was guarded by Maratto, they chose a day and hour when the ship was speeding amain under canvas, and Maratto was on the poop looking out over the sea and quite off his guard, and going stealthily up behind him, they suddenly laid hands on him and threw him into the sea, and were already more than a mile on their course before any perceived that Maratto was overboard. Which when the lady learned, and knew that he was irretrievably lost, she relapsed into her former plaintive mood. But the twain were forthwith by her side with soft speeches and profuse promises, which, however ill she understood them, were not altogether inapt to allay a grief which had in it more of concern for her own hapless self than of sorrow for her lost lover. So, in course of time, the lady beginning visibly to recover heart, they began privily to debate which of them should first take her to bed with him. And neither being willing to give way to the other, and no compromise being discoverable, high words passed between them, and the dispute grew so hot that they both waxed very wroth, drew their knives, and rushed madly at one another, and before they could be parted by their men, several stabs had been given and received on either side, whereby the one fell dead on the spot, and the other was severely wounded in divers parts of the body. The lady was much disconcerted to find herself thus alone, with none to afford her either succour or counsel, and was mightily afraid lest the wrath of the kinsfolk and friends of the twain should vent itself upon her. From this mortal peril she was, however, delivered by the intercessions of the wounded man and their speedy arrival at Clarenza. As there she tarried at the same inn with her wounded lover, the fame of her great beauty was speedily bruited abroad, and reached the ears of the Prince of the Morea, who was then staying there. The Prince was curious to see her, and having so done, pronounced her even more beautiful than rumour had reported her. Nay, he fell in love with her in such a degree that he could think of naught else, and having heard in what guise she had come thither, he deemed that he might have her. While he was casting about how to compass his end, the kinsfolk of the wounded man, being apprised of the fact, forthwith sent her to him, to the boundless delight as well of the lady, who saw therein her deliverance from great peril, as of the Prince. The royal bearing which enhanced the lady's charms did not escape the Prince, who, being unable to discover her true rank, set her down as, at any rate, of noble lineage. Wherefore he loved her as much again as before, and showed her no small honour, treating her not as his mistress, but as his wife. So the lady, contrasting her present happy estate with her past woes, was comforted, and as her gaiety revived, her beauty waxed in such a degree that all the Morea talked of it and of little else, insomuch that the Prince's friend and kinsman, the young, handsome, and gallant Duke of Athens, was smitten with a desire to see her, and taking occasion to pay the Prince a visit, as he was now and again wont to do, came to Clarenza with a goodly company of honourable gentlemen. The Prince received him with all distinction and made him heartily welcome, but did not at first show him the lady. By and by, however, their conversation began to turn upon her and her charms, and the Duke asked if she were really so marvellous a creature as folk said. The Prince replied, "Nay, but even more so, and thereof thou shalt have better assurance than my words, to wit, the witness of thine own eyes." So, without delay, for the Duke was now all impatience, they waited on the lady, who was prepared for their visit, and received them very courteously and graciously. They seated her between them, and being debarred from the pleasure of conversing with her, for of their speech she understood little or nothing, they both, and especially the Duke, who was scarce able to believe that she was of mortal mould, gazed upon her in mute admiration. Whereby the Duke, cheating himself with the idea that he was but gratifying his curiosity, drank with his eyes, unawares, deep draughts of the poisoned chalice of love, and to his own lamentable hurt fell a prey to a most ardent passion. His first thought, when they had left her, and he had time for reflection, was that the Prince was the luckiest man in the world to have a creature so fair to solace him, and swayed by his passion, his mind soon inclined to divers other and less honourable meditations, whereof the issue was that, come what might, he would despoil the Prince of his felicity, and, if possible, make it his own. This resolution was no sooner taken than, being of a hasty temperament, he cast to the winds all considerations of honour and justice, and studied only how to compass his end by craft. So one day, as the first step towards the accomplishment of his evil purpose, he arranged with the Prince's most trusted chamberlain, one Ciriaci, that his horses and all other his personal effects should, with the utmost secrecy, be got ready against a possible sudden departure. And then at nightfall, attended by a single comrade, both carrying arms, he was privily admitted by Ciriaci into the Prince's chamber. It was a hot night, and the Prince had risen without disturbing the lady, and was standing bare to the skin at an open window fronting the sea, to enjoy a light breeze that blew thence. So, by preconcert with his comrade, the Duke stole up to the window, and in a trice ran the Prince through the body, and caught him up and threw him out of the window. The palace was close by the sea, but at a considerable altitude above it, and the window, through which the Prince's body was thrown, looked over some houses, which, being sapped by the sea, had become ruinous, and were rarely or never visited by a soul. Whereby, as the Duke had foreseen, the fall of the Prince's body passed, as indeed it could not but pass, unobserved. Thereupon the Duke's accomplice whipped out a halter, which he had brought with him for the purpose, and making as if he were but in play, threw it around Ciuriaci's neck, drew it so tight that he could not utter a sound, and then, with the Duke's aid, strangled him, and sent him after his master. All this was accomplished, as the Duke knew full well, without awakening any in the palace, not even the lady, whom he now approached with a light, and holding it over the bed, gently uncovered her person as she lay fast asleep, and surveyed her from head to foot, to his no small satisfaction. For, fair as she had seemed to him dressed, he found her unadorned charms incomparably greater. As he gazed, his passion waxed beyond measure, and reckless of his recent crime, and of the blood which still stained his hands, he got forthwith into the bed, and she, being too sound asleep to distinguish between him and the Prince, suffered him to lie with her. But boundless as was his delight, it brooked no long continuance. So, rising, he called to him some of his comrades, by whom he had the lady secured in such manner that she could utter no sound, and borne out of the palace by the same secret door by which he had gained entrance. He then set her on horseback, and in dead silence put his troop in motion, taking the road to Athens. He did not, however, venture to take the lady to Athens, where she would have encountered his Duchess, for he was married, but lodged her in a very beautiful villa, which he had hard by the city, overlooking the sea, where, most forlorn of ladies, she lived secluded, but with no lack of meat and respectful service. On the following morning the Prince's courtiers awaited his rising until noon, but perceiving no sign of it, opened the doors, which had not been secured, and entered his bedroom. Finding it vacant, they supposed that the Prince was gone off privily somewhere to have a few days of unbroken delight with his fair lady, and so they gave themselves no further trouble. But the next day it so chanced that an idiot, roaming about the ruins where lay the corpses of the Prince and Ciuriaci, drew the latter out by the halter and went off dragging it after him. The corpse was soon recognized by not a few, who, at first struck dumb with amazement, soon recovered sense enough to cajole the idiot into retracing his steps and showing them the spot where he had found it. And having thus, to the immeasurable grief of all the citizens, discovered the Prince's body, they buried it with all honour. Needless to say that no pains were spared to trace the perpetrators of so heinous a crime, and that the absence and evidently furtive departure of the Duke of Athens caused him to be suspected both of the murder and of the abduction of the lady. So the citizens were instant with one accord that the Prince's brother, whom they chose as his successor, should exact the debt of vengeance, and he, having satisfied himself by further investigation that their suspicion was well founded, summoned to his aid his kinsfolk, friends, and divers vassals, and speedily gathered a large, powerful, and well-equipped army, with intent to make war upon the Duke of Athens. The Duke, being informed of his movements, made ready likewise to defend himself with all his power. Nor had he any lack of allies, among whom the Emperor of Constantinople sent his son Constantine, and his nephew Manuel, with a great and goodly force. The two young men were honourably received by the Duke, and still more so by the Duchess, who was Constantine's sister. Day by day war grew more imminent, and at last the Duchess took occasion to call Constantine and Manuel into her private chamber, and with many tears told them the whole story at large, explaining the casus belli, dilating on the indignity which she suffered at the hands of the Duke, if, as was believed, he really kept a mistress in secret, and beseeching them, in most piteous accents, to do the best they could to devise some expedient whereby the Duke's honour might be cleared, and her own peace of mind assured. The young men knew exactly how matters stood, and so, without wearying the Duchess with many questions, they did their best to console her, and succeeded in raising her hopes. Before taking their leave, they learned from her where the lady was, whose marvellous beauty they had heard lauded so often, and being eager to see her, they besought the Duke to afford them an opportunity. Forgetful of what a light complaisance had cost the Prince, he consented, and next morning brought them to the villa where the lady lived, and with her, and a few of his boon companions, regaled them with a lordly breakfast, which was served in a most lovely garden. Constantine had no sooner seated himself and surveyed the lady than he was lost in admiration, inly affirming that he had never seen so beautiful a creature, and that for such a prize the Duke, or any other man, might well be pardoned treachery or any other crime. He scanned her again and again, and ever with more and more admiration, whereby it fared with him even as it had fared with the Duke. He went away hotly in love with her, and dismissing all thought of the war, cast about for some method by which, without betraying his passion to any, he might devise some means of wresting the lady from the Duke. As he thus burned and brooded, the Prince drew dangerously near the Duke's dominions, wherefore order was given for an advance, and the Duke, with Constantine and the rest, marshalled his forces and led them forth from Athens to bar the Prince's passage of the frontier at certain points. Some days thus passed, during which Constantine, whose mind and soul were entirely absorbed by his passion for the lady, bethought him that, as the Duke was no longer in her neighbourhood, he might readily compass his end. He therefore feigned to be seriously unwell, and having by this pretext obtained the Duke's leave, he ceded his command to Manuel, and returned to his sister at Athens. He had not been there many days before the Duchess recurred to the dishonour which the Duke did her by keeping the lady. Whereupon he said that of that, if she approved, he would certainly relieve her by seeing that the lady was removed from the villa to some distant place. The Duchess, supposing that Constantine was prompted not by jealousy of the Duke, but by jealousy for her honour, gave her hearty consent to his plan, provided he so contrived that the Duke should never know that she had been privy to it, on which point Constantine gave her ample assurance. So, being authorized by the Duchess to act as he might deem best, he secretly equipped a light bark and manned her with some of his men, to whom he confided his plan, bidding them lie to off the garden of the lady's villa. And so, having sent the bark forward, he hied him with other of his men to the villa. He gained ready admission of the servants, and was made heartily welcome by the lady, who, at his desire, attended by some of her servants, walked with him and some of his comrades in the garden. By and by, feigning that he had a message for her from the Duke, he drew her aside towards the gate that led down to the sea, and which one of his confederates had already opened. A concerted signal brought the bark alongside, and to seize the lady and set her aboard the bark was but the work of an instant. Her retinue hung back as they heard Constantine menace with death whoso but stirred or spoke, and suffered him, protesting that what he did was done not to wrong the Duke, but solely to vindicate his sister's honour, to embark with his men. The lady wept, of course, but Constantine was at her side, the rowers gave way, and the bark, speeding like a thing of life over the waves, made Aegina shortly after dawn. There Constantine and the lady landed, she still lamenting her fatal beauty, and took a little rest and pleasure. Then, re-embarking, they continued their voyage, and in the course of a few days reached Chios, which Constantine, fearing paternal censure, and that he might be deprived of his fair booty, deemed a safe place of sojourn. So, after some days of repose, the lady ceased to bewail her harsh destiny, and suffering Constantine to console her as his predecessors had done, began once more to enjoy the good gifts which fortune sent her. Now while they thus dallied, Osbec, king of the Turks, who was perennially at war with the emperor, came by chance to Smyrna, and there learning that Constantine was wantoning in careless ease at Chios with a lady of whom he had made prize, he made a descent by night upon the island with an armed flotilla. Landing his men in dead silence, he made captives of not a few of the Chians whom he surprised in their beds. Others, who took the alarm and rushed to arms, he slew. And having wasted the whole island with fire, he shipped the booty and the prisoners, and sailed back to Smyrna. As there he overhauled the booty, he lit upon the fair lady, and knew her for the same that had been taken in bed and fast asleep with Constantine. Whereat, being a young man, he was delighted beyond measure, and made her his wife out of hand with all due form and ceremony. And so for several months he enjoyed her. Now there had been for some time, and still was, a treaty pending between the emperor and Bassano, king of Cappadocia, whereby Bassano with his forces was to fall on Osbec on one side, while the emperor attacked him on the other. Some demands made by Bassano, which the emperor deemed unreasonable, had so far retarded the conclusion of the treaty, but no sooner had the emperor learned the fate of his son than, distraught with grief, he forthwith conceded the king of Cappadocia's demands, and was instant with him to fall at once upon Osbec, while he made ready to attack him on the other side. Getting wind of the emperor's design, Osbec collected his forces, and lest he should be caught and crushed between the convergent armies of two most mighty potentates, advanced against the king of Cappadocia. The fair lady he left at Smyrna in the care of a faithful dependent and friend, and after a while joined battle with the king of Cappadocia, in which battle he was slain, and his army defeated and dispersed. Wherefore Bassano with his victorious host advanced, carrying everything before him, upon Smyrna, and receiving everywhere the submission due to a conqueror. Meanwhile Osbec's dependent, by name Antioco, who had charge of the fair lady, was so smitten with her charms that, albeit he was somewhat advanced in years, he broke faith with his friend and lord, and allowed himself to become enamoured of her. He had the advantage of knowing her language, which counted for much with one who for some years had been, as it were, compelled to live the life of a deaf mute, finding none whom she could understand or by whom she might be understood. And goaded by passion, he, in the course of a few days, established such a degree of intimacy with her that in no long time it passed from friendship into love, so that their lord, far away amid the clash of arms and the tumult of the battle, was forgotten, and marvellous pleasure had they of one another between the sheets. However, news came at last of Osbec's defeat and death, and the victorious and unchecked advance of Bassano, whose advent they were by no means minded to await. Wherefore, taking with them the best part of the treasure that Osbec had left there, they hied them with all possible secrecy to Rhodes. There they had not long abode before Antioco fell ill of a mortal disease. He had then with him a Cypriot merchant, an intimate and very dear friend, to whom, as he felt his end approach, he resolved to leave all that he possessed, including his dear lady. So, when he felt death imminent, he called them to him, and said, "'Tis now quite evident to me that my life is fast ebbing away, and surely do I regret it, for never had I so much pleasure of life as now. Well content indeed I am in one respect, in that, as die I must, I at least die in the arms of the two persons whom I love more than any other in the world, to wit, in thine arms, dearest friend, and those of this lady, whom, since I have known her, I have loved more than myself. But yet 'tis grievous to me to know that I must leave her here in a strange land, with none to afford her either protection or counsel. And but that I leave her with thee, who I doubt not wilt have for my sake no less care of her than thou wouldst have had of me, 'twould grieve me still more. Wherefore, with all my heart and soul, I pray thee that, if I die, thou take her with all else that belongs to me into thy charge, and so acquit thyself of thy trust as thou mayest deem conducive to the peace of my soul. And of thee, dearest lady, I entreat one favour, that I be not forgotten of thee after my death, so that there whither I go, it may still be my boast to be beloved here of the most beautiful lady that nature ever formed. Let me but die with these two hopes assured, and without doubt I shall depart in peace. Both the merchant and the lady wept to hear him thus speak, and when he had done, comforted him, and promised faithfully, in the event of his death, to do even as he besought them. He died almost immediately afterwards, and was honourably buried by them. A few days sufficed the merchant to wind up all his affairs in Rhodes, and being minded to return to Cyprus aboard a Catalan boat that was there, he asked the fair lady what she purposed to do if he went back to Cyprus. The lady answered that, if it were agreeable to him, she would gladly accompany him, hoping that for love of Antioco he would treat and regard her as his sister. The merchant replied that it would afford him all the pleasure in the world, and to protect her from insult until their arrival in Cyprus, he gave her out as his wife, and, suiting action to word, slept with her on the boat in an alcove in a little cabin in the poop. Whereby that happened which on neither side was intended when they left Rhodes, to wit, that the darkness and the comfort and the warmth of the bed, forces of no mean efficacy, did so prevail with them that dead Antioco was forgotten alike as lover and as friend, and by a common impulse they began to wanton together, insomuch that before they were arrived at Baffa, where the Cypriot resided, they were indeed man and wife. At Baffa the lady tarried with the merchant a good while, during which it so befell that a gentleman, Antigono by name, a man of ripe age and riper wisdom but no great wealth, being one that had vast and various experience of affairs in the service of the King of Cyprus, but had found fortune adverse to him, came to Baffa on business, and passing one day by the house where the fair lady was then living by herself, for the Cypriot merchant was gone to Armenia with some of his wares, he chanced to catch sight of the lady at one of the windows, and being struck by her extraordinary beauty, regarded her attentively, and began to have some vague recollection of having seen her before, but could by no means remember where. The fair lady, however, so long the sport of fortune, but now nearing the term of her woes, no sooner saw Antigono than she remembered to have seen him in her father's service, and in no mean capacity, at Alexandria. Wherefore she forthwith sent for him, hoping that by his counsel she might elude her merchant and be reinstated in her true character and dignity of princess. When he presented himself, she asked him with some embarrassment whether he were, as she took him to be, Antigono of Famagosta. He answered in the affirmative, adding, "And of you, madam, I have a sort of recollection, though I cannot say where I have seen you. Wherefore, so it irk you not, bring, I pray you, yourself to my remembrance." Satisfied that it was Antigono himself, the lady in a flood of tears threw herself upon him, to his no small amazement, and embraced his neck. Then, after a little while, she asked him whether he had never seen her in Alexandria. The question awakened Antigono's memory. He at once recognized Alatiel, the Soldan's daughter, whom he had thought to have been drowned at sea, and would have paid her due homage, but she would not suffer it, and bade him be seated with her for a while. Being seated, he respectfully asked her how, and when, and whence she had come thither, seeing that all Egypt believed for certain that she had been drowned at sea some years before. "And would that so it had been," said the lady, "rather than I should have led the life that I have led. And so doubtless will my father say, if he shall ever come to know of it." And so saying, she burst into such a flood of tears that 'twas a wonder to see. Wherefore Antigono said to her, "Nay, but madam, be not distressed before the occasion arises. I pray you, tell me the story of your adventures, and what has been the tenor of your life. Perchance 'twill prove to be no such matter, but, God helping us, we may set it all straight." "Antigono," said the fair lady, "when I saw thee, 'twas as if I saw my father, and 'twas the tender love by which I am holden to him that prompted me to make myself known to thee, though I might have kept my secret. And few indeed there are, whom to have met would have afforded me such pleasure as this which I have in meeting and recognizing thee before all others. Wherefore I will now make known to thee, as to a father, that which in my evil fortune I have ever kept close. If, when thou hast heard my story, thou seest any means whereby I may be reinstated in my former honour, I pray thee use it. If not, disclose to none that thou hast seen me or heard aught of me." Then, weeping between every word, she told him her whole story from the day of the shipwreck at Majorca to that hour. Antigono wept in sympathy, and then said, "Madam, as throughout this train of misfortunes you have happily escaped recognition, I undertake to restore you to your father in such sort that you shall be dearer to him than ever before, and be afterwards married to the King of Algarve." "How?" she asked. Whereupon he explained to her in detail how he meant to proceed, and, lest delay should give occasion to another to interfere, he went back at once to Famagosta, and having obtained audience of the King, thus he spoke: "Sire, so please you, you have it in your power at little cost to yourself to do a thing which will at once redound most signally to your honour, and confer a great boon on me, who have grown poor in your service." "How?" asked the King. Then said Antigono, "At Baffa is of late arrived a fair damsel, daughter of the Soldan, long thought to be drowned, who, to preserve her chastity, has suffered long and severe hardship. She is now reduced to poverty, and is desirous of returning to her father. If you should be pleased to send her back to him under my escort, your honour and my interest would be served in high and equal measure, nor do I think that such a service would ever be forgotten by the Soldan." With true royal generosity the King forthwith signified his approval, and had Alatiel brought under honourable escort to Famagosta, where, attended by his Queen, he received her with every circumstance of festal pomp and courtly magnificence. Schooled by Antigono, she gave the King and Queen such a version of her adventures as satisfied their inquiries in every particular. So, after a few days, the King sent her back to the Soldan under escort of Antigono, attended by a goodly company of honourable men and women. And of the cheer which the Soldan made her, and not her only but Antigono and all his company, it boots not to ask. When she was somewhat rested, the Soldan inquired how it was that she was yet alive, and where she had been so long without letting him know how it fared with her. Whereupon the lady, who had got Antigono's lesson by heart, answered thus: "My father, 'twas perhaps the 20th night after my departure from you, when our ship parted her timbers in a terrible storm, and went ashore nigh a place called Aguamorta, away there in the west. What was the fate of the men that were aboard our ship I know not, nor knew I ever. I remember only that when day came, and I returned, as it were, from death, to life, the wreck, having been sighted, was boarded by folk from all the countryside intent on plunder, and I and two of my women were taken ashore, where the women were forthwith parted from me by the young men, nor did I ever learn their fate. Now hear my own. Struggling might and main, I was seized by two young men, who dragged me, weeping bitterly, by the hair of the head, towards a great forest. But on sight of 4 men, who were then passing that way on horseback, they forthwith loosed me and took to flight. Whereupon the 4 men, who struck me as persons of great authority, ran up to me, and much they questioned me, and much I said to them, but neither did they understand me, nor I them. So, after long time conferring together, they set me on one side of their horses and brought me to a house, where dwelt a community of ladies, religious according to their law. And what the men may have said, I know not, but there I was kindly received, and ever honourably entreated by all. And with them I did afterwards most reverentially pay my devotions to St. Crescent in Hollow, who was held in great honour by the women of that country. When I had been some time with them, and had learned something of their language, they asked me who and whence I was. Whereto I, knowing that I was in a convent, and fearing to be cast out as a foe to their law if I told the truth, answered that I was the daughter of a great gentleman of Cyprus, who had intended to marry me to a gentleman of Crete, but that on the voyage we had been driven out of our course and wrecked at Agua Morta. And so I continued, as occasion required, observing their usages with much assiduity, lest worse should befall me. But being one day asked by their superior, whom they call abbess, whether I was minded to go back to Cyprus, I answered that there was naught that I desired so much. However, so solicitous for my honour was the abbess, that there was none going to Cyprus to whom she would entrust me, until, 2 months or so ago, there arrived some worthy men from France, of whom one was a kinsman of the abbess, with their wives. They were on their way to visit the sepulchre, where he whom they hold to be God was buried after he had suffered death at the hands of the Jews. And the abbess, learning their destination, prayed them to take charge of me, and restore me to my father in Cyprus. With what cheer, with what honour, these gentlemen and their wives entertained me, 'twere long to tell. But, in brief, we embarked, and in the course of a few days arrived at Baffa, where it was so ordered by the providence of God, who perchance took pity on me, that in the very hour of our disembarkation, I, not knowing a soul, and being at a loss how to answer the gentlemen, who would fain have discharged the trust laid upon them by the Reverend Abbess, and restored me to my father, fell in on the shore with Antigono, whom I forthwith called, and in our language, that I might be understood neither of the gentlemen nor of their wives, bade him acknowledge me as his daughter. He understood my case at once, made much of me, and to the utmost of his slender power honourably requited the gentleman. He then brought me to the King of Cyprus, who accorded me welcome there and conduct hither so honourable as words of mine can never describe. It aught remains to tell, you may best learn it from the lips of Antigono, who has often heard my story. Then Antigono, addressing the Soldan, said, Sire, what she has told you accords with what she has often told me, and with what I have learned from the gentlemen and ladies who accompanied her. One thing, however, she has omitted, because, I suppose, it hardly becomes her to tell it, to wit, all that the gentlemen and ladies who accompanied her said of the virtuous and gracious and noble life which she led with the devout ladies, and of the tears and wailings of both the ladies and the gentlemen when they parted with her to me. But were I to essay to repeat all that they said to me, the day that now is, and the night that is to follow, were all too short. Suffice it to say so much as this, that by what I gathered from their words, and have been able to see for myself, you may make it your boast that among all the daughters of all your peers that wear the crown, none can be matched with yours for virtue and true worth. By all which the Soldan was so overjoyed that 'twas a wonder to see. Again and again he made supplication to God, that of his grace power might be vouchsafed him adequately to recompense all who had done honour to his daughter, and most especially the King of Cyprus, for the honourable escort under which he had sent her thither. For Antigono he provided a magnificent guerdon, and some days later gave him his conge to return to Cyprus, at the same time by a special assemblage conveying to the king his grateful acknowledgments of the manner in which he had treated his daughter. Then, being minded that his first intent, to wit, that his daughter should be the bride of the King of Algarve, should not be frustrate, he wrote to the king, telling him all, and adding that, if he were still minded to have her, he might send for her. The king was overjoyed by these tidings, and having sent for her with great pomp, gave her on her arrival a hearty welcome. So she, who had lain with 8 men, in all perhaps 10,000 times, was bedded with him as a virgin, and made him believe that a virgin she was, and lived long and happily with him as his queen. Wherefore, 'twas said, mouth for kisses was never the worse, like as the moon reneweth her course. End of Day 2, story number 7.
Day 2, the 8th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 2, the 8th story. The Count of Antwerp, laboring under a false accusation, goes into exile. He leaves his 2 children in different places in England and takes service in Ireland. Returning to England, an unknown man, he finds his sons prosperous. He serves as a groom in the army of the King of France. His innocence is established, and he is restored to his former honors.
The ladies heaved many sighs over the various fortunes of the fair lady. But what prompted those sighs, who shall say? With some perchance it was as much envy as pity of one to whose lot fell so many nights of delight. But, however this may be, when Pamphilos's story was ended, and the laughter which greeted his last words had subsided, the queen turned to Eliza, and bade her follow suit with one of her stories. So Eliza with a cheerful carriage thus began.
Vast indeed is the field that lies before us, wherein to roam at large. 'Twould readily afford each of us not 1 course, but 10, so richly has fortune diversified it with episodes both strange and sombre. Wherefore, selecting one such from this infinite store, I say that, after the transference of the Roman Empire from the Franks to the Germans, the greatest enmity prevailed between the 2 nations, with warfare perpetual and relentless. Wherefore, deeming that the offensive would be their best defense, the King of France and his son mustered all the forces they could raise from their own dominions and those of their kinsmen and allies, and arrayed a grand army for the subjugation of their enemies. Before they took the field, as they could not leave the realm without a governor, they chose for that office Gautier, Count of Antwerp, a true knight and sage counsellor, and their very loyal ally and vassal, choosing him the rather, because, albeit he was a thorough master of the art of war, yet they deemed him less apt to support its hardships than for the conduct of affairs of a delicate nature. Him, therefore, they set in their place as their vicar general and regent of the whole realm of France, and having so done, they took the field. Count Gautier ordered his administration wisely and in a regular course, discussing all matters with the queen and her daughter-in-law, whom, albeit they were left under his charge and jurisdiction, he nevertheless treated as his ladies paramount. The count was about 40 years of age, and the very mould of manly beauty, in bearing as courteous and chivalrous as ever a gentleman might be, and withal so debonair and dainty, so feat and trim of person, that he had not his peer among the gallants of that day. His wife was dead, leaving him 2 children, and no more, to wit, a boy and a girl, still quite young. Now the king and his son being thus away at the war, and the count frequenting the court of 2 said ladies, and consulting with them upon affairs of state, it so befell that the prince's lady regarded him with no small favor, being very sensible alike of the advantages of his person and the nobility of his bearing, whereby she conceived for him a passion which was all the more ardent because it was secret. And as he was without a wife, and she was still in the freshness of her youth, she saw not why she would not readily be gratified. But, supposing that nothing stood in the way but her own shamefastness, she resolved to be rid of that, and disclose her mind to him without any reserve. So one day, when she was alone, she seized her opportunity, and sent for him, as if she were desirous to converse with him on indifferent topics. The count, his mind entirely aloof from the lady's purpose, presented himself forthwith, and at her invitation sat down by her side on a settee. They were quite alone in the room, but the count had twice asked her the reason why she had so honored him, before, overcome by passion, she broke silence, and crimson from brow to neck with shame, half sobbing, trembling in every limb, and faltering at every word, she thus spoke: "Dearest friend, and sweet my lord, sagacity such as yours cannot but be apt to perceive how great is the frailty of men and women, and how, for diverse reasons, it varies in different persons in such a degree that no just judge would mete out the same measure to each indifferently, though the fault were apparently the same. Who would not acknowledge that a poor man or woman, fain to earn daily bread by the sweat of the brow, is far more reprehensible in yielding to the solicitations of love, than a rich lady whose life is lapped in ease and unrestricted luxury? Not a soul, I am persuaded, but would so acknowledge. Wherefore I deem that the possession of these boons of fortune should go far indeed to acquit the possessor, if she, perchance, indulge in errant love; and for the rest, that if she have chosen a wise and worthy lover, she should be entirely exonerated. And as I think I may fairly claim the benefit of both these pleas, and of others beside, to wit, my youth and my husband's absence, which naturally incline me to love, 'tis meet that I now urge them in your presence in defence of my passion. And if they have the weight with you which they should have with the wise, I praise you to afford me your help and counsel in the matter wherein I shall demand it. I avow that in the absence of my husband I have been unable to withstand the promptings of the flesh and the power of love, forces of such potency that even the strongest men, not to speak of delicate women, have not seldom been, nay daily are, overcome by them. And so, living thus, as you see me, in ease and luxury, I have allowed the allurements of love to draw me on, until at last I find myself a prey to passion, wherein, were I discovered, I were, I confess, dishonored. But discovery being avoided, I count the dishonor all but naught. Moreover, love has been so gracious to me that not only has he spared to blind me in the choice of my lover, but he has even lent me his most effective aid, pointing me to one well worthy of the love of a lady such as I, even to yourself, whom, if I misread not my mind, I deem the most handsome and courteous and debonair, and therewithal the sagest cavalier that the realm of France may show. And as you are without a wife, so may I say that I find myself without a husband. Wherefore, in return for this great love I bear you, deny me not, I pray you, yours. But have pity on my youth, which wastes away for you like ice before the fire." These words were followed by such a flood of tears that, albeit she had intended yet further to press her suit, speech failed her. Her eyes drooped, and almost swooning with emotion, she let her head fall upon the Count's breast. The Count, who was the most loyal of knights, began with all severity to chide her mad passion, and to thrust her from him. But she was now making as if she would throw her arms around his neck, and to asseverate with oaths that he would rather be hewn in pieces than either commit or abet another in committing such an offence against the honour of his lord, when the lady, catching his drift, and forgetting all her love, in a sudden frenzy of rage, cried out, "So, unknightly knight, is it thus you flout my love? Now heaven forbid, but, as you would be the death of me, I either do you to death or drive you from the world." So saying, she dishevelled and tore her hair, and rent her garments to shreds about her bosom; which done, she began shrieking at the top of her voice, "Help, help! The Count of Antwerp threatens to violate me." Whereupon the Count, who knew that a clear conscience was no protection against the envy of courtiers, and doubted that his innocence would prove scarce a match for the cunning of the lady, started to his feet, and hied him with all speed out of the room, out of the palace, and back to his own house. Counsel of none he sought, but forthwith set his children on horseback, and taking horse himself, departed post haste for Calais. The lady's cries brought not a few to her aid, who, observing her plight, not only gave entire credence to her story, but improved upon it, alleging that the debonair and accomplished Count had long employed all the arts of seduction to compass his end. So they rushed in hot haste to the Count's house, with intent to arrest him, and not finding him, sacked it and razed it to the ground. The news, as glossed and garbled, being carried to the king and prince in the field, they were mightily incensed, and offered a great reward for the Count, dead or alive, and condemned his posterity to perpetual banishment. Meanwhile the Count, sorely troubled that by his flight his innocence showed as guilt, pursued his journey, and concealing his identity, and being recognized by none, arrived with his 2 children at Calais. Thence he forthwith crossed to England, and manly clad, fared on for London, taking care as he went to school his children and all that belonged to their new way of life, and especially in 2 main articles, to wit, that they should bear with resignation the poverty to which, by no fault of theirs, but solely by one of fortune's caprices, they and he were reduced, and that they should be most sedulously on their guard to betray to none, as they valued their lives, whence they were, or who their father was. The son, Louis by name, was perhaps 9, and the daughter, Violante, perhaps 7 years of age. For years so tender they proved apt pupils, and afterwards showed by their conduct that they had well learned their father's lesson. He deemed it expedient to change their names, and accordingly called the boy Perrault and the girl Jeannette. So, meanly clad, the Count and his 2 children arrived in London, and there made shift to get a living by going about soliciting alms in the guise of French mendicants. Now, as for this purpose they waited one morning outside a church, it so befell that a great lady, the wife of one of the marshals of the King of England, observed them as she left the church, asking alms, and demanded of the Count whence he was, and whether the children were his. He answered that he was from Picardy, that the children were his, and that he had been fain to leave Picardy by reason of the misconduct of their reprobate elder brother. The lady looked at the girl, who, being fair and of gentle and winning mien and manners, found much favour in her eyes. So the kind-hearted lady said to the count, "My good man, if thou art willing to leave thy little daughter with me, I like her looks so well that I will gladly take her, and if she grow up a good woman, I will see that she is suitably married when the right time comes." The count was much gratified by the proposal, which he forthwith accepted, and parted with the girl, charging the lady with tears to take every care of her. Having thus placed the girl with one in whom he felt sure that he might trust, he determined to tarry no longer in London; wherefore, taking Perrault with him, and begging as he went, he made his way to Wales, not without great suffering, being unused to go afoot. Now in Wales another of the king's marshals had his court, maintaining great state and a large number of retainers, to which court the count and his son frequently repaired, there to get food. And there Perrault found the marshal's son and other gentlemen's sons vying with one another in boyish exercises, as running and leaping, little by little joined their company, and showed himself a match or more for them all in all their contests. The marshal's attention being thus drawn to him, he was well pleased with the boy's mien and bearing, and asked who he was. He was told that he was the son of a poor man, who sometimes came there to solicit alms. Whereupon he asked the count to let him have the boy, and the count, to whom God could have granted no greater boon, readily consented, albeit he was very loath to part with Perrault. Having thus provided for his son and daughter, the count resolved to quit the island, and did so, making his way as best he could to Stamford in Ireland, where he obtained a menial's place in the service of a knight, retainer to one of the earls of that country, and so abode there a long while, doing all the irksome and wearisome drudgery of a lackey or groom. Meanwhile, under the care of the gentle lady at London, Violante or Jeannette increased as in years and stature, so also in beauty, and in such favor with the lady and her husband, and every other member of the household, and all who knew her, that was a wonder to see. Nor was there any that, observing her bearing and manners, would not have said that at state or dignity there was none so high or honorable, but she was worthy of it. So the lady, who since she had received her from her father had been unable to learn aught else about him than what he had himself told, was minded to marry her honorably according to what she deemed to be her rank. But God, who justly apportions reward according to merit, having regard to her noble birth, her innocence, and the load of suffering which the sin of another had laid upon her, ordered otherwise, and in his good providence, lest the young gentlewoman should be mated with a churl, permitted, we must believe, events to take the course they did. The gentle lady with whom Jeannette lived had only one son, whom she and her husband loved most dearly, as well because he was a son as for his rare and noble qualities, for in truth there were few that compare with him in courtesy and courage and personal beauty. Now the young man marked the extraordinary beauty and grace of Jeannette, who was about 6 years his junior, and fell so desperately in love with her that he had no eyes for any other maiden. But deeming her to be of low degree, he not only hesitated to ask her of his parents in marriage, but fearing to incur reproof for indulging a passion for an inferior, he did his utmost to conceal his love, whereby it gave him far more disquietude than if he had avowed it, insomuch that, so extreme waxed his suffering, he fell ill, and that seriously. Divers physicians were called in, but, for all their scrutiny of his symptoms, they could not determine the nature of his malady, and one and all gave him up for lost. Nothing could exceed the sorrow and dejection of his father and mother, who again and again piteously implored him to discover to them the cause of his malady, and received no other answer than sighs or complaints that he seemed to be wasting away. Now, it so happened that one day Jeannette, who from regard for his mother was sedulously in waiting upon him, for some reason or another came into the room where he lay, while a very young but very skilful physician sat by him and held his pulse. The young man gave her not a word or other sign of recognition, but his passion waxed, his heart smote him, and the acceleration of his pulse at once betrayed his inward commotion to the physician, who, albeit surprised, remained quietly attentive to see how long it would last, and observing that it ceased when Jeannette left the room, conjectured that he was on the way to explain the young man's malady. So, after a while, still holding the young man's pulse, he sent for Jeannette, as if he had something to ask of her. She returned forthwith. The young man's pulse mounted as soon as she entered the room, and fell again as soon as she left it. Wherefore the physician no longer hesitated, but rose, and taking the young man's father and mother aside, said to them, "The restoration of your son's health rests not with medical skill, but solely with Jeannette, whom, as by unmistakable signs I have discovered, he ardently loves, though, so far I can see, she is not aware of it. So you know what you have to do if you value his life." The prospect thus afforded of their son's deliverance from death reassured the gentleman and his lady, albeit they were troubled, misdoubting it must be by his marriage with Jeannette. So when the physician was gone, they went to the sick lad, and the lady thus spoke: "My son, never would I have believed that thou wouldst have concealed from me any desire of thine, least of all if such it were that privation should cause thee to languish. For well assured thou should have been and should be that I hold thee dear as my very self, and that whatever may be for thy contentment, even though it were scarce seemly, I would do it for thee. But for all thou hast so done, God has shown himself more merciful to thee ward than thyself, and lest thou die of this malady, has given me to know its cause, which is nothing else than the excessive love which thou bearest to a young woman, be she who she may; which love in good sooth thou needest not have been ashamed to declare, for it is but natural at thy age, and hadst thou now loved, I should have deemed thee of very little worth. So, my son, be not shy of me, but frankly discover to me thy whole heart, and away with this gloom and melancholy whereof thy sickness is engendered, and be comforted and assured thyself that there is naught that thou mayest require of me which I will not do to give thee ease, so far as my powers may reach, seeing that thou art dearer to me than my own life. Away with thy shamefastness and fears, and tell me if there is aught wherein I may be helpful to thee in the matter of thy love, and if I bestir not myself and bring it to pass, account me the most harsh mother that ever bore a son." The young man was at first somewhat shamefast to hear his mother thus speak, but reflecting that none could do more for his happiness than she, he took courage and thus spoke: "Madam, my sole reason for concealing my love from you was that I have observed that old people for the most part forget that they once were young. But as I see that no such unreasonableness is to be apprehended in you, I not only acknowledge the truth of what you say that you have discerned, but I will also disclose to you the object of my passion, on the understanding that your promise shall to the best of your power be performed, as it must be, if I am to be restored to you in sound health." Whereupon the lady, making too sure of that which was destined to fall out otherwise than she expected, gave him every encouragement to discover all his heart, and promised to lose no time and spare no pains in endeavouring to compass his gratification. "Madam," said then the young man, the rare beauty and exquisite manners of our Jeanette, my powerlessness to make her understand, I do not say commiserate, my love, and my reluctance to disclose it to any, have brought me to the condition in which you see me, and if your promise be not in one way or another performed, be sure that my life will be brief." The lady, deeming that the occasion called rather for comfort than for admonition, replied with a smile, "Ah, my son, was this then of all things the secret of thy suffering? Be of good cheer, and leave me to arrange the affair when you are recovered." So, animated by a cheerful hope, the young man speedily gave sign of most marked improvement, which the lady observed with great satisfaction, and then began to cast about how she might keep her promise. So one day she sent for Jeanette, and in a tone of gentle raillery asked her if she had a lover. Jeanette turned very red as she answered, "Madam, 'twould scarce, nay, 'twould ill become a damsel such as I, poor outcast from home and in the service of another, to occupy herself with thoughts of love." Whereto the lady answered, "So you have none? We will give you one, who will brighten all your life, and give you more joy of your beauty; for it is not right that so fair a damsel as you remain without a lover." "Madam," rejoined Jeanette, "you found me living in poverty with my father, you adopted me, you have brought me up as your daughter, wherefore I should, if possible, comply with your every wish. But in this matter I will render you no compliance, nor do I doubt that I do well. So you will give me a husband, I will love him, but no other will I love, for as patrimony I now have none save my honor, that I am minded to guard and preserve while my life shall last." Serious though the obstacle was which these words opposed to the plan by which the lady had intended to keep her promise to her son, her sound judgment could not but secretly acknowledge that the spirit which they evinced was much to be commended in the damsel. Wherefore she said, "Nay, but, Jeanette, suppose that our lord the king, who is a young knight as thou art a most fair damsel, craved some indulgence of thy love, wouldst thou deny him?" "The king," returned Jeanette without the least hesitation, "might constrain me, but with my consent he should never have aught of me that was not honorable." Whereto the lady made no answer, for she now understood the girl's temper; but being minded to put her to the proof, she told her son that, as soon as he was recovered, she would arrange that he should be closeted with her in the same room, and be thus able to use all his arts to bring her to his will, saying that it ill became her to play the part of procuress and urge her son's suit upon her own maid. But as the young man, by no means approving this idea, suddenly grew worse, the lady at length opened her mind to Jeanette, whom she found in the same frame as before, and indeed even more resolute. Wherefore she told her husband all that she had done, and as both preferred that their son should marry beneath him and live than he should remain single and die, they resolved, albeit much disconcerted, to give Jeanette to him to wife. And so after long debate they did, whereat Jeanette was overjoyed, and with devout heart gave thanks to God that He had not forgotten her. Nevertheless she still gave no other account of herself than that she was the daughter of a Picard. So the young man recovered, and blithe at heart as never another, was married, and began to speed the time gaily with his bride. Meanwhile Perrault, left in Wales with the Marshal of the King of England, had likewise, with increase of years, increase of favour with his master, and grew up most shapely and well favoured, and of such prowess that in all the island at tourney or joust or any other passage of arms he had not his peer, being everywhere known and renowned as Perrault the Picard. And as God had not forgotten Jeanette, so likewise he made manifest by what follows that he had not forgotten Perrault. Well nigh half the population of those parts being swept off by a sudden visitation of deadly pestilence, most of the survivors fled therefrom in a panic, so that the country was to all appearance entirely deserted. Among those that died of the pest were the Marshal, his lady, and his son, besides brothers and nephews, and kinsfolk in great number; whereby of his entire household there were left only one of his daughters, now marriageable, and a few servants, among them Perrault. Now Perrault, being a man of such notable prowess, the damsel, soon after the pestilence had spent itself, took him, with the approval and by the advice of the few folk that survived, to be her husband, and made him lord of all that fell to her by inheritance. Nor was it long before the King of England, learning that the Marshal was dead, made Perrault the Picard, to those married he was no stranger, marshal in the dead man's room. Such, in brief, was the history of two innocent children with whom the Count of Antwerp had parted, never expecting to see them again. 'Twas now the 18th year since the Count of Antwerp had taken flight from Paris, when, being still in Ireland, where he had led a very sorry and suffering sort of life, and feeling that age was now come upon him, he felt a longing to learn, if possible, what was become of his children. The fashion of his outward man was now completely changed, for long hardship had, as he well knew, given to his age a vigor which his youth, lapped in ease, had lacked. So he hesitated not to take his leave of the knight with whom he had so long resided, and poor and in sorry trim he crossed to England, and made his way to the place where he had left Perrault, to find him a great lord and marshal of the king, and in good health, and withal a hardy man and very handsome. All which was very grateful to the old man, but he would not make himself known to his son until he had learned the fate of Jeannette. So forth he fared again, nor did he halt until he was come to London, where, cautiously questing about for news of the lady with whom he had left his daughter, and how it fared with her, he learned that Jeannette was married to the lady's son, whereat, in the great gladness of his heart, he counted all his past adversity but a light matter, since he had found his children alive and prosperous. But sore he yearned to see Jeannette, wherefore he took to loitering, as poor folk are wont, in the neighbourhood of the house. And so one day Jacques Lemien, such was the name of Jeannette's husband, saw him and had pity on him, observing that he was poor and aged, and bade one of his servants took him indoors, and for God's sake give him something to eat. And nothing loath the servant did so. Now Jeannette had borne Jacques several children, the finest and the most winsome children in the world, the eldest no more than 8 years old, who gathered about the Count as he ate, and as if by instinct, divining that he was their grandfather, began to make friends with him. He, knowing them for his grandchildren, could not conceal his love, and repaid them with caresses, insomuch that they would not hearken to their governor when he called them, but remained with the Count. Which being reported to Jeannette, she came out of her room, crossed to where the Count was sitting with the children, and bade them do as their master told them, or she would certainly have them whipped. The children began to cry, and to say that they would rather stay with the worthy man, whom they liked much better than their master, whereat both the lady and the Count laughed in sympathy. The Count had risen, with no other intention, for he was not minded to disclose his paternity, than to pay his daughter the respect due from his poverty to her rank, and the sight of her had thrilled his soul with such a wondrous delight. By her he was and remained unrecognized, utterly changed as he was from his former self, aged, gray-haired, bearded, lean and tanned, in short, to all appearance another man than the Count. However, seeing that the children were unwilling to leave him, but wept when she made as if she would constrain them, she bade the master let them be for a time. So the children remained with the worthy man until the chance Jacques' father came home, and learned from the master what had happened, whereupon, having a grudge against Jeannette, he said, "Let them be, and God give them the ill luck which he owes them. Whence they sprang, thither they must needs return. They descend from a vagabond on a mother's side, and so 'tis no wonder that they consort readily with vagabonds." The Count, caught these words and was sorely pained, but shrugging his shoulders bore the affront silently, as he had borne many other. Jacques, who had noted his children's fondness for the worthy man, to wit, the Count, was displeased; but nevertheless such was the love he bore them, that, rather than see them weep, he gave order that if the worthy man cared to stay there in his service, he should be received. The Count answered that he would gladly do so, but that he was fit for nothing except to look after horses, to which he had been used all his life. So a horse was assigned him, and when he had groomed him, he occupied himself in playing with the children. While fortune thus shaped the destinies of the Count of Antwerp and his children, it so befell that after a long series of truces made with the Germans, the King of France died, and his crown passed to his son, whose wife had been the occasion of the Count's banishment. The new king, as soon as the last truce with the Germans was run out, renewed hostilities with extraordinary vigor, being aided by his brother of England, with a large army under the command of his marshal, Perrault, and his other marshal's sons, Jacques Lamier. With them went the worthy man, that is to say, the Count, who, unrecognized by any, served for a long while in the army in the capacity of groom, and acquitted himself both in council and in arms with a wisdom and valor unwonted in one of his supposed rank. The war was still raging when the Queen of France fell seriously ill, and, as she felt her end approach, made a humble and contrite confession of all her sins to the Archbishop of Rouen, who was universally reputed a good and most holy man. Among her other sins, she confessed the great wrong that she had done to the Count of Antwerp. Nor was she satisfied to confide it to the Archbishop, but recounted the whole affair as if it had passed to not a few other worthy men, whom she besought to use their influence with the king to procure the restitution of the Count, if he were still alive, and if not, of his children, to honor and estate. And so, dying shortly afterwards, she was honorably buried. The queen's confession wrung from the king a sigh or two of compunction for a brave man cruelly wronged, after which he caused proclamation to be made throughout the army and in many other parts, that whoso should bring him tidings of the Count of Antwerp or his children should receive from him such a guerdon for each of them as should justly be matter of marvel, seeing that he held him acquitted, by confession of the queen, of the crime for which he had been banished, and was therefore now minded to grant him not only restitution, but increase of honor and estate. Now the Count, being still with the army in his character of groom, heard the proclamation, which he did not doubt was made in good faith, wherefore he hied from forthwith to Jacques, and begged a private interview with him and Perrault, that he might discover to them that whereof the king was in quest. So the meeting was had, and Perrault was on the point of declaring himself, when the Count anticipated him. "Perrault," he said, "Jacques has thy sister to wife, but never a dowry had he with her. Wherefore, that thy sister be not dowerless, 'tis my will that he, and no other, have this great reward, which the king offers for thee, son, as he shall certify, of the Count of Antwerp, and for his wife and thy sister Violante, and for me, Count of Antwerp, thy father." So hearing Perrault scanned the court closely, and forthwith, recognizing him, burst into tears, and throwing himself at his feet, embraced him, saying, "My father, welcome, welcome indeed art thou." Whereupon, between what he had heard from the Count, and what he had witnessed on the part of Perrault, Jacques was so overcome with wonder and delight, that at first he was at a loss to know how to act. However, giving entire credence to what he had heard, and recalling insulting language which he had used towards the quondam groom, the Count, he was sore stricken with shame, and wept, and fell at the Count's feet, and humbly craved his pardon for all past offences, which the Count, raising him to his feet, most graciously granted him. So with many a tear and many a hearty laugh the three men compared their several fortunes, which done, Perrault and Jacques would have arrayed the Count in manner befitting his rank. But he would by no means suffer it, being minded that Jacques, so soon as he was well assured that the guerdon was forthcoming, should present him to the king in his garb of groom, that thereby the king might be more ashamed. So Jacques, with the Count and Perrault, went presently to the king, and offered to present to him the Count and his children, provided the guerdon were forthcoming according to the proclamation. Jacques wondered not a little, as forthwith, at a word from the king, a guerdon was produced, ample for all three, and he was bidden take it away with him, so only that he should in very truth produce, as he had promised, the Count and his children in the royal presence. Then, withdrawing a little and causing his quondam groom, now Count, to come forward with Perrault, he said, "Sire, father and son are before you. The daughter, my wife, is not here, but, God willing, you shall soon see her." So hearing, the king surveyed the Count, whom, notwithstanding his greatly changed appearance, he at length recognized, and well nigh moved to tears, he raised him from his knees to his feet, and kissed and embraced him. He also gave a kindly welcome to Perrault, and bade forthwith furnish the Count with apparel, servants, and horses suited to his rank, all which was no sooner said than done. Moreover, the king showed Jacques no little honor, and particularly questioned him of all his past adventures. As Jacques was about to take the noble guerdons assigned him for the discovery of the Count and his children, the Count said to him, "Take these tokens of the magnificence of our lord the king, and forget not to tell thy father that 'tis from no vagabond that thy children, his and my grandchildren, descend on the mother's side." So Jacques took the guerdons and sent for his wife and mother to join him at Paris. Thither also came Perrault's wife, and there with all magnificence they were entertained by the Count, to whom the king had not only restored all his former estates and honors, but added thereto others, whereby he was now become a greater man than he had ever been before. Then, with the Count's leave, they all returned to their several houses. The Count himself spent the rest of his days at Paris in greater glory than ever. End of Day 2, the 8th story.
Day 2, the 9th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J.C. Guan. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 2, the 9th story. Bernabo of Genoa, deceived by Ambrogiolo, loses his money and commands his innocent wife to be put to death. She escapes, habits herself as a man, and serves the Soldan. She discovers the deceiver, and brings Bernabo to Alexandria, where the deceiver is punished. She then resumes the garb of a woman, and with her husband returns wealthy to Genoa.
When Elisa had performed her part, and brought her touching story to a close, Queen Philomena, a damsel no less stately than fair of person, and of a surpassingly sweet and smiling mien, having composed herself to speak, thus began: "Our engagements with Dioneo shall be faithfully observed, wherefore, as he and I alone remain to complete the day's narration, I will tell my story first, and he shall have the grace he craved, and be the last to speak." After which prelude she thus began her story.
"'Tis a proverb current among the vulgar, that the deceived has the better of the deceiver; a proverb which, were it not exemplified by events, might hardly in any manner be justified. Wherefore, while adhering to our theme, I am minded at the same time, dearest ladies, to show you that there is truth in this proverb, the proof whereof should be none the less welcome to you than it may put you on your guard against deceivers. Know then that certain very great merchants of Italy, being met, as merchants use, for divers reasons proper to each, at a hostelry in Paris, and having one evening jovially supped together, fell a talking of divers matters, and so, passing from one topic to another, they came at last to discuss the ladies whom they had left at home, and one jocosely said, "I cannot answer for my wife, but for myself I own, that whenever a girl that is to my mind comes in my way, I give the go by to the love that I bear my wife, and take my pleasure of the new comer to the best of my power." "And so do I," said another, "because I know that, whether I suspect her or not, my wife tries her fortune, and so 'tis do as you are done by, the ass and the wall are quits." A third added his testimony to the same effect, and in short all seemed to concur in the opinion that the ladies they had left behind them were not likely to neglect their opportunities. When one, a Genoese, Bernabo Lomelin by name, dissociated himself from the rest, affirming that by a special grace of God he was blessed with a wife who was, perhaps, the most perfect paragon to be found in Italy of all the virtues proper to a lady, ay, and in great measure to a knight or squire, inasmuch as she was fair, still quite young, handy, hardy, and clever beyond all other women in embroidery work and all other forms of ladies' handicraft. Moreover, so well-mannered, discreet, and sensible was she, that she was as fit to wait at a lord's table as any squire or manservant or such like, the best and most adroit that could be found. To which encomium he added, that she knew how to manage a horse, fly a hawk, read, write, and cast up accounts better than as if she were a merchant, and after much more in the same strain of commendation, he came at length to the topic of their conversation, asseverating with an oath that 'twas not possible to find a woman more honest, more chaste than she. Nay, he verily believed that, if he remained from home for 10 years, or indeed for the rest of his days, she would never think of any of these casual amours with any other man. Among the merchants who thus gossiped was a young man, Ambrogiolo da Piacenza by name, who, when Bernabo thus concluded his eulogy of his wife, broke out into a mighty laugh, and asked him with a jeer whether he, of all men, had this privilege by a special patent of the emperor. Bernabo replied, somewhat angrily, that 'twas a boon conferred upon him by God, who was rather more powerful than the emperor. To which Ambrogiolo rejoined, "I make no doubt, Bernabo, that thou believest what thou sayest is true, but methinks thou hast been but a careless observer of the nature of things. Otherwise, I do not take thee to be of so gross understanding, but that thou must have discerned therein reasons for speaking more judiciously of this matter, and that thou mayst not think that we, who have spoken with much freedom about our wives, deem to be of another nature and mould than thine, but mayst know that we have but uttered what common sense dictates. I am minded to go a little further into this matter with thee. I have always understood that of all mortal beings created by God, man is the most noble, and next after him woman, man then being, as is universally believed, and is indeed apparent by his works, more perfect than woman, must without doubt be endowed with more firmness and constancy, women being one and all more mobile, for reasons not a few and founded in nature, which I might adduce, but mean for the present to pass over. And yet, for all his great firmness, man cannot withstand, I do not say a woman's supplications, but the mere lusts of the eye which she unwittingly excites, and that in such sort that he will do all that is in his power to induce her to pleasure him, not once perhaps, in the course of a month, but 1,000 times a day. How, then, shouldst thou expect a woman mobile by nature to resist the supplications, the flatteries, the gifts, and all the other modes of attack that an accomplished seducer will employ? Thou thinkest that she may hold out. Nay, verily, affirm it as thou mayst, I doubt thou dost not really so think. Thou dost not deny that thy wife is a woman, a creature of flesh and blood like the rest, and if so, she must have the same cravings, the same natural propensities as they, and no more force to withstand them. Wherefore 'tis at least possible that, however honest she be, she will do as others do, and not that is possible admits such peremptory denial or affirmation of its contrary as this of thine. Whereto Barnabo returned, I am a merchant and no philosopher, and I will give thee a merchant's answer. I acknowledge that what thou sayest is true, of vain and foolish women who have no modesty, but such as are discreet are so sensitive in regard of their honour that they become better able to preserve it than men, who have no such solicitude, and my wife is one of this sort. Doubtless, observed Ambrogiolo, few would be found to indulge in these casual amours, if every time they did so a horn grew out on the brow to attest the fact, but not so much as a trace or vestige of a horn, so only they be but prudent, and the shame and dishonour consist only in the discovery. Wherefore, if they can do it secretly, they do it, or are forced to refrain. Hold it for certain that she alone is chaste, who either has never suits made to her, or suing herself, was repulsed. And albeit I know that for reasons true and founded in nature this must needs be, yet I should not speak so positively thereof as I do, had I not many a time, with many a woman, verified it by experience. And I assure thee that, had I but access to this most saintly wife of thine, I should confidently expect very soon to have the same success with her as with others. Then Barnabo angrily, "'Twere long and tedious to continue this discussion. I should have my say, and thou thine, and in the end 'twould come to nothing. But as thou sayest that they are all so compliant, and that thou art so accomplished a seducer, I give thee this pledge of the honour of my wife. I consent to forfeit my head, if thou shouldst succeed in bringing her to pleasure thee in such a sort, and shouldst thou fail, thou shalt forfeit to me no more than 1,000 florins of gold." Elated by this unexpected offer, Ambrogiolo replied, "I know not what I should do with thy blood, Barnabo, if I won the wager. But if thou wouldst have proof of what I have told thee, lay 5,000 florins of gold, which must be worth less to thee than thy head, against 1,000 of mine, and whereas thou makest no stipulation as to time, I will bind myself to go to Genoa, and within 3 months from my departure hence to have had my pleasure of thy wife, and in witness thereof to bring back with me, of the things which she prizes most dearly, evidence of her compliance so weighty and conclusive that thou thyself shalt admit the fact, nor do I require aught of thee but that thou pledge thy faith neither to come to Genoa, nor to write word to her of this matter during the said 3 months." Barnabo professed himself well content, and though the rest of the company, seeing that the compact might well have very evil consequences, did all that they could to frustrate it, yet the 2 men were now so heated that, against the will of the others, they set it down fairly in writing, and signed it each with his own hand. This done, Ambrogiolo, leaving Barnabo at Paris, posted with all speed for Genoa. Arrived there, he set to work with great caution, and having found out the quarter in which the lady resided, he learned in the course of a few days enough about her habits of life and her character to know what Barnabo had told him was rather less than the truth. So, recognizing that his enterprise was hopeless, he cast about for some device whereby he might cover his defeat, and having got speech of a poor woman, who was much in the lady's house, as also in her favour, he bribed her, other means failing, to convey him in a chest, which he had made for the purpose, not only into the house, but into the bedroom of the lady, whom the good woman, following Ambrogiolo's instructions, induced to take charge of it for some days, during which she said she would be away. So the lady suffered the chest to remain in the room, and when the night was so far spent that Ambrogiolo thought she must be asleep, he opened it with some tools with which he had provided himself, and stole softly out. There was a light in the room, so that he was able to form an idea of its situation, to take note of the pictures and everything else of consequence that it contained, and to commit the whole to memory. This done, he approached the bed, and observing that the lady and a little girl that was with her were fast asleep, he gently uncovered her, and saw that nude she was not a whit less lovely than when dressed. He looked about for some mark that might serve him as evidence that he had seen her in this state, but found nothing except a mole, which she had under the left breast, and which was fringed with a few hairs that shone like gold. So beautiful was she that he was tempted, at the hazard of his life, to take his place by her side in the bed. But, remembering what he had heard of her inflexible obduracy in such affairs, he did not venture, but quietly replaced the bedclothes, and having passed the best part of the night very much at his ease in her room, he took from one of the lady's boxes a purse, a gown, a ring, and a girdle, and with these tokens returned to the chest, and locked himself in as before. In dinner he passed 2 nights, nor did the lady in the least suspect his presence. On the 3rd day the good woman came by, preconcert to fetch her chest, and took it back to the place whence she had brought it. So Ambrogiolo got out, paid her the stipulated sum, and hied him back with all speed to Paris, where he arrived within the appointed time. Then, in presence of the merchants who were witnesses of his altercation with Barnabo, and the wager to which it had given occasion, he told Barnabo that he had won the bet, having done what he had boasted that he would do. And in proof thereof, he first of all described the appearance of the room and the pictures, and then displayed the articles belonging to the lady which he had brought away with him, averring that she had given them to him. Barnabo acknowledged the accuracy of his description of the room, and that the articles did really belong to his wife, but objected that Ambrogiolo might have learnt characteristic features of the room from one of the servants, and have come by the things in a similar way, and therefore, unless he had something more to say, he could not justly claim to have won the bet. "Verily," rejoined Ambrogiolo, "this should suffice, but as thou requirest that I say somewhat further, I will satisfy thee. I say, then, that Madame Ginevra, thy wife, has under her left breast a mole of some size, around which are perhaps 6 hairs of a golden hue." As Barnabo heard this, it was as if a knife pierced his heart, so poignant was his suffering, and, though no word escaped him, the complete alteration of his mien bore unmistakable witness to the truth of Ambrogiolo's words. After a while he said, "Gentlemen, 'tis even as Ambrogiolo says. He has won the bet. He has but to come when he will, and he shall be paid." And so, the very next day, Ambrogiolo was paid in full, and Bernabeau, intent on wreaking vengeance on his wife, left Paris and set his face towards Genoa. He had no mind, however, to go home, and accordingly halted at an estate which he had some 20 miles from the city, whither he sent forward a servant, in whom he reposed much truth, with 2 horses and a letter advising the lady of his return, and bidding her come out to meet him. At the same time he gave the servant secret instructions to choose some convenient place and ruthlessly put the lady to death, and so returned to him. On his arrival at Genoa, the servant delivered his message and the letter to the lady, who received him with great cheer, and next morning got on horseback and set forth with him for her husband's estate. So they rode on, talking of divers matters, until they came to a deep gorge, very lonely, and shut in by high rocks and trees. The servant, deeming this just the place in which he might without risk of discovery fulfill his lord's behest, whipped out a knife, and seizing the lady by the arm, said, "Madam, commend your soul to God, for here must end at once your journey and your life." Terror-stricken by what she saw and heard, the lady cried out, "Mercy, for God's sake, before thou slay me! Tell me at least wherein I have wronged thee, that thou art thus minded to put me to death." "Madam," said the servant, "may you have in no wise wronged, but your husband, how you may have wronged him I know not, charged me shew you no mercy, but to slay thou on this journey, and threatened to have me hanged by the neck, should I not do so. You know well how bound I am to him, and that I may not disobey any of his commands. God knows I pity you, but yet I can no otherwise." Whereat the lady burst into tears, saying, "Mercy, for God's sake, make not thyself the murderer of one that has done thee no wrong, and at the behest of another. The all-seeing God knows that I never did aught to merit such requital at my husband's hands. But enough of this for the present. There is a way in which thou canst serve at once God and thy master and myself. If thou wilt do as I bid thee, take then these clothes of mine, and give me in exchange just thy doublet and a hood, and carry the clothes with thee to my lord and thine, and tell him that thou hast slain me, and I swear to thee by the life which I shall receive at thy hands, that thou wilt get me gone, and there abide, whence news of me shall never reach either him or thee, or these parts." The servant, being loath to put her to death, soon yielded to pity, and so he took her clothes, allowing her to retain a little money that she had, and gave her one of his worsted doublets and a hood. Then, praying her to depart the country, he left her afoot in the gorge, and returned to his master, whom he gave to understand that he had not only carried out his orders, but had left the lady's body a prey to wolves. Bernabeau after a while returned to Genoa, where the supposed murder being bruited abroad, he was severely censured. Alone and disconsolate, the lady, as night fell, disguised herself as best she could, and hied her to a neighboring village, where, having procured what was needful from an old woman, she shortened her doublet and fitted it to her figure, converted her chemise into a pair of breeches, cut her hair close, and, in short, completely disguised herself as a sailor. She then made her way to the coast, where by chance she encountered a Catalan gentleman, by name Singer and Carrach, who had landed from one of his ships, which lay in the offing, to recreate himself at Alba, where there was a fountain. So she made overture to him of her services, was engaged, and taken aboard the ship, assuming the name Securano da Finale, the gentleman put her in better trim as to clothes, and found her so apt and handy at service that he was exceedingly well pleased with her. Not long afterwards the Catalan sailed one of his carracks to Alexandria. He took with him some peregrine falcons, which he presented to the Soldan, who feasted him once or twice, and noting with approbation the behaviour of Sicurano, who always attended his master, he craved him of the Catalan, which request the Catalan reluctantly granted. Sicurano proved so apt for his new service that he was soon as high in grace and favour with the Soldan as he had been with the Catalan. Wherefore, when the time of year came at which there was wont to be held at Acre, then under the Soldan's sway, a great fair, much frequented by merchants, Christian and Saracen alike, and to which, for the security of the merchants and their goods, the Soldan always sent one of his great officers of state with the other officers and a guard to attend upon him, he determined to send Sicurano, who by this time knew the language very well. So Sicurano was sent to Acre as governor and captain of the guard for the protection of the merchants and merchandise. Arrived there, he bestirred himself with great zeal in all matters appertaining to his office, and as he went his rounds of inspection, he espied among the merchants not a few from Italy, Sicilian, Pisans, Genoese, Venetians, and so forth, with whom he consorted the more readily because they reminded him of his native land. And so it befell that, alighting once at a shop belonging to some Venetian merchants, he saw there, among other trinkets, a purse and a girdle, which he forthwith recognized as having once been his own. Concealing his surprise, he blandly asked whose they were, and if they were for sale. He was answered by Ambrogiolo da Piacenza, who had come thither with much merchandise aboard a Venetian ship, and hearing that the captain of the guard was asking about the ownership of the purse and girdle, came forward, and said with a smile, "The things are mine, sir, and I am not disposed to sell them, but if they take your fancy, I would gladly give them to you." Observing the smile, Sicurano misdoubted that something had escaped him by which Ambrogiolo had recognized him, but he answered with a composed air, "Thou dost smile, perchance, to see me, a soldier, come asking about this woman's gear?" "Not so, sir," returned Ambrogiolo. "I smile to think of the manner in which I came by it." "And pray," said Sicurano, "if thou hast no reason to conceal it, tell me, in God's name, how thou didst come by the things." "Why, sir," said Ambrogiolo, "they were given me by a Genoese lady, with whom I once spent a night, Madame Ginevra by name, wife of Barnabo Lomelin, who prayed me to keep them as a token of her love. I smiled, just now, to think of the folly of Barnabo, who was so mad as to stake 5,000 florins of gold against my 1,000, that I could not bring his wife to surrender to me, which I did. I won the bet, and he, who should rather have been punished for his insensate folly than she for doing what all women do, had her put to death, as I afterwards gathered, on his way back from Paris to Genoa." Ambrogiolo had not done speaking before Sicurano had discerned in him the evident cause of her husband's animosity against her, and all her woe, and had made up her mind that he should not escape with impunity. She therefore feigned to be much interested by this story, consorted frequently and very familiarly with Ambrogiolo, and insidiously captured his confidence, insomuch that at her suggestion, when the fair was done, he, taking with him all his ware, accompanied her to Alexandria, where she provided him with a shop, and put no little of her own money in his hands, so that he, finding it very profitable, was glad enough to stay. Anxious to make her innocence manifest to Bernabo, Sicurano did not rest until, with the help of some great Genoese merchants that were in Alexandria, she had devised an expedient to draw him thither. Her plan succeeded. Bernabo arrived, and as he was now very poor, she privately arranged that he should be entertained by one of her friends, until occasion should serve to carry out her design. She had already introduced Ambrogiolo to tell his story to the Soldan, and the Soldan to interest himself in the matter. So Bernabo being come, and further delay inexpedient, she seized her opportunity, and persuaded the Soldan to cite Ambrogiolo and Bernabo before him, that in Bernabo's presence Ambrogiolo might be examined of his boast touching Bernabo's wife, and the truth thereof, if not to be had from him by gentle means, be elicited by torture. So the Soldan, having Ambrogiolo and Bernabo before him, amid a great concourse of the people questioned Ambrogiolo of the 5,000 florins of gold that he had won from Bernabo, and sternly bade him tell the truth. Still more harsh was the aspect of Sicurano, in whom Ambrogiolo had placed his chief reliance, but who now threatened him with the direst torments if the truth were not forthcoming. Thus hard bested on this side and on that, and in a manner coerced, Ambrogiolo, thinking he had but to refund, in presence of Bernabo and many others, accurately recounted the affair as it had happened. When he had done, Sicurano, as minister of the Soldan for the time being, turned to Bernabo and said, "And thy wife, thus falsely accused, what treatment did she meet with at thy hands?" "Mortified," said Bernabo, "by the loss of my money, and the dishonor which I deemed to have been done me by my wife, I was so overcome by wrath that I had her put to death by one of my servants, who brought me word that her corpse had been instantly devoured by a pack of wolves." Albeit the Soldan had heard and understood all that had passed, yet he did not as yet apprehend the object for which Sicurano had pursued the investigation. Wherefore Sicurano thus addressed him: "My lord, what cause this good lady has to boast of her lover and her husband, you have now abundant means of judging, seeing that the lover at one and the same time despoils her of her honor, blasting her fair fame with slanderous accusations, and ruins her husband, who, more prompt to trust the falsehood of another than the verity of which his own long experience should have assured him, devotes her to death and the devouring wolves. And moreover, such is the regard, such the love which both bear her, that, though both tarry a long time with her, neither recognizes her. However, that you may know full well what chastisements they have severely deserved, I will now cause her to appear in your presence and theirs, provided you, of your especial grace, be pleased to punish the deceiver and pardon the deceived." The Soldan, being minded in this manner to defer entirely to Sicurano, answered that he was well content, and bare produced the lady. Bernabo, who had firmly believed that she was dead, was lost in wonder, likewise Ambrogiolo, who now divined his evil plight, and dreading something worse than the disbursement of money, knew not whether to expect the lady's advent with fear or with hope. His suspense was not of long duration, for, as soon as the Soldan signified his assent, Sicurano, weeping, threw herself on her knees at his feet, and discarding the tones, as she would fain have divested herself of the outward semblance of a man, said, "My lord, that forlorn hapless Ginevra am I, falsely and foully slandered by this traitor Ambrogiolo, and by my cruel and unjust husband, deceived over to her servant to slaughter and cast out as prey to the wolves, for which cause I have now for 6 years been a wanderer on the face of the earth in the guise of a man." Then, rending her robes in front and baring her breast, she made it manifest to the Soldan and all others who were present that she was indeed a woman. Then turning to Ambrogiolo, she haughtily challenged him to say when she had ever lain with him, as he had boasted. Ambrogiolo said never a word, for he now recognized her, and it was as if shame had reft from him the power of speech. The Soldan, who had never doubted that Securano was a man, was so wonderstruck by what he saw and heard that at times he thought it must all be a dream. But as wonder gave place to conviction of the truth, he extolled in the amplest terms the constancy and virtue and seemliness with which Ginevra, erstwhile Securano, had ordered her life. He then directed that she should be most nobly arrayed in the garb of her sex, and surrounded by a bevy of ladies. Mindful of her intercession, he granted to Bernabo the life which he had forfeited, and she, when Bernabo threw himself at her feet and wept and craved her pardon, raised him, unworthy though he was, to his feet, and generously forgave him, and tenderly embraced him as her husband. Ambrogiolo the Soldan commanded to be bound to a stake, that his bare flesh, anointed with honey, might be exposed with the sun on one of the heights of the city, there to remain until it should fall to pieces of its own accord, and so 'twas done. He then decreed that the lady should have the traitor's estate, which was worth not less but rather more than 10,000 doubloons, whereto he added, in jewels and vessels of gold and silver and in money, the equivalent of upwards of other 10,000 doubloons, having first entertained her and her husband with most magnificent and ceremonious cheer, accordant with the lady's worth, which done, he placed a ship at her disposal, and gave them leave to return to Genoa at their pleasure. So to Genoa they returned very rich and happy, and were received with all honor, especially Madame Ginevra, whom all the citizens had believed to be dead, and whom thenceforth, so long as she lived, they held of great consequence and excellency. As for Ambrogiolo, the very same day that he was bound to the stake, the honey with which his body was anointed attracted such swarms of flies, wasps, and gadflies, wherewith that country abounds, that not only was his life sucked from him, but his very bones were completely denuded of flesh, in which state, hanging by the sinews, they remained a long time undisturbed, for a sign and a testimony of his baseness to all that passed by, and so the deceived had the better of the deceiver. End of Day 2, the 9th story.
Day 2, the 10th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Reading by Andy Minter. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 2, the 10th story. Paganino da Monaco carries off the wife of Messer Ricciardo de Cinzica, who, having learned where she is, goes to Paganino, and in a friendly manner asks him to restore her. He consents, providing she be willing. She refuses to go back with her husband. Messer Ricciardo dies, and she marries Paganino.
Their queen's story, by its beauty, elicited hearty commendation from all the honorable company, and most especially from Dioneo, with whom it now rested to conclude the day's narration. Again and again he renewed his elegy of the queen's story, and then began on this wise:
Fair ladies, there is that in the Queen's story which has caused me to change my purpose, and substitute another story for that which I had meant to tell. I refer to the insensate folly of Baraabo, well though it was with him in the end, and of all others who delude themselves, as he seemed to do, with the vain imagination that, while they go about the world taking their pleasure now of this, now of the other woman, their wives, left at home, suffer not their hands to stray from their girdles, as if we, who are born of them and bred among them, could be ignorant of the bent of their desires. Wherefore, by my story, I propose at one and the same time to show you how great is the folly of all such, and how much greater is the folly of those who, deeming themselves mightier than nature, think by sophistical arguments to bring that to pass which is beyond their power, and strive might and main to conform others to their own pattern, however little the nature of the latter may brook such treatment. Know then that there was in Pisa a judge, better endowed with mental than with physical vigour, by name Messer Ricciardo de Cienzica, who, being minded to take a wife, and thinking perhaps to satisfy her by the same resources which served him for his studies, was to be suited with none that had not both youth and beauty, qualities which he would rather have eschewed if he had known how to give himself as good counsel as he gave to others. However, being very rich, he had his desire. Messer Lotto Giolandi gave him in marriage one of his daughters, Bartolomea by name, a maid as fair and fit for amorous dalliance as any in Pisa, though few maids be there that do not show as spotted lizards. The judge brought her home with all pomp and ceremony, and had a brave and lordly wedding. But in the essay which he made the very first night to serve her, so as to consummate the marriage, he made a false move, and drew the game much to his own disadvantage, for next morning his lean, withered, and scarce animate frame was only to be requickened by draughts of vernaccia, artificial restoratives, and the like remedies. So, taking a more sober estimate of his powers than he had been wont, the worthy judge began to give his wife lessons from a calendar which might have served as a horn book, and perhaps had been put together at Ravenna, inasmuch as, according to his showing, there was not a day in the year but was sacred, not to one saint only, but to many, in honour of whom, for divers reasons, it behoved men and women to abstain from carnal intercourse. Whereto he added fast days, ember days, vigils of apostles and other saints, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the whole of Lent, certain lunar mansions, and many other exceptions, arguing perchance that the practice of men with women abed should have its times of vacation no less than the administration of the law. In this method, which caused the lady grievous dumps, he long persisted, hardly touching her once a month, and observing her closely, lest another should give her to know working days, as he had taught her holidays. Now it so befell that one hot season Messer Ricciardo thought he would like to visit a very beautiful estate which he had near Montenero, there to take the air and recreate himself for some days, and thither accordingly he went with his fair lady. While there, to amuse her, he arranged for a day's fishing, and so, he in one boat with the fishermen, and she in another with other ladies, they put out to watch the sport, which they found so delightsome that almost before they knew where they were some miles out to sea. And while they were thus engrossed with the sport, a galliot of Paganino de Mare, a very famous corsair of those days, hove in sight and bore down upon the boats, and for all the speed they made, came up with that in which were the ladies, and on sight of the fair lady, Paganino, regardless of all else, bore her off to his galliot, before the very eyes of Messer Ricciardo, who was by this time ashore, and forthwith was gone. The chagrin of the judge, who was jealous of the very air, may readily be imagined, but 'twas to no purpose that both at Pisa and elsewhere he moaned and groaned over the wickedness of the corsairs, for he knew neither by whom his wife had been abducted, nor whither she had been taken. Paganino, meanwhile, deemed himself lucky to have gotten so beautiful a prize, and being unmarried, he was minded never to part with her, and addressed himself by soft words to soothe the sorrow which kept her in a flood of tears. Finding words of little avail, he at night passed, the more readily that the calendar had slipped from his girdle, and all feasts and holidays from his mind, to acts of love, and on this wise administered consolation so effective that before they were come to Monaco she had completely forgotten the judge and his canons, and had begun to live with Paganino as merrily as might be. So he brought her to Monaco, where, besides the daily and nightly solace which he gave her, he honourably entreated her as his wife. Not long afterwards, Messer Ricciardo, coming to know where his wife was, and being most ardently desirous to have her back, and thinking none but he would understand exactly what to do in the circumstances, determined to go and fetch her himself, being prepared to spend any sum of money that might be demanded by way of ransom. So he took ship, and being come to Monaco, he both saw her and was seen by her, which news she communicated to Paganino in the evening, and told him how she was minded to behave. Next morning, Messer Ricciardo, encountering Paganino, made up to him, and soon assumed a very familiar and friendly air, while Paganino pretended not to know him, being on his guard to see what he would be at. So Messer Ricciardo, as soon as he deemed the time ripe, as best and most delicately he was able, disclosed to Paganino the business on which he had come, praying him to take whatever in the way of ransom he chose, and restore him the lady. Paganino replied cheerily, "Right glad I am to see you here, sir, and briefly thus I answer you. True it is that I have here a young woman, whether she be your wife or another man's I know not, for you are none of my acquaintance, nor is she, except for the short time that she has been with me. If, as you say, you are her husband, why, as you seem to me to be a pleasant gentleman, I will even take you to her, and I doubt not she will know you well. If she says that it is even as you say, and is minded to go with you, you shall give me just what you like by way of ransom, so pleasant have I found you. Otherwise 'twill be churlish in you to think of taking her from me, who am a young man, and as fit to keep a woman as another, and moreover never knew any woman so agreeable." "My wife," said Ricciardo, "she is, beyond all manner of doubt, as you shall see; for as soon as thou bringest me to her, she will throw her arms about my neck. Wherefore, as thou art minded, even so be it. I ask no more." "Go we then," said Paganino, and forthwith they went into the house, and Paganino sent for the lady, while they waited in one of the halls. By and by she entered from one of the adjoining rooms, all trim and tricked out, and advanced to the place where Paganino and Messer Ricciardo were standing. But never a word did she vouchsafe to her husband, any more than if he had been some stranger whom Paganino had brought into the house. Whereat the judge was mightily amazed, having expected to be greeted by her with the heartiest of cheer, and began to ruminate thus: "Perhaps I am so changed by the melancholy and prolonged heartache to which I have been a prey since I lost her, that she does not recognize me." Wherefore he said, "Madam, cause enough have I to rue it that I took thee a fishing, for never yet was known such grief as has been mine since I lost thee. And now it seems as if thou dost not recognize me, so scant of courtesy is thy greeting. Seest thou not that I am thy Messer Ricciardo, come hither prepared to pay whatever this gentleman in whose house we are may demand, that I may have thee back and take thee away with me? And he is so good as to surrender thee on my own terms." The lady turned to him with a slight smile, and said, "Is it to me you speak, sir? Bethink you that you may have mistaken me for another, for I, for my part, do not remember ever to have seen you." "Nay," said Messer Ricciardo, "but bethink thee what thou sayest. Scan me closely, and if thou wilt but search thy memory, thou wilt find that I am thy Ricciardo de Cinzica." "Your pardon, sir," answered the lady. "'Tis not, perhaps, as seemly for me as you imagine to gaze long upon you, but I have gazed long enough to know that I never saw you before." Messer Ricciardo supposed that she so spoke for fear of Paganino, in whose presence she durst not acknowledge that she knew him. So, after a while, he craved as a favour of Paganino that he might speak with her in a room alone; which request Paganino granted, so only that he did not kiss her against her will. He then bade the lady go with Messer Ricciardo into a room apart, and hear what he had to say, and give him such answer as she deemed meet. So the lady and Messer Ricciardo went together into a room alone, and sat down, and Messer Ricciardo began on this wise. Ah, dear heart of me, sweet soul of me, hope of me, dost not recognise thy Ricciardo that loves thee better than himself? How comes it thus to pass? Am I so changed? Ah, goodly eye of me, do but look on me a little. Whereat the lady burst into a laugh, and interrupting him, said, Rest assured that my memory is not so short but that I know you for what you are, my husband, Messer Ricciardo de Chenzica. But far enough you showed yourself to be while I was with you from knowing me for what I was, young, lusty, lively, which, had you been the wise man you would fain be reputed, you would not have ignored, nor by consequence that which, besides food and clothing, it behoves men to give young ladies, albeit for shame they demand it not, which in what sort you gave, you know. You should not have taken a wife if she was to be less to you than the study of the law, albeit 'twas never as a judge that I regarded you, but rather as a bellman of Incenia and saints' days, so well you knew them all, and fasts and vigils. And I tell you that, had you imposed the observance of as many saints' days on the labourers that till your lands, as on yourself who had but my little plot to till, you would never have harvested a single grain of corn. God, in his mercy, having regard unto my youth, has caused me to fall in with this gentleman, with whom I am much closeted in this room, where naught is known of feasts, such feasts, I mean, as you, more devoted to the service of God than to the service of ladies, were wont to observe in such profusion. Nor was this threshold ever crossed by Saturday or Friday, or vigil, or Ember days, or Lent, that is so long. Rather, here we are at work day and night, threshing the wool, and well I know how featly it went when the matin bell last sounded. Wherefore with him I mean to stay, and to work while I am young, and postpone the observance of feasts and times of indulgence and fasts until I am old. So get you hence, and good luck go with you, but depart with what speed you may, and observe as many feasts as you like, so I be not with you." The pain with which Messer Ricciardo followed this outburst was more than he could bear, and when she had done, he exclaimed, "Ah, sweet soul of me, what words are these that thou utterest? Hast thou no care for thy parents' honour and thine own? Wilt thou remain here to be this man's harlot, and to live in mortal sin rather than live with me at Pisa as my wife? Why, when he is tired of thee, he will cast thee out to thy most grievous dishonour. I will ever cherish thee, and ever, willy nilly, thou wilt be the mistress of my house. Wouldst thou, to gratify this unbridled and unseemly passion, part at once with thy honour and with me, who love thee more dearly than my very life? Ah, cherished hope of me, say not so again. Make up thy mind to come with me. As I now know thy bent, I will henceforth constrain myself to pleasure thee. Wherefore, sweet my treasure, think better of it, and come with me, who have never known a happy hour since thou wert reft from me." The lady answered, "I expect not, nor is it possible that another should be more tender of my honour than I am myself. Were my parents so when they gave me to you? I trow not, nor mean I to be more tender of their honour now than they were then of mine. And if now I live in mortar sin, I will ever abide there until it be pestle sin. Concern yourself no further on my account. Moreover, let me tell you, that whereas at Pisa 'twas as if I were your harlot, seeing that the planets in conjunction, according to lunar mansion and geometric square, intervene between you and me, here with Paganino I deem myself a wife, for he holds me in his arms all night long, and hugs and bites me, and how he serves me, God be my witness. Ah, but you say you will constrain yourself to serve me. To what end? To do it on the third essay, and raise it by a stroke of baton? I doubt not you are become a perfect knight since I last saw you. Begone, and constrain yourself to live, for here, methinks, your tenure is but precarious, so hectic and wasted is your appearance. Nay, more, I tell you this, that should Paganino desert me, which he does not seem disposed to do so long as I am willing to stay with him, never will I return to your house, where for one while I stayed to my most grievous loss and prejudice, but will seek my commodity elsewhere, than with one from whose whole body I could not wring a single cupful of sap. So again I tell you that here is neither feast nor vigil, wherefore here I mean to abide. And you, get you gone in God's name with what speed you may, lest I raise the cry that you threaten to violate me." Messer Ricciardo felt himself hard bested, but he could not but recognise that, worn out as he was, he had been foolish to take a young wife. So, sad and woebegone, he quitted the room, and after expending on Paganino a wealth of words which signified nothing, he at last gave up his bootless enterprise, and leaving the lady to her own devices, returned to Pisa, where, for very grief, he lapsed into such utter imbecility that when he was met by any with greeting or question in the street, he made no other answer than "The evil hole brooks no holiday," and soon afterwards died. Which when Paganino learned, being well assured of the love the lady bore him, he made her his lawful wife. And so, keeping neither feast, nor vigil, nor Lent, they worked as hard as their legs permitted, and had a good time. Wherefore, dear my ladies, I am of opinion that Messer Barnabo, in his altercation with Ambrogiolo, rode the goat downhill. End of Day 2, the 10th story.
Conclusion of the second day of Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by H. M. Rigg. Second day. The conclusion. This story provoked so much laughter that the jaws of every one in the company ached, and all the ladies by common consent acknowledged that Dioneo was right, and pronounced Bernabo a blockhead. But when the story was ended and the laughter had subsided, the Queen, observing that the hour was now late, and that with the completion of the day's story telling the end of her sovereignty was come, followed the example of her predecessor, and took off her wreath and set it on Neiphile's brow, saying with gladsome mien, "Now, dear gossip, thine be the sovereignty of this little people." And so she resumed her seat. Neiphilie coloured somewhat to receive such honour, showing of aspect even as the fresh blown rose of April or May in the radiance of the dawn, her eyes rather downcast, and glowing with love's fire, like the morning star. But when the respectful murmur, by which the rest of the company gave blithe token of the favour in which they held their Queen, was hushed, and her courage revived, she raised herself somewhat more in her seat than she was wont, and thus spoke: "As so it is that I am your Queen, I purpose not to depart from the usage observed by my predecessors, whose rule had commanded not only your obedience but your approbation. I will therefore in few words explain to you the course which, if it commend itself to your wisdom, we will follow. Tomorrow, you know, is Friday, and the next day Saturday, days which most folk find somewhat wearisome, by reason of the viands which are then customary, to say nothing of the reverence in which Friday is meet to be held, seeing that it was on that day that he who died for us bore his passion. Wherefore it would be in my judgment both right and very seemly, in honour of God, who then bade story-telling give place to prayer. On Saturday ladies are wont to wash the head, and rid their persons of whatever of dust or other soilure they may have gathered by the labours of the past week, not a few likewise, are wont to practise abstinence for devotion to the Virgin Mother of the Son of God, and to honour the approaching Sunday by an entire surcease from work. Wherefore, as we cannot then completely carry out our plan of life, we shall, I think, do well to intermit our story telling on that day also. We shall then have been here 4 days. At least, we should be surprised by newcomers. I deem it expedient that we shift our quarters, and I have already taken thought for our next place of sojourn. Where being arrived on Sunday, we will assemble after our sleep, and whereas to-day our discourse has had an ample field to range in, I propose, both because you will thereby have more time for thought, and it will be best to set some limits to the license of our story-telling, that of the many diversities of Fortune's handiwork, we make one our theme, whereof I have also made choice, to wit, the luck of such as have painfully acquired some much coveted thing, or having lost, have recovered it. Whereon let each meditate some matter, which to tell may be profitable, or at least delectable to the company, saving always Dionneo's privilege. All applauded the Queen's speech and plan, to which, therefore, it was decided to give effect. Thereupon the Queen called her seneschal, told him where to place the tables that evening, and then explained to him all that he had to do during the time of her sovereignty. This done, she rose with her train, and gave leave to all to take their pleasure as to each might seem best. So the ladies and the men hied them away to a little garden, where they diverted themselves awhile. Then supper time being come, they supped with all gay and festal cheer. When they were risen from the table, Emilia at the Queen's command led the dance, while Pampinea, the other ladies responding, sang the ensuing song.
Shall any lady sing, if I not sing? I, to whom love did full contentment bring. Come hither, love, thou cause of all my joy, of all my hope, and all its sequel blest, and with me tune the lay. No more to sighs and bitter past annoy, that now but serve to lend thy bliss more zest. But to that fire's clear ray, wherewith enwrapped I blithely live and gay, thee as my God forever worshipping. 'Twas thou, O love, didst set before mine eyes, when first thy fire my soul did penetrate, a youth to be my fair, so fit for deeds of high emprise, that ne'er another shall be found more great. Nay, nor I ween his peer, such flame he kindled that my heart's full cheer I now pour out in chant with thee, my king. And that wherein I most delight is this, that as I love him, so he loveth me. So thank thee, love, I must, for whatsoever this world can yield of bliss is mine, and in the next at peace to be, I hope, through that full trust I place in him. And thou, O God, thou dost it see, will grant of joy thy plenishing.
Some other songs and dances followed, to the accompaniment of divers sorts of music, after which, the Queen deeming it time to go to rest, all, following in the wake of the torches, sought their several chambers. The next 2 days they devoted to the duties to which the Queen had averted, looking forward to the Sunday with eager expectancy. End of second day. Third day. Introduction of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Third Day. Introduction. Endeth here the second day of the Decameron, beginneth the third, in which under the rule of Neifile discourse is had of the fortune of such as have painfully acquired some much coveted thing, or having lost, have recovered it. The dawn of Sunday was already changing from vermilion to orange, as the sun hasted to the horizon, when the Queen rose and roused all the company. The Seneschal had early sent forward to their next place of sojourn ample store of things meet with folk to make all things ready, and now seeing the Queen on the road, and the decampment as it were begun, he hastily collected the equipment of the baggage train, and set off therewith, attended by the rest of the servants, in rear of the ladies and gentlemen. So to the chant of, perhaps, a score of nightingales and other birds, the Queen, her ladies, and the three young men, trooping beside or after her, paced leisurely westward, by a path little frequented and overgrown with herbage and flowers, which, as they caught the sunlight, began one and all to unfold their petals. So fared she on with their train, while the kirk and the jest and the laugh passed from mouth to mouth, nor had they completed more than 2,000 paces, when, well before half tierce, they arrived at a palace, most fair and sumptuous, which stood out somewhat from the plain, being situate upon a low eminence. On entering, they first traversed its great halls and dainty chambers, furnished throughout with all brave and meet appointments, and finding all most commendable, they reputed its lord a magnifico. Then descending, they surveyed its spacious and cheerful court, its vaults of excellent wines and copious springs of most cool water, and found it still more commendable. After which, being fain of rest, they sat them down in a gallery which commanded the court, and was close embosked with leafage and such flowers as the season afforded, and thither the discreet Seneschal brought comfits and wines, most choice and excellent, wherewith they were refreshed. Whereupon they hied them to a walled garden adjoining the palace, which, the gate being open, they entered, and wonder-struck by the beauty of the whole, passed on to examine more attentively the several parts. It was bordered and traversed in many parts by alleys, each very wide and straight as an arrow, and roofed in with trellis of vines, which gave good promise of bearing clusters that year, and being all in flower, dispersed such fragrance throughout the garden, as blended with that exhaled by many another plant that grew therein, made the garden seem redolent for all the spices that ever grew in the east. The sides of the alleys were all, as it were, walled in with roses, white and red and jasmine, insomuch that there was no part of the garden but one might walk there not merely in the morning, but at high noon in grateful shade and fragrance, completely screened from the sun. As for the plants that were in the garden, it were long to enumerate them, to specify their sorts, to describe the order of their arrangement. Enough in brief that there was abundance of every rarer species that our climate allows. In the middle of the garden, a thing no less but much more to be commended than aught else, was a lawn of the finest turf, and so green that it seemed almost black, pranked with flowers of, perhaps 1,000 sorts, and girt about with the richest living verdure of orange trees and cedars, which shewed not only flowers but fruits, both new and old, and were no less grateful to the smell by their fragrance than to the eye by their shade. In the middle of the lawn was a basin of whitest marble, graven with marvellous art, in the centre whereof, whether the spring were natural or artificial I know not, rose a column supporting a figure, which sent forth a jet of water of such volume and to such an altitude, that it fell, not without a delicious splash, into the basin in quantity amply sufficient to turn a mill wheel. The overflow was carried away from the lawn by a hidden conduit, and then, re-emerging, was distributed through tiny channels, very fair and cunningly contrived, in such sort as to flow round the entire lawn, and by similar derivative channels to penetrate almost every part of the fair garden, until, reuniting at a certain point, it issued thence, and clear as crystal slid down towards the plain, turning by the way two mill wheels with extreme velocity, to the no small profit of the lord. The aspect of this garden, its fair order, the plants and the fountain of the rivulets that followed from it, so charmed the ladies and the three young men, that with one accord they affirmed that they knew not how it could receive any accession of beauty, or what other form could be given to paradise, if it were to be planted on earth. So excellently well pleased, they roved about it, plucking sprays from the trees and weaving them into the fairest of garlands, while songsters of, perhaps a score of different sorts, warbled as if in mutual emulation, when suddenly a sight as fair and delightsome as novel, which, engrossed by the other beauties of the place, they had hitherto overlooked, met their eyes. For the garden, they now saw, was peopled with a host of living creatures, fair and of perhaps 100 sorts, and they pointed out to one another how here emerged a coney, or there scampered a hare, or couched a goat, or grazed a fawn, or many another harmless, all but domesticated, creature rode carelessly, seeking his pleasure at his own sweet will, all which served immensely to reinforce their already abundant delight. At length, however, they had enough of wandering about the garden and observing this thing and that, wherefore they repaired to the beautiful fountain, around which were ranged the tables, and there, after they had sung half a dozen songs and trod some measures, they sat them down, at the Queen's command, to breakfast, which was served with all celerity and in fair and orderly manner, the viands being both good and delicate, whereby their spirits rose, and up they got, and betook themselves again to music and song and dance, and so sped the hours, until, as the heat increased, the Queen deemed it time that whoso was so minded should go to sleep. Some there were that did so, others were too charmed by the beauty of the place to think of leaving it, but tarried there, and while the rest slept, amused themselves with reading romances or playing at chess or dice. However, after noon, there was a general levee, and, with faces laved and refreshed with cold water, they gathered by the Queen's command upon the lawn, and having sat them down in their wonted order by the fountain, waited for the story-telling to begin upon the theme assigned by the Queen. With this duty the Queen first charged Philostrato, who began on this wise. End of introduction of the third day.
Day 3, the first story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 3, the first story. Maceto de Lamporecchio feigns to be dumb, and obtains a gardener's place at a convent of women, who with one accord make haste to lie with him. Fairest ladies, not a few there are, both men and women, who are so foolish as blindly believe that, so soon as a young woman has been veiled in white and cowled in black, she ceases to be a woman, and is no more subject to the cravings proper to her sex, than if, in assuming the garb and profession of a nun, she had put on the nature of a stone. And if, perchance, they hear of aught that is counter to this their faith, they are no less vehement in their censure than if some most heinous and unnatural crime had been committed, neither bethinking of themselves, whom unrestricted liberty avails not to satisfy, nor making due allowance for the prepotent forces of idleness and solitude. And likewise not a few there are that blindly believe that, what with the hoe and the spade, and coarse fare and hardship, the carnal propensities are utterly eradicated from the tillers of the soil, and therewith all nimbleness of wit and understanding. But how gross is the error of such as suppose I, on whom the queen has laid her commands, am minded, without deviating from the theme prescribed by her, to make manifest to you a little story. In this very countryside of ours there was, and yet is, a convent of women of great repute for sanctity. Name it I will not, lest I should in some measure diminish its repute, the nuns being at the time of which I speak but 9 in number, including the abbess and all young women. Their very beautiful garden was in the charge of a foolish fellow, who, not being content with his wage, squared accounts with their steward, and hied him back to Lamporecchio, whence he came. Among others who welcomed him home was a young husbandman, Maceto by name, a stout and hardy fellow, and handsome for a contadino, who asked him where he had been so long. Nuto, as our good friend was called, told him. Maceto then asked how he had been employed at the convent, and Nuto answered, I kept their large and beautiful garden in good trim, and besides I sometimes went to the wood to fetch the faggots. I drew water, and did some other trifling services. But they are the one and all possessed of the devil, for 'tis impossible to do anything to their mind, indeed, when I would be at work in the kitchen garden. Put this here, one would say, put that here, another would say, and a third would snatch the hoe from my hand, and say, that is not as it should be, and they would worry me until I would give up working, and go out of the garden, so that, with this thing and that, I was minded to stay there no more, and so I am come hither. The steward asked me before I left to send him any one, whom on my return I might find fit for the work, and I promised, but God bless his loins, I shall be at no pains to find out, and send him any one. As Nuto thus ran on, Maceto was seized by such a desire to be with these nuns that he quite pined, as he gathered from what Nuto said that his desire might be gratified. And as that could not be if he said nothing to Nuto, he remarked, Ah, 'twas well done of thee to come hither. A man to live with women! He might as well live with so many devils. 6 times out of 7 they know not themselves what they want. There the conversation ended, but Maceto began to cast about how he should proceed to get permission to live with them. He knew that he was quite competent for the services of which Nuto spoke, and had therefore no fear of failing on that score, but he doubted he should not be received, because he was too young and well favoured. So, after much pondering, he fell into the following train of thought. The place is a long way off, and no one there knows me. If I make believe that I am dumb, doubtless I shall be admitted. Whereupon he made his mind up, laid a hatchet across his shoulder, and saying not a word to any of his destination, set forth, intending to present himself at the convent in the character of a destitute man. Arrived there, he had no sooner entered than he chanced to encounter the steward in the courtyard, and making signs to him as dumb folk do, he let him know that of his charity he craved something to eat, and that, if need were, he would split firewood. The steward promptly gave him to eat, and then set before him some logs which Nuto had not been able to split, all of which Maceto, who was very strong, split in a very short time. The steward, having occasion to go to the wood, took him with him, and there set him at work on the lopping, which done he placed the ass in front of him, and by signs made him understand that he was taking the loggings back to the convent. He did this so well that the steward kept him for some days to do 1 or 2 odd jobs, whereby it so befell that one day the abbess saw him, and asked the steward who he was. Madam, replied the steward, 'tis a poor deaf mute that came here a day or 2 ago, craving alms, and so I have treated him kindly, and have let him make himself useful in many ways. If he knew how to do the work of the kitchen garden, and would stay with us, I doubt not we should be well served, for we have need of him, and he is strong, and would be able for whatever he might turn his hand to. Besides which, you have no cause to be apprehensive lest he should be cracking his jokes with your young women. As I trust in God, said the abbess, thou sayest sooth. Find out if he can do the garden work, and if he can, do all thou canst do to keep him with us. Give him a pair of shoes, an old hood, and speak him well. Make much of him, and let him be well fed. All of which the steward promised to do. Maceto, meanwhile, was close at hand, making as if he were sweeping the courtyard, and heard all that passed between the abbess and the steward, whereat he gleefully communed with himself on this wise. Put me once within there, and you will see that I will do the work of the kitchen garden as it was never done before." So the steward set him to work in the kitchen garden, and finding that he knew his business excellently well, made signs to him to know whether he would stay, and he made answer by signs that he was ready to do whatever the steward wished. The steward then signified that he was engaged, told him to take charge of the kitchen garden, and showed him what he had to do there. Then, having other matters to attend to, he went away and left him there. Now, as Macedo worked there day by day, the nuns began to tease him and make him their butt, as it commonly happens that folk serve the dumb, and use bad language to him, the worst they could think of, supposing that he could not understand them, all of which passed scarce heeded by the abbess, who perhaps deemed him as destitute of virility as of speech. Now it so befell that after a hard day's work he was taking a little rest, when two young nuns, who were walking in the garden, approached the spot where he lay, and stopped to look at him while he pretended to be asleep. And so the bolder of the two said to the other, "If I thought thou wouldest keep it the secret, I would tell thee what I have sometimes meditated, and which thou perhaps mightest also find agreeable." The other replied, "Speak thy mind freely, and be sure that I will never tell a soul." Whereupon the bold one began again, "I know not if thou hast ever considered how close we are kept here, and that within these precincts dare never enter any man, unless it be the old steward, or this mute. And I have often heard from ladies that have come hither, that all the other sweets that the world has to offer signify not a jot in comparison of the pleasure that a woman has in connection with a man. Whereof I have more than once been minded to make an experiment with this mute, no other man being available. Nor indeed could any one find any man in the whole world so meet therefore, seeing that he could not blab if he would. Thou seest that he is but a dull clownish lad, whose size has increased out of all proportion to his sense. Wherefore I would fain hear what thou wouldest have to say to it." "Alas," said the other, "what is't thou sayest? Knowest thou not that we have vowed our virginity to God?" "Oh," rejoined the first, "think but how many vows are made to him all day long, and never a one performed. And so for our vow let him find another, or others to perform it." "But," said her companion, "suppose that we conceived, how then?" "Nay, but," protested the first, "thou goest about to imagine evil before it befalls thee. Time enough to think of that when it comes to pass. There will be 1,000 ways to prevent it ever being known, so only we do not publish it ourselves." Thus reassured, the other was now the more eager of the two to test the quality of the male human animal. "Well then," she said, "how shall we go about it?" And was answered, "Thou seest 'tis past noon. I make no doubt but all the sisters are asleep, except ourselves. Search we through the kitchen garden to see if there be any there, and if there be none, we have but to take him by the hand and lead him hither to the hut where he takes shelter from the rain, and then one shall mount guard, while the other has him with her inside. He is such a simpleton that he will do just whatever we bid him." No word of this conversation escaped Maceto, who, being disposed to obey, hoped for nothing so much as that one of them should take him by the hand. They meanwhile looked carefully all about them, and satisfied themselves that they were secure from observation. Then she that had broached the subject came close up to Maceto and shook him, whereupon he started to his feet. So she took him by the hand with a blandishing air, to which he replied with some clownish grins, and then she led him into the hut, where he needed no pressing to do what she desired of him; which done, she changed places with the other, as loyal comradeship required, and Maceto, still keeping up the pretence of simplicity, did their pleasure. Wherefore, before they left, each must needs make another essay of the mute's powers of writing, and afterwards, taking the matter over many times, they agreed that it was in truth not less, but even more delightful than they had been given to understand. And so, as they found convenient opportunity, they continued to go and disport themselves with the mute. Now it so chanced that one of their gossips, looking out of the window of her cell, saw what they did, and imparted it to 2 others. The 3 held counsel together whether they should not denounce the offenders to the abbess, but soon changed their mind, and came to an understanding with them, whereby they became partners in Maceto. And in the course of time, by diverse chances, the remaining 3 nuns also entered the partnership. Last of all, the abbess, still witting not of these doings, happened one very hot day, as she walked by herself through the garden, to find Maceto, who now rode so much by night that he could stand very little fatigue by day. Stretched out at full length asleep under the shade of an almond tree, his person quite exposed in the front by reason that the wind had disarranged his clothes. Which the lady observing, and knowing that she was alone, fell a prey to the same appetite to which her nuns had yielded. She aroused Maceto, and took him with her to her chamber, where for some days, though the nuns loudly complained that the gardener no longer came to work in the kitchen garden, she kept him, tasting and retasting the sweetness of that indulgence which she was wont to be the first to censure in others. And when at last she had sent him back from her chamber to his room, she must needs send for him again, and make such exorbitant demands upon him that Maceto, not being able to satisfy so many women, bethought him that his part of mute, should he persist in it, might entail disastrous consequences. So one night, when he was with the abbess, he cut the tongue-string, and thus broke silence: "Madam, I have understood that a cock may very well serve 10 hens, but that 10 men are sorely tasked to satisfy a single woman, and here I am expected to serve 9, a burden quite beyond my power to bear; nay, by what have I already undergone I am now so much reduced that my strength is quite spent; wherefore either bid me God speed, or find some means to make matters tolerable." Wonderstruck to hear the supposed mute thus speak, the lady exclaimed, "What means this? I took thee to be dumb." "And in sooth, madam, so was I," said Maceto, "not indeed from my birth, but through an illness which took from me the power of speech, which only this very night I have recovered, and so I praise God with all my heart." The lady believed him, and asked him what he meant by saying that he had 9 to serve. Maceto told her how things stood, whereby she perceived that of all her nuns there was not any but was much wiser than she; and lest, if Maceto were sent away, he should give the convent a bad name, she discreetly determined to arrange matters with the nuns in such sort that he might remain there. So, the steward having died within the last few days, she assembled all the nuns, and their and her own past errors being fully avowed, they by common consent, and with Maceto's concurrence, resolved that the neighbors should be given to understand that by their prayers and the merits of their patron saint, Maceto, long mute, had recovered the powers of speech, after which they made him steward, and so ordered matters among themselves that he was able to endure the burden of their service. In the course of which, though he procreated not a few little monastics, yet 'twas all managed so discreetly that no breath of scandal stirred, until after the abbess's death, by which time Maceto was advanced in years, and minded to return home with the wealth he had gotten, which he was suffered to do as soon as he made his desire known. And so Maceto, who had left Lamporecchio with a hatchet on his shoulder, returned thither in his old age, and a father, having by the wisdom with which he employed his youth spared himself the pains and expense of rearing children, and averring that such was the measure that Christ meted out to the man that set horns on his cap. End of Day 3, the first story.
Day 3, the second story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tonight's recording by Miette. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 3, the second story. A groom lies with the wife of King Agilulf, who learns the fact, keeps his own counsel, finds out the groom, and shears him. The shorn shears all his fellows, and so comes safe out of the scrape.
Philostratus' story, which the ladies had received now with blushes, now with laughter, being ended, the queen bade Pampinea to follow suit, which behest Pampinea smilingly obeyed, and thus began.
Some there are whose indiscretion is such that they must needs evince that they are fully cognizant of that which it were best they should not know, and, censuring the covert misdeeds of others, augment beyond measure the disgrace which they would fain diminish. The truth whereof, fair ladies, I mean to shew you in the contrary case, wherein appears the astuteness of one that held, perhaps, an even lower place than would have been Massetto's in the esteem of a doughty king. Agilulf, king of the Lombards, who, like his predecessors, made the city of Pavia in Lombardy the seat of his government, took to wife Theodelinda, the widow of Orthori, likewise king of the Lombards, a lady very fair, wise, and virtuous, but who was unfortunate in her lover. For while the Lombards prospered in peace under the wise and firm rule of King Agilulf, it so befell that one of the queen's grooms, a man born to very low estate, but in native worth far above his mean office, and moreover not a whit less tall and goodly of person than the king, became inordinately enamoured of her. And as for all his base condition, he had sense enough to recognize that his love was in the last degree presumptuous, he disclosed it to none. Nay, he did not even venture to tell her the tale by the mute eloquence of his eyes. And albeit he lived without hope that he should ever be able to win her favour, yet he inwardly gloried that he had fixed his affections in so high a place, and being all aflame with passion, he shewed himself zealous beyond any of his comrades to do whatever he thought was likely to please the queen. Whereby it came about that, when the queen had to take horse, she would mount the palfrey that he groomed rather than any other, and when she did so, he deemed himself most highly favoured, and never quitted her stirrup, esteeming himself happy if he might but touch her clothes. But, as 'tis frequently observed that love waxes as hope wanes, so was it with this poor groom, insomuch that the burden of this great hidden passion, alleviated by no hope, was most grievous to bear, and from time to time, not being able to shake it off, he proposed to die, and meditating on the mode, he was minded that it should be of a kind to make it manifest that he died for the love which he had borne and bore to the queen, and also to afford him an opportunity of trying his fortune whether his desire might in whole or in part be gratified. He had no thought of speaking to the queen, nor yet of declaring his love to her by letter, for he knew that would be in vain either to speak or to write. But he resolved to try to devise some means whereby he might lie with the queen, which end might in no other way be compassed than by contriving to get access to her in her bedroom, which could only be by passing himself off as the king, who, as he knew, did not always lie with her. Wherefore, that he might observe the carriage and dress of the king, he passed to her room. He contrived to conceal himself for several nights in a great hall of the king's palace, which separated the king's room from that of the queen, and on one of these nights he saw the king issue from his room, wrapped in a great mantle, with a lighted torch in one hand and a wand in the other, and cross the hall, and, saying nothing, tap the door of the queen's room with the wand once or twice, whereupon the door was at once opened, and the torch taken from his hand. Having observed the king thus go and return, and being bent on doing likewise, he found means to come by a mantle like that which he had seen the king wear, and also a torch and a wand. He then took a warm bath, and, having thoroughly cleansed himself, that the smell of the foul straw might not offend the lady, or discover to her the deceit, he in this guise concealed himself, as he was wont in the great hall. He waited only until all were asleep, and then, deeming the time come to accomplish his purpose, or by his presumption clear away to the death which he coveted, he struck a light with the flint and steel which he had brought with him, and having kindled his torch and wrapped himself close in his mantle, he went to the door of the queen's room, and tapped on it twice with his wand. The door was opened by a very drowsy chambermaid, who took the torch and put it out of sight, whereupon without a word he passed within the curtain, laid aside the mantle, and got into bed, where the queen lay asleep. Then, taking her in his arms and straining her to him with ardour, making as if he were moody, because he knew that when the king was in such a frame he would never hear aught in such wise without word said either on his part or hers, he had more than once carnal cognizance of the queen. Loath indeed was he to leave her, but, fearing lest by too long tarrying his achieved delight might be converted into woe, he rose, resumed the mantle and the light, and leaving the room without a word, returned with all speed to his bed. He was hardly there when the king got up and entered the queen's room, whereat she wondered not a little, but reassured by the gladsome greeting which he gave her, as he got into bed, she said, "My lord, what a surprise is this to-night! 'Twas but now you left me after an unwonted measure of enjoyment, and do you now return so soon? Consider what you do." From these words, the king at once inferred that the queen had been deceived by some one that had counterfeited his person and carriage, but at the same time bethinking himself that, as neither the queen nor any other had detected the cheat, 'twas best to leave her in ignorance, he wisely kept silence, which many a fool would not have done, but would have said, "Nay, 'twas not I that was here. Who was it that was here? How came it to pass? Who came hither?" Whereby in the sequel he might have caused the lady needless chagrin, and given her occasion to desire another such experience as she had had, and so have brought disgrace upon himself by uttering that from which unuttered no shame could have resulted. Wherefore, betraying little, either by his mien or by his words, of the disquietude which he felt, the king replied, "Madam, seem I such to you, that you cannot suppose that I should have been with you once and returned to you immediately afterwards?" "Nay, not so, my lord," returned the lady, "but none the less I pray you to look for your health." Then said the king, "And I am minded to take your advice, wherefore, without giving you further trouble, I will leave you." So, angered and incensed beyond measure by the trick which he saw had been played upon him, he resumed his mantle, and quitted the room with the intention of privily detecting the offender, deeming that he must belong to the palace, and that, whoever he may be, he could not have quitted it. So, taking with him a small lantern, which showed only a glimmer of light, he went into the dormitory, which was over the palace stables, and which was of great length, insomuch that well nigh all the men servants slept there in divers beds, and arguing that, by whomsoever that of which the queen spoke was done, his heart and pulse could not after such a strain as yet have ceased to throb. He began cautiously with one of the head grooms, and so went from bed to bed, feeling at the heart of each man to see if it was thumping. All were asleep, save only he that had been with the queen, who, seeing the king come and guessing what he sought to discover, began to be mightily afraid, insomuch that to the agitation which his late exertion had communicated to his heart, terror now added one yet more violent. Nor did he doubt that, should the king perceive it, he would kill him. Diverse alternatives of action thronged his mind, but at last, observing that the king was unarmed, he resolved to make as if he were asleep, and wait to see what the king would do. So, having tried many and found none that he deemed the culprit, the king came at last to the culprit himself, and, marking the thumping of his heart, said to himself, "This is he." But, being minded to afford no clue to his ulterior purpose, he did no more than with a pair of scissors, which he had brought with him, shear away on one side of the man's head a portion of his locks, which, as was then the fashion, he wore very long, that by this token he might recognize him on the morrow, and having done so, he departed and returned to his room. The groom, who was fully sensible of what the king had done, and being a shrewd fellow, understood very well to what end he was so marked, got up without a moment's delay, and having found a pair of scissors, for as it chanced there were several pairs there belonging to the stables for use in grooming the horses, he went quietly through the dormitory, and in like manner sheared the locks of each of the sleepers just above the ear, which done without disturbing any, he went back to bed. On the morrow, as soon as the king was risen, and before the gates of the palace were opened, he summoned all his men-servants to his presence, and, as they stood bareheaded before him, scanned them closely to see whether the one whom he had sheared was there, and observing with surprise that the more part of them were all sheared in the same manner, said to himself, "Of a surety this fellow, whom I go about to detect, evinces, for all his base condition, a high degree of sense." Then, recognizing that he could not compass his end without causing a bruit, and not being minded to brave so great a dishonour in order to be avenged upon so petty an offender, he was content by a single word of admonition to shew him that his offence had not escaped notice. Wherefore, turning to them all, he said, "He that did it, let him do it no more, and get you hence in God's peace." Another would have put them to the strappado. The question the torture, and thereby have brought to light that which one should rather be sedulous to cloak, and having brought it to light, would, however, complete the retribution which he exacted, having not lessened but vastly augmented his disgrace and sullied the fair fame of his lady. Those who heard the king's parting admonition wondered, and made much question with one another what the king might have meant to convey by it. But 'twas understood by none but him to whom it referred, who was discreet enough never to reveal the secret as long as the king lived, or again to stake his life on such a venture. End of Day 3, the second story. Recording by Miette of Miette's Bedtime Story Podcast.
Day 3, the third story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J.C. Guan. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 3, the third story. Under cloak of confession and a most spotless conscience, a lady, enamored of a young man, induces a booby friar unwittingly to provide a means to the entire gratification of her passion.
When Pampineo had done, and several of the company had commended the hardihood and wariness of the groom, and also the wisdom of the king, the queen, turning to Philomela, bade her follow suit, wherefore, with manner debonair, Philomela thus began.
The story which I shall tell you is of a trick which was actually played by a fair lady upon a booby religious, and which every layman should find the more diverting, that these religious, being, for the most part, great blockheads and men of odd manners and habits, do nevertheless credit themselves with more ability and knowledge in all kinds than fall to the lot of the rest of the world, whereas in truth they are far inferior, and so, not being able like others to provide their own sustenance, are prompted by sheer baseness to fly thither for refuge where they may find provender, like pigs. Which story, sweet my ladies, I shall tell you, not merely that thereby I may continue the sequence in obedience to the queen's behest, but also to the end that I may let you see that even the religious, in whom we, in our boundless credulity, repose exorbitant faith, may be, and sometimes are, made, not to say by men, even by some of us women, the sport of their sly wit. In our city, where wiles do more abound than either love or faith, there dwelt not many years ago a gentlewoman richly endowed, none more so, by nature with physical charms, and also with gracious manners, high spirit, and fine discernment. Her name I know, but will not disclose it, not yet that of any other who figures in this story, because there yet live those who might take offence thereat, though after all it might well be passed off with a laugh. High born and married to an artificer of wooden fabrics, she could not rid her mind of the disdain with which, by reason of his occupation, she regarded her husband, for no man, however wealthy, so he were of low condition, seemed to her worthy to have a gentlewoman to wife, and seeing that for all his wealth he was fit for nothing better than to devise a blend, set up a warp, or higgle about yarn with a spinster, she determined to dispense with his embraces, save so far as she might find it impossible to refuse them, and to find her satisfaction elsewhere with one that seemed to her more meet to afford it than her artificer of woolens. In this frame of mind she became enamoured of a man well worthy of her love, and not yet past middle age, insomuch that, if she saw him not in the day, she must needs pass an unquiet night. The gallant, meanwhile, remained fancy-free, for he knew naught of the lady's case, and she, being apprehensive of possible perils to ensue, was far too circumspect to make it known to him either by writing or by word of mouth of any of her female friends. Then she learned that he had much to do with a religious, a simple, clownish fellow, but nevertheless, as being a man of most holy life, reputed by almost everybody a most worthy friar, and decided that she could not find a better intermediary between herself and her lover than this same friar. So, having matured her plan, she hied her at a convenient time to the convent where the friar abode, and sent for him, saying that, if he so pleased, she would be confessed by him. The friar, who saw at a glance that she was a gentlewoman, hardly heard her confession, which done, she said, "My father, I have yet a matter to confide to you, in which I must crave your aid and counsel. Who my kinsfolk and husband are, I wot you know, for I have myself told you. My husband loves me more dearly than his life, and being very wealthy, he can well and does forthwith afford me whatever I desire. Wherefore, as he loves me, even so I love him more dearly than myself, nor was there ever yet wicked woman that deserved the fire so richly as should I, were I guilty. I speak, not of acts, but of so much as a single thought of crossing his will or tarnishing his honour. Now a man there is, his name indeed I know not, but he seems to me to be a gentleman, and, if I mistake not, he is much with you, a fine man and tall, his garb done, and very decent, who the bent of my mind's being, belike, quite unknown to him, would seem to have laid siege to me, insomuch that I cannot show myself at door or casement, or quit the house, but forthwith he presents himself before me. Indeed, I find it passing strange that he is not here now. Whereat I am sorely troubled, because, when men so act, unmerited reproach will often thereby be cast upon the honest woman. At times I have been minded to inform my brothers of the matter, but then I have bethought me that men sometimes frame messages in such a way as to evoke untoward answers, whence follow high words, and so they proceed to rash acts. Wherefore, to obviate trouble and scandal, I have kept silence, and by preference have made you my confidant, both because you are the gentleman's friend, and because it befits your office to censure such behaviour not only in friends but in strangers. And so I beseech you for the love of our only Lord God to make him sensible of his fault, and pray him to offend no more in such sort. Other ladies there are in plenty, who may perchance be disposed to welcome such advances, and be flattered to attract his fond and assiduous regard, which to me, who am in no wise inclined to encourage it, is but a most grievous molestation." Having thus spoken, the lady bowed her head, as if she were ready to weep. The holy friar was at no loss to apprehend who it was of whom she spoke. He commended her virtuous frame, firmly believing that what she said was true, and promised to take such action that she should not again suffer the like annoyance, nor, knowing that she was very wealthy, did he omit to extol works of charity and almsgiving, at the same time opening to her his own needs. "I will make my suit to you," said she, "for the love of God, and if your friend should deny what I have told you, tell him roundly that 'twas from me you had it, and that I made complaint to you thereof." So her confession ended and penance imposed. Bethinking her of the hints which the friar had dropped touching almsgiving, she slipped into his hands as many coins as it would hold, praying him to say masses for the souls of her dead. She then rose and went home. Not long afterwards the gallant paid one of his wonted visits to the holy friar. They conversed for a while of divers topics, and then the friar took him aside, and very courteously reproved him for so haunting and pursuing the lady with his gaze, as, from what she had given him to understand, he supposed was his wont. The gallant, who had never regarded her with any attention, and very rarely passed her house, was amazed, and was about to clear himself, when the friar closed his mouth, saying, "Now away with this pretence of amazement, and waste no words in denial, for it will not avail thee. I have it not from the neighbours, she herself, bitterly complaining of thy conduct, told it to me." I see not how ill this levity beseems thee, but of her I tell thee so much as this, that if I ever knew this woman averse to such idle philandering, she is so, and therefore, for thy honour's sake, and that she be no more vexed, I pray thee refrain therefrom, and let her be in peace." The gallant, having rather more insight than the holy friar, was not slow to penetrate the lady's fineness. He therefore made as if he were rather shame-stricken, promised to go no further with this matter, and hie him straight from the friar to the lady's house, where she was always posted at a little casement to see if he were passing by. As she saw him come, she saw him so gay and gracious a mien, that he could no longer harbour any doubt that he had put the true construction upon what he had heard from the friar, and thenceforth, to his own satisfaction, and the immense delight and solace of the lady, he omitted not daily to pass that way, being careful to make it appear as if he came upon other business. 'Twas thus not long before the lady understood that she met with no less favour in his eyes than he in hers, and being desirous to add fuel to his flame, and to assure him of the love she bore him, as soon as time and occasion served, she returned to the holy friar, and having sat herself down at his feet in the church, fell a-weeping. The friar asked her in a soothing tone what her new trouble might be, whereto the lady answered, "My father, 'tis still that accursed friend of thine, of whom I made complaint to you some days ago, and who would now seem to have been born for my most grievous torment, and to cause me to do that by reason whereof I shall never be glad again, nor venture to place myself at your feet." "How?" said the friar, "has he not forborne to annoy thee?" "Not he indeed," said the lady. "On the contrary, 'tis my belief that, since I complained to you of him, he has, as if in despite, being offended, belike, that I did so, passed my house 7 times for once that he did so before. Nay, would to God he were content to pass and fix me with his eyes, but he is waxed so bold and unabashed, that only yesterday he sent a woman to me at home with his compliments and cajoleries, and, as if I had not purses and girdles enough, he sent me a purse and a girdle. Whereat I was, as I still am, so wroth, that, hath not conscience first, and then regard for you, weighed with me, I had flown into a frenzy of rage. However, I restrained myself, and resolved neither to do nor to say aught without first letting you know it. Nor only so, but lest the woman who brought the purse and girdle, and to whom I at first returned them, shortly bidding her begone, and take them back to the sender, I should keep them and tell him that I had accepted them, as I believe they sometimes do, I recalled her and had them back, albeit 'twas in no friendly spirit that I received them from her hand, and I have brought them to you, that you may return them to him, and tell him that I stand in no need of such gifts from him, because, thanks be to God and my husband, I have purses and girdles enough to smother him in. And if after this he leave me not alone, I pray you as my father to hold me excused if, come what may, I tell it to my husband and brothers, for much liefer had I that he suffer indignity, if so it must be, than that my fair fame should be sullied on his account that holds good friar." Weeping bitterly as she thus ended, she drew from under her robe a purse of very fine and ornate workmanship and a dainty and costly little girdle, and threw them into the lap of the friar, who, fully believing what she said, manifested the utmost indignation as he took them, and said, "Daughter, that by these advances thou shouldst be moved to anger, I deem neither strange nor censurable, but I am instant with these to follow my advice in the matter. I tried him some days ago, and ill has he kept the promise that he made me, for which cause and this last feat of his I will surely make his ears so tingle that he will give thee no more trouble. Wherefore, for God's sake, let not thyself be so overcome with wrath as to tell it to any of thy kinsfolk, which might bring upon him a retribution greater than he deserves, nor fear lest thereby thy fair fame should suffer, for I shall ever be thy most sure witness before God and men that thou art innocent." the lady made a show of being somewhat comforted. Then, after a pause, for well she knew the greed of him and his likes, she said, "Of late, sir, by night, the spirits of divers of my kinsfolk have appeared to me in my sleep, and methinks they are in most grievous torment. Alms, alms they crave, naught else, especially my mother, who seems to be in so woeful and abject a plight that 'tis pitiful to see. Methinks 'tis the most grievous torment to her to see the tribulation which this enemy of God has brought upon me. I would therefore have you say for their souls the 40 masses of St. Gregory, and some of your prayers, that God may deliver them from this purging fire." So saying, she slipped a florin into the hand of the holy friar, who took it gleefully, and having with edifying words and many examples fortified her in her devotion, gave her his benediction, and suffered her to depart. The lady gone, the friar, who had still no idea of the trick that had been played upon him, sent for his friend, who was no sooner come than he gathered from the friar's troubled air that he had news of the lady, and waited to hear what he would say. The friar repeated what he had said before, and then broke out into violent and heated objurgation on the score of the lady's latest imputation. The gallant, who did not as yet apprehend the friar's drift, gave but a very faint denial to the charge of sending the purse and girdle, in order that he might not discredit the lady with the friar, if perchance she had given him the purse and girdle. Whereupon the friar exclaimed with great heat, "How canst thou deny it, thou wicked man? Why, here they are. She brought them to me in tears with her own hand. Look at them, and say if thou knowest them not." The gallant now feigned to be much ashamed, and said, "Why, yes, indeed, I do know them. I confess that I did wrong, and I swear to you that, now I know her character, you shall never hear word more of this matter." Many words followed, and then the blockheadly friar gave the purse and girdle to his friend, after which he read him a long lecture, besought him to meddle no more with such matters, and on his promising obedience, dismissed him. Elated beyond measure by the assurance which he now had of the lady's love, and the beautiful present, the gallant, on leaving the friar, hied him straight to a spot whence he stealthily gave the lady to see that he had both her gifts, whereat the lady was well content, the more so as her intrigue seemed ever to prosper more and more. She waited now only for her husband's departure from home to crown her enterprise with success. Nor was it long before occasion required that her husband should go to Genoa. The very morning that he took horse and rode away, she hied her to the holy friar, and after many a lamentation, said to him betwixt her sobs, "My father, now at last I tell you out and out that I can bear my suffering no longer. I promised you some days ago to do naught in this matter without first letting you know it. I am now come to crave release from that promise, and that you may believe that my lamentations and complaints are not groundless. I will tell you how this friend of yours, who should rather be called a devil let loose from hell, treated me only this very morning, a little before matins. As ill luck would have it, he learned, I know not how, that yesterday morning my husband went to Genoa, and so this morning, at the set hour, he came into my garden, and got up by a tree to the window of my bedroom, which looks out over the garden, and had already opened the casement, and was about to enter the room when I suddenly awoke, and got up and uttered a cry, and should have continued to cry out, had not he, who was still outside, implored my mercy for God's sake and yours, telling me who he was. So, for love of you I was silent, and, naked as I was born, ran and shut the window in his face, and he, bad luck to him, made off, I suppose, for I saw him no more. Consider now if such behaviour be seemly and tolerable. I, for my part, am minded to put up with no more of it. Indeed, I have endured too much already, for love of you." Wroth beyond measure was the friar as he heard her thus speak, nor knew he what to say, except that he several times asked her if she were quite certain that it was no other than he. "Holy name of God," replied the lady, "as if I did not yet know him from another! He it was, I tell you, and Do you give no credence to his denial?" "Daughter," said then the friar, "there is here naught else to say, but that this is a monstrous presumption, and a most heinous offence, and thou didst well to send him away as thou didst. But seeing that God had preserved thee from shame, I would implore thee that, as thou hast twice followed my advice, thou do so likewise on this occasion, and making no complaint to any of thy kinsfolk, leave it to me to try if I can control this devil that has slipped his chain, whom I suppose to be a saint, and if I succeed in weaning him from this insensate folly, well and good, and if I fail, thenceforth I give thee leave, with my blessing, to do whatsoever may commend itself to thy own judgment." "Lo now," answered the lady, "once again I will not vex or disobey you, but be sure that you so order matters that he refrain from further annoyance, as I give you my word that never will I have recourse to you again touching this matter." Then, without another word, and with a troubled air, she took leave of him. Scarcely was she out of the church when the gallant came out. The friar called him, took him aside, and gave him the affront in such sort as 'twas never before given to any man, reviling him as a disloyal and perjured traitor. The gallant, who, by his 2 previous lessons, had been taught how to value the friar's censures, listened attentively, and sought to draw him out by ambiguous answers. "Wherefore this wrath, sir?" he began. "Have I crucified Christ?" "Ay, mark the fellow's effrontery," retorted the friar. "List to what he says. He talks forsooth as if 'twere a year or so since, and his villainies and lewdness were clean gone from his memory for lapse of time. Between matins and now hast thou forgotten this morning's outrage? Where wast thou this morning shortly before daybreak?" "Where was I?" rejoined the gallant. "That know not I. 'Tis indeed betimes that the news has reached you." "True indeed it is," said the friar, "that the news has reached me. I suppose that, because the husband was not there, thou never doubtest that thou wouldst forthwith be received by the lady with open arms. Ah, gay gallant! The honourable gentleman, he is now turned prowler by night, and breaks into gardens, and climbs trees. Dost thou think, by sheer importunity, to vanquish the virtue of this lady, that thou escaladest her windows at night by the trees? She dislikes thee of all things in the world, and yet thou must still persist. Well indeed hast thou laid my admonitions to heart, to say nothing of the many proofs which she has given thee of her disdain, but I have yet a word for thee. Hitherto, not that she bears thee any love, but she has yielded to my urgent prayers. She has kept silence as to thy misdeeds. She will do so no more. I have given her leave to act as she may think fit, if thou givest her any further annoyance. And what wilt thou do if she informs her brothers?" The gallant, now fully apprised of what it imported him to know, was profuse in promises, whereby, as best he might, he reassured the friar, and so left him. The very next night, as soon as the matin hour was come, he entered the garden, climbed up the tree, found the window open, entered the chamber, and in a trice was in the embrace of his fair lady. Anxious as she expected him, and blithely did she now greet him, saying, "All thanks to Master Friar, that he so well taught thee the way hither." Then, with many a jest and laugh at the simplicity of the asinine friar, and many a flout at distaff-fuls and combs and cards, they solaced themselves with one another to their no small delight. Nor did they omit so to arrange matters that they were well able to dispense with Master Friar, and yet pass many another night together with no less satisfaction; to which goal I pray that I, and all other Christian souls that are so minded, may be speedily guided of God in his holy mercy. End of Day 3. The third story.
Day 3, the fourth story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eugene Smith. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 3, the fourth story. Dom Felice instructs Fra Puccio how to attain blessedness by doing a penance. Fra Puccio does the penance, and meanwhile Dom Felice has a good time with Fra Puccio's wife.
When Filomena, having concluded her story, was silent, and Dioneo had added a few honeyed phrases in praise of the lady's wit and Philomena's closing prayer, the Queen glanced with a smile to Pamphilo and said, "Now, Pamphilo, give us some pleasant trifle to speed our delight." "That gladly I will," returned forthwith Pamphilo, and then
Madam,
he began.
not a few there are that, while they use their best endeavours to get themselves places in paradise, do, by inadvertence, send others thither, as did, not long ago, betide a fair neighbour of ours, as you shall hear. Hard by San Pancrazio there used to live, as I have heard tell, a worthy man and wealthy, Puccio di Ranieri by name, who, in later life, under an overpowering sense of religion, became a tertiary of the Order of St. Francis, and was thus known as Fra Puccio, in which spiritual life he was the better able to persevere that his household consisted but of a wife and a maid, and having no need to occupy himself with any craft, he spent no small part of his time at church, where, being a simple soul and slow of wit, he said his paternosters, heard sermons, assisted at the Mass, never missed lauds, that is, when chanted by the seculars, fasted and mortified his flesh. Nay, so 'twas whispered, he was of the flagellants. His wife, Monna Isabetta by name, a woman of from 28 to 30 summers, still young for her age, lusty, comely, and plump as a Castellan apple, had not unfrequently, by reason of her husband's devoutness, if not also of his age, more than she cared for, of abstinence. And when she was sleepy, or maybe riggish, he would repeat to her the life of Christ and the sermons of Fra Anastasio, or the lament of the Magdalene, or the like. Now, while such was the tenor of her life, there returned from Paris a young monk by name Dom Felice, of the convent of San Pancrazio, a well-favoured man and keen-witted, and profoundly learned, with whom Fra Puccio became very intimate. And as there was no question which he could put to him but Dom Felice could answer it, and moreover he made great show of holiness, for well he knew Fra Puccio's bent, Fra Puccio took to bringing him home, and entertaining him at breakfast and supper, as occasion served. And for love of her husband, the lady also grew familiar with Don Felice, and was zealous to do him honour. So the monk, being a constant visitor of Fra Puccio's house, and seeing the lady so lusty and plump, surmised that of which she must have most lack, and made up his mind to afford, if he could, at once relief to Puccio and contentment to the lady. So cautiously, now and again, he cast an admiring glance in her direction with such effect that he kindled in her the same desire with which he burned, and, marking his success, took the first opportunity to declare his passion to her. He found her fully disposed to gratify it, but how this might be he was at a loss to discover, for she would not trust herself with him in any place whatever except her own house, and there it could not be, because Fra Puccio never travelled, whereby the monk was greatly dejected. Long he pondered the matter, and at length thought of an expedient, whereby he might be with the lady in her own house, without incurring suspicion, notwithstanding that Fra Puccio was there. So, being with Fra Puccio one day, he said to him, "Reasons many have I to know, Fra Puccio, that all thy desire is to become a saint. But it seems to me that thou farest by a circuitous route, whereas there is one very direct, which the Pope and the greater prelates that are about him know and use. but will have it remain a secret, because otherwise the clergy, who for the most part live by alms, could not then expect alms or aught else from the laity, would be speedily ruined. However, as thou art my friend, and hast shown me much honour, I would teach thee that way, if I were assured that thou wouldst follow it without letting another soul in the world hear of it. Fra Puccio was now all agog to hear more of the matter, and began most earnestly entreating Dom Felice to teach him the way, swearing that without Dom Felice's leave none should ever hear of it from him, and averring that, if he found it practicable, he would certainly follow it. "I am satisfied with thy promises," said the monk, "and I will show thee the way. Know then that the holy doctors hold that whoso would achieve blessedness must do the penance of which I shall tell thee. But see thou take me judiciously. I do not say that after the penance thou wilt not be a sinner, as thou art, but the effect will be that the sins which thou hast committed up to the very hour of the penance will be purged away and thereby remitted to thee, and the sins which thou shalt commit thereafter will not be written against thee to thy damnation, but will be quit by holy water, like venial sins. First of all, then, the penitent must with great exactitude confess his sins when he comes to begin the penance. Then follows a period of fasting and very strict abstinence, which must last for 40 days, during which time he is to touch no woman whomsoever, not even his wife. Moreover, thou must have in thy house some place whence thou mayest see the sky by night, whither thou must resort at Compline. And there thou must have a beam, very broad, and placed in such a way that, standing, thou canst rest thy nether part upon it, and so, not raising thy feet from the ground, thou must extend thy arms so as to make a sort of crucifix, and if thou wouldst have pegs to rest them on, thou mayst. And on this manner, thy gaze fixed on the sky, and never moving a jot, thou must stand until matins. And wert thou lettered, it were proper for thee to say meanwhile certain prayers that I would give thee, but as thou art not so, thou must say 300 paternosters and as many Ave Marias in honour of the Trinity. And thus contemplating the sky, be ever mindful that God was the creator of the heaven and the earth, and being set even as Christ was upon the cross, meditate on his passion. Then, when the matin bell sounds, thou mayest, if thou please, go to bed, but see that thou undress not, and sleep. But in the morning thou must go to church, and hear at least 3 masses, and say 50 paternosters and as many Ave Marias. After which thou mayest with a pure heart do aught that thou hast to do, and breakfast. But at vespers thou must be again at church, and say there certain prayers, which I shall give thee in writing, and which are indispensable, and after Compline thou must repeat thy former exercise. Do this, and I, who have done it before thee, have good hope that even before thou shalt have reached the end of the penance, thou wilt, if thou should do it in a devout spirit, have already a marvellous foretaste of the eternal blessedness. This, said Fra Puccio, is neither a very severe nor a very long penance, and can be very easily arranged, wherefore in God's name I will begin on Sunday. And so he took his leave of Dom Felice, and went home, and by Dom Felice's permission informed his wife of every particular of his intended penance. The lady understood very well what the monk meant by enjoining him not to stir from his post until matins, and deeming it an excellent device, she said that she was well content that he should do this, or aught else that he thought good for his soul, and to the end that his penance might be blessed of God, she would herself fast with him, though she would go no further. So they did as they had agreed. When Sunday came, Fra Puccio began his penance, and Master Monk, by understanding with the lady, came, most evenings, at the hour when he was secure from discovery, to sup with her, always bringing with him abundance both of meat and of drink, and after slept with her till the matin hour, when he got up and left her, and Fra Puccio went to bed. The place where Fra Puccio had chosen for his penance was close to the room in which the lady slept, and only separated from it by the thinnest of partitions, so that, the monk and the lady disporting themselves with one another without stint or restraint, Fra Puccio thought he felt the floor of the house shake a little, and pausing at his 100th paternoster, but without leaving his post, called out to the lady to know what she was about. The lady, who dearly loved a jest, and was just then riding the horse of Saint Benedict or Saint John Gualbert, answered, "I'faith, husband, I'm as restless as may be." "Restless?" said Fra Puccio. "How so? What means this restlessness?" Whereto, with a hearty laugh, for which she doubtless had good occasion, the bonny lady replied, "What means it? How should you ask such a question? Why, I have heard you say 1,000 times, 'Who fasting goes to bed, uneasy lies his head.'" Fra Puccio, supposing that her wakefulness and restlessness abed was due to want of food, said in good faith, "Wife, I told thee I would have thee not fast. But as thou hast chosen to fast, think not of it, but think how you mayest compose thyself to sleep. Thou tossest about the bed in such sort that the shaking is felt here." "That need cause thee no alarm," rejoined the lady. "I know what I am about. I will manage as well as I can, and do thou likewise." So Fra Puccio said no more to her, but resumed his paternosters. And thenceforth, every night, while Fra Puccio's penance lasted, the lady and master monk, having had a bed made up for them in another part of the house, did there wanton it most gamesomely, the monk departing and the lady going back to her bed, at one and the same time, being shortly before Fra Puccio's return from his nightly vigil. The friar thus persisting in his penance while the lady took her fill of pleasure with the monk, she would from time to time say jestingly to him, "Thou layest a penance upon Fra Puccio whereby we are rewarded with paradise." So well indeed did she relish the dainties with which the monk regaled her, the more so by contrast with the abstemious life to which her husband had long accustomed her, that, when Fra Puccio's penance was done, she found means to enjoy them elsewhere, and ordered her indulgence with such discretion as to ensure its long continuance. Whereby, that my story may end as it began, it came to pass that Fra Puccio, hoping by his penance to win a place for himself in paradise, did, in fact, translate thither the monk who had shown him the way, and the wife who lived with him in great dearth of that which the monk, in his charity, gave her superabundant largesse. End of Day 3, the fourth story.
Day 3, the fifth story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 3, the fifth story. Zima gives a palfrey to Messer Francesco Vergellesi, who in return suffers him to speak with his wife. She keeping silence, he answers in her stead, and the sequel is in accordance with his answer.
When Pamphilo had brought the story of Fra Puccio to a close amid the laughter of the ladies, the Queen debonairly bade Elisa to follow suit, and she, whose manner had in it a slight touch of severity, which betokened not despite, but was habitual to her, thus began.
Many there are that being very knowing think that others are quite the reverse, and so many a time, thinking to beguile others, are themselves beguiled. Wherefore I deem it the height of folly for any one wantonly to challenge another to a contest of wit. But as perchance all may not be of the same opinion, I am minded, without deviating from the prescribed order, to acquaint you with that which thereby befell a certain knight of Pistoia. Know then that at Pistoia there lived a knight, Messer Francesco by name, of the Vercellesi family, a man of much wealth and good parts, being both wise and clever, but withal niggardly beyond measure; which Messer Francesco, having to go to Milan in the capacity of podestà, had provided himself with all that was meet for the honourable support of such a dignity, save only a palfrey handsome enough for him, and not being able to come by any such, he felt himself at a loss. Now there was then in Pistoia a young man, Ricciardo by name, of low origin but great wealth, who went always so trim and fine and foppish of person, that folk had bestowed upon him the name of Zima, by which he was generally known. Zima had long and to no purpose burned and yearned for love of Messer Francesco's very fair and no less virtuous wife. His passion was matter of common notoriety, and so it befell that some one told Messer Francesco that he had but to ask Zima, who was the possessor of one of the handsomest palfreys in Tuscany, which on that account he greatly prized, and he would not hesitate to give him the horse for the love which he bore his wife. So our niggardly knight sent for Zima, and offered to buy the horse of him, hoping thereby to get him from Zima as a gift. Zima heard the knight gladly, and thus made answer: "Sell you my horse, sir, I would not, though you gave me all that you have in the world; but I shall be happy to give him to you when you will, on this condition, that before he pass into your hands, I may, by your leave and in your presence, say a few words to your wife, so privately that I may be heard by her alone." Thinking at once to gratify his cupidity and to outwit Zima, the knight answered that he was content that it should be even as Zima wished. Then, leaving him in the hall of the palace, he went to his lady's chamber, and told her the easy terms on which he might acquire the palfrey, bidding her give Zima his audience, but on no account to vouchsafe him a word of reply. This the lady found by no means to her mind, but, as she must needs obey her husband's commands, she promised compliance, and followed him into the hall to hear what Zima might have to say. Zima then renewed his contract with the knight in due form, whereupon the lady being seated in a part of the hall where she was quite by herself, he sat down by her side, and thus began: "Noble lady, I have too much respect for your understanding to doubt that you have long been well aware of the extremity of passion whereto I have been brought by your beauty, which certainly exceeds that of any other lady that I have ever seen, to say nothing of your exquisite manners and incomparable virtues, which might well serve to captivate every soaring spirit that is in the world. Wherefore there need no words of mine to assure you that I love you with a love greater and more ardent than any that man yet bore to woman, and so without doubt I shall do, as long as my woeful life shall hold this frame together, nay longer yet, for if love there be in the next world as in this, I shall love you evermore. And so you may make your mind secure that there is nothing that is yours, be it precious or be it common, which you may count as in such, and so sure a sort your own as me, for all that I am and have, and that thereof you may not lack evidence of infallible cogency, I tell you that I should deem myself more highly favored, if I might, at your command, do somewhat to pleasure you, than if at my command the whole world were forthwith to yield me obedience. And as 'tis even in such sort that I am yours, 'tis not unworthily that I make bold to offer my petitions to your highness, as being to me the sole exclusive source of all peace, of all bliss, of all health. Wherefore, as your most lowly vassal, I pray you, dear my bliss, my soul's one hope, wherein she nourishes herself in love's devouring flame, that in your great benignity you deign so far to mitigate the harshness which in the past you have shown towards me, yours thought I am, that consoled by your compassion, I may say that, as 'twas by your beauty that I was smitten with love, so 'tis to your pity that I owe my life, which if in your haughtiness you lend not ear unto my prayers, will assuredly fail, so that I shall die, and it may be 'twill be said that you slew me. 'Twould not redound to your honor that I died for love of you, but let that pass, I cannot but think, however, that you would sometimes feel a touch of remorse, and would grieve that 'twas your doing, and that now and again, relenting, you would say to yourself, ah, how wrong it was of me that I had not pity on my Zima, by which too late repentance you would but enhance your grief. Whereof, that this come not to pass, repent you while it is in your power to give me ease, and show pity on me before I die, seeing that with you it rests to make me either the gladdest or the saddest man that lives. My trust is in your generosity, that will not brook that a love so great, and of such a sort as mine, should receive death for guerdon, and that by a gladsome and gracious answer you will repair my shattered spirits, which are all a tremble in your presence for very fear. When he had done, he heaved several very deep sighs, and a few tears started from his eyes, while he awaited the lady's answer. Long time he had wooed her with his eyes, had tilted in her honor, had greeted her rising with music, and against these and all like modes of attack she had been proof, but the heartfelt words of her most ardent lover were not without their effect, and she now began to understand what she had never till then understood, to wit, what love really means. So albeit she obeyed her lord's behest and kept silence, yet she could not but betray by a slight sigh that which, if she might have given Zima his answer, she would readily have avowed. After waiting a while, Zima found it strange that no answer was forthcoming, and he then began to perceive the trick which the knight had played him. However, he kept his eyes fixed on the lady, and, observing that her eyes glowed now and again as they met his, and noting the partially suppressed sighs which escaped her, he gathered a little hope, which gave him courage to try a novel plan of attack. So while the lady listened, he began to make answer for herself to himself on this wise: Zima, mine, true indeed it is that long since I discerned that thou didst love me with a love exceeding great and wholehearted, whereof I have now yet ampler assurance by thine own words, and well content I am therewith, as indeed I ought to be. And however harsh and cruel I may have seemed to thee, I would by no means have thee believe that I have been such a heart as I have seemed in aspect. Rather be assured that I have ever loved thee and held thee dear above all other men. The man which I have worn was but prescribed by fear of another, and solicitude for my fair frame. But a time will soon come when I shall be able to give thee plain proof of my love, and to accord the love which thou hast borne and dost bear me its due guerdon. Wherefore be comforted and of good hope, for Messer Francesco is to go in a few days' time to Milan as podestà, as thou well knowest, seeing that for love of me thou hast given him thy fine palfrey. And I vow to thee upon my faith, upon the true love which I bear thee, that without fail, within a few days thereafter, thou shalt be with me, and we will give our love complete and gladsome consummation. and that I may have no more occasion to speak to thee of this matter, be it understood between us that henceforth when thou shalt observe 2 towels disposed at the window of my room which overlooks the garden, thou shalt come to me after nightfall of that same day by the garden door, and look well to it that thou be not seen, and thou shalt find me waiting for thee, and we will have our fill of mutual cheer and solace all night long." Having thus answered for the lady, Zima resumed his own person, and thus replied to the lady: "Dearest madam, your boon response so overpowers my every faculty that scarce can I frame words to render you due thanks, and were I able to utter all I feel, time, however long, would fail me fully to thank you, as I would fain, and as I ought, wherefore I must even leave it to your sage judgment to divine that which I yearn in vain to put in words. Let this one word suffice, that as you bid me, so I shall not fail to do, and then having, perchance, firmer assurance of the great boon which you have granted me, I will do my best endeavor to thank you in terms the amplest that I may command. For the present there is no more to say, and so, dearest my lady, I commend you to God, and may He grant you your heart's content of joy and bliss." To all which the lady returned never a word, wherefore Zima rose and turned to rejoin the knight, who, seeing him on his feet, came towards him and said with a laugh, "How sayest thou? Have I faithfully kept my promise to thee?" "Not so, sir," replied Zima, "for by thy word I was to have spoken with thy wife, and by thy deed I have spoken to a statue of marble." Which remark was much relished by the knight, who, well as he had thought of his wife, thought now even better of her, and said, "So thy palfrey that was is now mine, out and out." "'Tis even so, sir," replied Zima, "but had I thought to have gotten such fruit as I have from this favor of yours, I would not have craved it, but would have let you have the palfrey as a free gift, and would to God I had done so, for, as it is, you have bought the palfrey and I have not sold him." This drew a laugh from the knight, who within a few days thereafter mounted the palfrey which he had gotten, and took the road for Milan, there to enter on his podestate. The lady, now mistress of herself, bethought her of Zima's words, and the love which he bore her, and for which he had parted with his palfrey, and observing that he frequently passed her house, said to herself, "What am I about? Why throw I my youth away? My husband is gone to Milan, and will not return for 6 months, and when can he ever restore them to me? When I am old? And besides, shall I ever find another such lover as Zima? I am quite by myself, there's none to fear. I know not why I take not my good time while I may. I shall not always have the like opportunity as at present, no one will ever know, and if I should get known, 'tis better to do and repent than to forbear and repent." Of which meditations the issue was that one day she set 2 towels in the window overlooking the garden, according to Zima's word, and Zima, having remarked them with much exultation, stole at nightfall alone to the door of the lady's garden, and finding it open, crossed to another door that led into the house, where he found the lady awaiting him. On sight of him she rose to meet him, and gave him the heartiest of welcomes. 100,000 times he embraced and kissed her as he followed her upstairs. Then without delay they hied them to bed, and knew love's furthest bourne. And so far was the first time from being in this case the last, that while the knight was at Milan, and indeed after his return, there were seasons, not a few, at which Zima resorted thither to the immense delight of both parties. End of Day 3, the 5th story.
Day 3, the 6th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gesine. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 3, the 6th story. Ricciardo Monutolo loves the wife of Filippello Figinolfi, and knowing her to be jealous, makes her believe that his own wife is to meet Filippello at a bagnio on the ensuing day, whereby she is induced to go thither, where, thinking to have been with her husband, she discovers that she has tarried with Ricciardo.
When Elisa had quite done, the queen, after some commendation of Zima's sagacity, bade Fiammetta follow with the story, whereto Fiammetta, all smiles, responded,
Madam, with all my heart.
and thus began.
Richly though our city abounds, as in all things else, so also in instances to suit every topic, yet I am minded to journey some distance thence, and, like Elisa, to tell you something of what goes on in other parts of the world. Wherefore pass we to Naples, where you shall hear how one of these sanctified that show themselves so shy of love was by the subtlety of her lover brought to taste to the fruit before she had known the flowers of love, whereby at one and the same time you may derive from the past counsel of prudence for the future, and present delectation. In the very ancient city of Naples, which for loveliness has not its superior, or perhaps its equal, in Italy, there once lived a young man, renowned alike for noble blood and the splendor of his vast wealth, his name Ricciardo Monutolo. He was mated with a very fair and loving wife, but nevertheless he became enamored of a lady who in the general opinion vastly surpassed in beauty every other lady in Naples. Catella, such was the lady's name, was married to a young man, likewise of gentle blood, Filippello Figinolfi by name, whom she, most virtuous of ladies, loved and held dear above all else in the world. Being thus enamored of Catella, Ricciardo Monutolo left none of those means untried whereby a lady's favour and love are wont to be gained, but for all that he made no way towards the attainment of his heart's desire, whereby he fell into a sort of despair, and witless and powerless to lose himself from his love, found life scarce tolerable, and yet knew not how to die. While in this frame he languished, it befell one day that some ladies that were of kin to him counselled him earnestly to be quit of such a love, whereby he could but fret himself to no purpose, seeing that Catella cared for naught in the world except Filippello, and lived in such a state of jealousy on his account that never a bird flew but she feared lest it would snatch him from her. So soon as Ricciardo heard of Catella's jealousy, he forthwith began to ponder how he might make it subserve his end. He feigned to have given up his love for Catella as hopeless, and to have transferred it to another lady, in whose honour he accordingly began to tilt and joust, and do all that he had been wont to do in honour of Catella. Nor was it long before well nigh all the Neapolitans, including Catella herself, began to think that he had forgotten Catella, and was to the last degree enamoured of the other lady. In this course he persisted, until the opinion was so firmly rooted in the minds of all that even Catella laid aside a certain reserve which she had used towards him, while she deemed him her lover, and coming and going greeted him in friendly neighbourly fashion, like the rest. Now it so befell that during the hot season, when, according to the custom of Neapolitans, many companies of ladies and gentlemen went down to the sea-coast to recreate themselves, and breakfast and sup, Ricciardo, knowing that Catella was gone thither with her company, went likewise with his, but making as if he were not minded to stay there, he received several invitations from the ladies of Catella's company before he accepted any. When the ladies received him, they all with one accord, including Catella, began to rally him on his new love, and he furnished them with more matter for talk by feigning a most ardent passion. At length, most of the ladies being gone off, one hither, one thither, as they do in such places, leaving Catella and a few others with Ricciardo, he tossed at Catella a light allusion to a certain love of her husband Filipello, which threw her at once into such a fit of jealousy that she inly burned with a vehement desire to know what Ricciardo meant. For a while she kept her own counsel, then, brooking no more suspense, she adjured Ricciardo, by the love he bore the lady whom most he loved, to expound to her what he had said touching Filipello. He answered thus: "You have adjured me by her to whom I dare not deny aught that you may ask of me. My riddle, therefore, I will presently read you, provided you promise me that neither to him nor to any one else will you impart aught of what I shall relate to you, until you shall have ocular evidence of its truth, which, so you desire it, I will teach you how you may obtain." The lady accepted his terms, which rather confirmed her belief in his veracity, and swore that she would not tell a soul. They then drew a little apart, that they might not be overheard by the rest, and Ricciardo thus began: "Madam, did I love you as I once did, I should not dare to tell you aught that I thought might cause you pain, but now that that love is past, I shall have the less hesitation in telling you the truth. Whether Filipello ever resented the love which I bore you, or deemed that it was returned by you, I know not. Whether it were so or no, he certainly never showed any such feeling to me, but so it is that now, having waited, perhaps, until he supposes I am less likely to be on my guard, he shows a disposition to serve me, as I doubt he suspects that I served him. That is to say, he would fain have his pleasure with my wife, whom for some time past he has, as I discover, plied with messages through most secret channels. She has told me all, and has answered him according to my instructions, but only this morning, just before I came hither, I found a woman in close parley with her in the house, whose true character and purpose I forthwith divined, so I called my wife and asked her what the woman wanted. Whereto she answered, "'Tis this persecution by Filipello which thou hast brought upon me, by the encouraging answers that thou wouldst have me give him. He now tells me that he is most earnestly desirous to know my intentions, and that, should I be so minded, he would contrive that I should have secret access to a bagnio in this city, and he is most urgent and instant that I should consent. And hadst thou not, wherefore I know not, bidden me keep the affair afoot, I would have dismissed him in such a sort that my movements would have been exempt from his prying observation forever." Upon this I saw that the affair was going too far. I determined to have no more of it, and to let you know it, that you may understand how he requites your wholehearted faith, which brought me of late to the verge of death; and that you may not suppose that these are but empty words and idle tales, but may be able, should you so desire, to verify them by sight and touch, I caused my wife to tell the woman who still waited her answer that she would be at the bagnio tomorrow about noon, during the siesta, with which answer the woman went away well content. Now you do not, I suppose, imagine that I would send her thither, but if I were in your place, he should find me there instead of her whom he thinks to find there, and when I had been some little time with him, I would give him to understand with whom he had been, and he should have of me such honour as he deserved. Whereby I doubt not he would be put to such shame, as would at one and the same time avenge both the wrong which he has done to you, and that which he plots against me. Catella, as is the wont of the jealous, hearkened to Ricciardo's words, and, without so much as giving a thought to the speaker or his wiles, inclined at once to credit his story, and began to twist certain antecedent matters into accord with it. Then, suddenly kindling with wrath, she answered, that to the bagnio she would certainly go, 'twould cause her no great inconvenience, and if he should come she would so shame him that he should never again set eyes on woman but his ears would tingle. Satisfied by what he heard, that his stratagem was well conceived, and success sure, Ricciardo added much in corroboration of his story, and having thus confirmed her belief in it, besought her to keep it always close, whereto she pledged her faith. Next morning Ricciardo hied him to the good woman that kept the bagnio, to which he had directed Catella, told her the enterprise which he had in hand, and prayed her to aid him therein so far as she might be able. The good woman, who was much beholden to him, assured him that she would gladly do so, and concerted with him all that was to be said and done. She had in the bagnio a room which was very dark, being without any window to admit the light. This room, by Ricciardo's direction, she set in order, and made up a bed there as well as she could, into which bed Ricciardo got, as soon as he had breakfasted, and there awaited Catella's coming. Now Catella, still giving more credence to Ricciardo's story than it merited, had gone home in the evening in a most resentful mood, and Filippello, returning home the same evening with a mind greatly preoccupied, was scarce as familiar with her as he was wont to be. Which she marking, grew yet more suspicious than before, and said to herself, doubtless he is thinking of the lady of whom he expects to take his pleasure to-morrow, as most assuredly he shall not. And so, musing and meditating what she should say to him after their encounter at the bagnio, she spent the best part of the night. But, to shorten my story, upon the stroke of noon, Catella, taking with her a single attendant, but otherwise adhering to her original intention, hied her to the bagnio which Ricciardo had indicated, and finding the good woman there, asked her whether Filippello had been there that day. Prying by Ricciardo, the good woman asked her whether she were the lady that was to come to speak with him, to which she answered in the affirmative. Go to him then, said the good woman. And so Catella, in quest of that which she would gladly not have found, was shown to the chamber where Ricciardo was, and having entered without uncovering her head, closed the door behind her. Overjoyed to see her, Ricciardo sprang out of bed, took her in his arms, and said caressingly, Welcome, my soul. Catella, dissembling, for she was minded at first to counterfeit another woman, returned his embrace, kissed him, and lavished endearments upon him, saying the while not a word, lest her speech should betray her. The darkness of the room, which was profound, was equally welcome to both, nor were they there long enough for their eyes to recover power. Ricciardo helped Catella on to the bed, where with no word said on either side, in a voice that might be recognized, they lay a long while, much more to the solace and satisfaction of the one than of the other party. Then Catella, deeming it high time to vent her harboured resentment, burst forth in a blaze of wrath on this wise. Alas, how wretched is the lot of women, how misplaced of not a few the love they bear their husbands! Ah, woe is me! For 8 years I have loved thee more dearly than my life, and now I find that thou, base miscreant that thou art, dost naught but burn and languish for love of another woman. Here thou hast been, with whom, thinkest thou? Even with her whom thou hast long deluded with thy false blandishments, making pretence to love her, while thou art enamoured of another. 'Tis I, Catella, not the wife of Ricciardo, false traitor that thou art, list if thou knowest my voice, 'tis I indeed. Ah, would we were but in the light! It seems to me 1,000 years till then, that I might shame thee as thou deservest, vile pestilent dog that thou art. Alas, woe is me! Such love as I have borne so many years, to whom? To this faithless dog, that thinking to have a strange woman in his embrace, has in the brief while that I have been with him here lavished upon me more caresses and endearments than during all the forepast time that I have been his. A lively spark indeed art thou to-day, renegade dog, that showest thyself so limp and enervate and impotent at home. But God be praised, thou hast tilled thine own plot, and not another's, as thou didst believe. No wonder that last night thou heldest aloof from me. Thou wast thinking of scattering thy seed elsewhere, and wast minded to show thyself a lusty knight when thou shouldst join battle. But praise be to God and my sagacity, the water has nevertheless taken its proper course. Where is thy answer, culprit? Hast thou naught to say? Have my words struck thee dumb? God's faith! I know not why I forbear to pluck thine eyes out with my fingers. Thou thoughtest to perpetrate this treason with no small secrecy, but, by God, one is as knowing as another, thy plot has failed. I had better hounds on thy trail than thou didst think for. Ricciardo, inly delighted by her words, made no answer, but embraced and kissed her more than ever, and overwhelmed her with his endearments. So she continued her reproaches, saying, Ay, thou thinkest to cajole me with thy feigned caresses, wearisome dog that thou art, and so to pacify and mollify me, but thou art mistaken. I shall never be mollified, until I have covered thee with infamy in the presence of all our kinsfolk and friends and neighbours. Am I not, miscreant, as fair as the wife of Ricciardo Monutolo? Am I not as good a lady as she? Why dost not answer, vile dog? Wherein has she the advantage of me? Away with thee, touch me not. Thou hast done feats of arms more than enough for to-day. Well I know that, now that thou knowest who I am, thou wilt wreak thy will on me by force. But by God's grace I will yet disappoint thee. I know not why I forbear to send for Ricciardo, who loved me more than himself, and yet was never able to boast that he had a single glance from me, nor know I why 'twere wrong to do so. Thou thoughtest to have his wife here, and 'tis no fault of thine that thou hadst her not. So if I had him, thou couldst not justly blame me. Enough had now been said. The lady's mortification was extreme, and as she ended, Ricciardo bethought him that, if he suffered her, thus deluded, to depart, much evil might ensue. He therefore resolved to make himself known, and disabuse her of her error. So, taking her in his arms, and clipping her so close that she could not get loose, he said, Sweet my soul, be not wroth. That which while artlessly I loved, I might not have, love has taught me to compass by guile. Know that I am thy Ricciardo. At these words, and the voice, which she recognized, Catella started, and would have sprung out of the bed, which being impossible, she essayed a cry, but Ricciardo laid a hand upon her mouth and closed it, saying, Madam, that which is done can never be undone, though you should cry out for the rest of your days, and should you in such or any other wise publish this matter to any, two consequences will ensue. In the first place, and this is a point which touches you very nearly, your honour and fair fame will be blasted, for however you may say that I lured you hither by guile, I shall deny it, and affirm, on the contrary, that I induced you to come hither by promises of money and gifts, and that 'tis but because you are vexed, that what I gave you did not altogether come up to your expectations, that you make such a cry and clamour. And you know that folk are more prone to believe evil than good, and therefore I am no less likely to believe than you. The further consequence will be mortal enmity between your husband and me, and the event were as like to be that I killed him as that he killed me, which if I did, you would never more know joy or peace. Wherefore, heart of my body, do not at one and the same time bring your dishonour upon yourself, and set your husband and me at strife and in jeopardy of our lives. You are not the first, nor will you be the last, to be beguiled, nor have I beguiled you to rob you of aught, but for excess of love that I bear, and shall ever bear you, being your most lowly vassal. And though it is now a great while that I, and what I have and can and am worth, are yours, yet I am minded that so it shall be henceforth more than ever before. Your discretion in other matters is not unknown to me, and I doubt not 'twill be equally manifest in this. Ricciardo's admonitions were received by Catella with many a bitter tear, but though she was very wroth and very sad at heart, yet Ricciardo's true words so far commanded the assent of her reason that she acknowledged that 'twas possible they might be verified by the event. Wherefore she made answer, Ricciardo, I know not how God will grant me patience to bear the villainy and knavery which thou hast practised upon me, and though in this place, to which simplicity and excess of jealousy guided my steps, I raise no cry, rest assured that I shall never be happy, until in one way or another I know myself avenged of that which thou hast done to me. Wherefore unhand me, let me go. Thou hast had the desire of me, and hast tormented me to thy heart's content. 'Tis time to release me, let me go, I pray thee. But Ricciardo, seeing that she was still much ruffled in spirit, was resolved not to let her go until he made his peace with her. So he addressed himself to soothe her, and by dint of most dulcet phrases, and entreaties and adjurations, he did at last prevail with her to give him her pardon. Nay, by joint consent they tarried there a great while, to the exceeding great delight of both. Indeed the lady, finding her lover's kisses smack much better than those of her husband, converted her asperity into sweetness, and from that day forth cherished a most tender love for Ricciardo, whereof, using all circumspection, they many a time had solace. God grant us solace of ours. End of Day 3, the 6th story.
Day 3, the 7th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 3, the 7th story. Tebaldo, being in disfavour with his lady, departs from Florence. He returns thither after a while in the guise of a pilgrim, has speech of his lady, and makes her sensible of her fault. Her husband, convicted of slaying him, he delivers from peril of death, reconciles him with his brothers, and thereafter discreetly enjoys his lady.
So ceased Fiammetta, and, when all had bestowed on her their meed of praise, the queen, to lose no time, forthwith bade Emilia resume the narration. So thus Emilia began.
I am minded to return to our city, whence my two last predecessors saw fit to depart, and to show you how one of our citizens recovered the lady he had lost. Know then that there was in Florence a young noble, his name Tebaldo Elisei, who, being beyond measure enamoured of a lady hight Monna Ermelina, wife of one Aldobrandino Palermini, and by reason of his admirable qualities richly deserving to have his desire, found fortune nevertheless adverse, as she is wont to be to the prosperous. Inasmuch as, for some reason or another, the lady, having shown herself gracious towards Tebaldo for a while, completely altered her mien, and not only showed him no further favour, but would not so much as receive a message from him, or suffer him to see her face, whereby he fell a prey to a grievous and distressful melancholy. But so well had he concealed his love, that the cause of his melancholy was surmised by none. He tried hard in divers ways to recover the love which he deemed himself to have lost for no fault of his, and finding all his efforts unavailing, he resolved to bid the world adieu, that he might not afford her who was the cause of his distress the satisfaction of seeing him languish. So he got together as much money as he might, and secretly, no word said to friend or kinsman except only a familiar gossip, who knew all, he took his departure for Ancona. Arrived there, he assumed the name of Filippo Santodecchio, and having foregathered with a rich merchant, entered his service. The merchant took him with him to Cyprus aboard one of his ships, and was so well pleased with his bearing and behaviour that he not only gave him a handsome salary, but made him in a sort his companion, and entrusted him with the management of no small part of his affairs, wherein he proved himself so apt and assiduous that in the course of a few years he was himself established in credit and wealth and great repute as a merchant. 7 years thus passed, during which, albeit his thoughts frequently reverted to his cruel mistress, and sorely love smote him, and much he yearned to see her again, yet such was his firmness that he came off conqueror, until one day in Cyprus it so befell that there was sung in his hearing a song that he had himself composed, and of which the theme was the mutual love that was between his lady and him, and the delight that he had of her; which as he heard, he found it incredible that she should have forgotten him, and burned with such a desire to see her once more that, being able to hold out no longer, he made up his mind to return to Florence. So, having set all his affairs in order, he betook him, attended only by a single servant, to Ancona, whence he sent all his effects as they arrived forward to Florence, consigning them to a friend of his encontent partner, and followed with his servant in the disguise of a pilgrim returned from the Holy Sepulchre. Arrived at Florence, he put up at a little hostelry kept by two brothers hard by his lady's house, whither he forthwith hied him, hoping that, perchance, he might have sight of her from the street. But, finding all barred and bolted, doors, windows, and all else, he doubted much she must be dead, or have removed thence. So, with a very heavy heart, he returned to the house of the two brothers, and to his great surprise found his own four brothers standing in front of it, all in black. He knew that he was so changed from his former semblance, both in dress and in person, that he might not readily be recognized, and he had therefore no hesitation in going up to a shoemaker and asking him why these men were all dressed in black. The shoemaker answered, "'Tis because 'tis not 15 days since a brother of theirs, Tedaldo by name, that had been long abroad, was slain, and I understand that they have proved in court that one Aldobrandino Palermini, who is under arrest, did the deed, because Tedaldo, who loved his wife, was come back to Florence incognito to foregather with her." Tedaldo found it passing strange that there should be any one so like him as to be mistaken for him, and deplored Aldobrandino's evil plight. He had learned, however, that the lady was alive and well. So, as it was now night, he hied him, much perplexed in mind, into the inn, and supped with his servant. The bedroom assigned him was almost at the top of the house, and the bed was none of the best. Thoughts many and disquieting haunted his mind, and his supper had been but light. Whereby it befell that midnight came and went, and Tedaldo was still awake. As thus he watched, he heard shortly after midnight a noise as of persons descending from the roof into the house, and then through the chinks of the door of his room he caught the flicker of an ascending light. Wherefore he stole softly to the door, and peeping through a chink to make out what was afoot, he saw a very fine young woman bearing a light, and 3 men making towards her, being evidently those that had descended from the roof. The men exchanged friendly greetings with the young woman, and then one said to her, "Now, God be praised, we may make our minds easy, for we are well assured that judgment for the death of Tiraldo Elisei is gotten by his brothers against Aldobrandino Palermini, and he has confessed, and the sentence is already drawn up. But still it behoves us to hold our peace, for, should it ever get abroad that we were guilty, we shall stand in the like jeopardy as Aldobrandino." So saying, they took leave of the woman, who seemed much cheered, and went to bed. What he had heard set Tedaldo musing on the number and variety of the errors to which men are liable; as first how his brothers had mourned and interned a stranger in his stead, and then charged an innocent man upon false suspicion, and by false witness brought him into imminent peril of death; from which he passed to ponder the blind severity of laws and magistrates, who, from misguided zeal to elicit the truth, not unfrequently become ruthless, and, adjudging that which is false, forfeit the title which they claim of ministers of God and justice, and do but execute the mandates of iniquity and the evil one. And so he came at last to consider the possibility of saving Aldobrandino, and formed a plan for the purpose. Accordingly, on the morrow, when he was risen, he left his servant at the inn, and hied him alone, at what he deemed a convenient time, to his lady's house, where, finding by chance the door open, he entered and saw his lady sitting, all tears and lamentations, in a little parlour on the ground floor. Whereat he all but wept for sympathy, and drawing near her, he said, "Madam, be not troubled in spirit, your peace is nigh you." Whereupon the lady raised her head, and said between her sobs, "Good man, what dost thou, a pilgrim if I mistake not, from distant parts, know either of my peace or of my affliction?" "Madam," returned the pilgrim, "I am of Constantinople, and am but now come hither at God's behest, that I may give you laughter for tears, and deliver your husband from death." "But," said the lady, if thou art of Constantinople, and but now arrived, how is it that thou knowest either who my husband is or who I am?" Whereupon the pilgrim gave her the whole narrative from the very beginning of Aldobrandino's sufferings. He also told her who she was, how long she had been married, and much besides that was known to him of her affairs. Whereat the lady was lost in wonder, and, taking him to be a prophet, threw herself on her knees at his feet, and besought him for God's sake, if he were come to save Aldobrandino, to lose no time, for the matter brooked no delay. Thus adjured, the pilgrim assumed an air of great sanctity as he said, "Arise, madam, weep not, but hearken diligently to what I shall say to you, and look to it that you impart it to none. I have it by revelation of God that the tribulation wherein you stand is come upon you in requital of a sin which you did once commit, of which God is minded that this suffering be a partial purgation, and that you make reparation in full if you would not find yourself in a far more grievous plight." "Sir," replied the lady, "many sins have I committed, nor know I how among them all to single out that whereof, more than another, God requires reparation at my hands. Wherefore, if you know it, tell it me, and what by way of reparation I may do, that will I do." "Madam," returned the pilgrim, "well wot I what it is, nor shall I question you thereof for my better instruction, but that the rehearsal may give you increase or remorse therefore. But pass we now to fact. Tell me, mind you ever to have had a lover?" Whereat the lady heaved a deep sigh. Then, marvelling not a little, for she had thought it was known to none, albeit on the day when the man was slain, who was afterwards buried as Tidaldo, there had been some buzz about it, occasioned by some indiscreet words dropped by Tidaldo's gossip and confidant, she made answer, "I see that there is naught that man keeps secret but God reveals it to you, wherefore I shall not endeavour to hide my secrets from you. True it is that in my youth I was beyond measure enamoured of the unfortunate young man whose death is imputed to my husband, whom I mourned with grief unfeigned, for, albeit I showed myself harsh and cruel towards him before his departure, yet neither thereby, nor by his long absence, nor yet by his calamitous death, was my heart estranged from him." Then said the pilgrim, "'Twas not the unfortunate young man now dead that you did love, but Tidaldo Elisei. But let that pass. Now tell me, wherefore lost he your good graces? Did he ever offend you?" "Nay, verily," answered the lady, "he never offended me at all. My harshness was prompted by an accursed friar, to whom I once confessed, and who, when I told him of the love I bore Tidaldo, and my intimacy with him, made my ears so tingle and sing that I still shudder to think of it, warning me that, if I gave it not up, I should fall into the jaws of the devil in the abyss of hell, and be cast into the avenging fire. Whereby I was so terrified that I quite made my mind up to discontinue my intimacy with him, and, to trench the matter, I would thenceforth have none of his letters or messages. And so I suppose he went away in despair; though I doubt not, had he persevered a while longer, I should not have seen him wasting away like snow in sunshine, without relenting of my harsh resolve. For, in sooth, there was nothing in the world I would so gladly have done." Then said the pilgrim, "Madam, 'tis this sin, and this only, that has brought upon you your present tribulation. I know positively that Tidaldo did never put force upon you; 'twas of your own free will, and for that he pleased you, that you became enamoured of him. Your constant visitor, your intimate friend he became, because you yourself would have it so; and in the course of your intimacy you showed him such favour by word and deed that, if he loved you first, you multiplied his love full 1,000-fold. And if so it was, and well yourself from him, you should have considered the whole matter before the die was cast, and not have entered upon it, if you deemed you might have cause to repent you of it as a sin. As soon as he became yours, you became his. Had he not been yours, you might have acted as you had thought fit, at your own unfettered discretion; but as you were his, 'twas robbery, 'twas conduct most disgraceful, to sever yourself from him against his will. Now you must know that I am a friar, and therefore all the ways of friars are familiar to me; nor does it misbecome me, as it might another, to speak for your behoof somewhat freely of them, as I am minded to do, that you may have better understanding of them in the future than you would seem to have had in the past. Time was when the friars were most holy and worthy men, but those who today take the name and claim the reputation of friars have naught of the friar save only the habit. Nay, they have not even that, for whereas their founders ordained that their habits should be straight, of a sorry sort, and of coarse stuff, apt symbols of a soul that in arraying the body in so mean a garb did despite to all things temporal, our modern friars will have them full, and double, and resplendent, and of the finest stuff, and of a fashion goodly and pontifical, wherein without shame they flaunt it like peacocks in the church, in the piazza, even as do the laity in their robes. And as the fisherman casts his net into the stream with intent to take many fish at one throw, so it is the main solicitude and study, art and craft of these friars to embrace and entangle within the ample folds of their vast swelling skirts beguines, widows, and other foolish women, ay, and men likewise in great number. Wherefore, to speak with more exactitude, the friars of today have naught of the habit of the friar, save only the colour thereof. And whereas the friars of old time sought to win men to their salvation, those of today seek to win their women and their wealth. Wherefore they have made it and make it their sole concern by declamation and imagery to strike terror into the souls of fools, and to make believe that sins are purged by alms and masses, to the end that they, base wretches that have fled to friarage not to ensue holiness but to escape hardship, may receive from this man bread, from that man wine, and from the other man a donation for masses for the souls of his dead. True indeed it is that sins are purged by almsgiving and prayer, but did they who give the alms know, did they but understand to whom, or throw them to so many pigs? And knowing that the fewer be they that share great riches, the greater their ease, 'tis the study of each how best by declamation and intimidation to oust others from that whereof he would fain be the sole owner. They censure lust in men, that they turning therefrom, the sole use of their women may remain to the censors. They condemn usury and unlawful gains, that, being entrusted with the restitution thereof, they may be able to enlarge their habits, and to purchase bishoprics and other great preferments with the very money which they have made believe must bring its possessor to perdition. And when they are taxed with these and many other discreditable practices, they deem that there is no censure, however grave, of which they may not be quit by their glib formula, "Follow our precepts, not our practice," as if it were possible that the sheep should be of a more austere and rigid virtue than the shepherds. And how many of these, whom they put off with this formula, understand it not in the way in which they enunciate it, not a few of them know. The friars of today would have you follow their precepts, that is to say, they would have you fill their purses with coin, confide to them your secrets, practice continence, be long-suffering, forgive those that trespass against you, keep yourselves from evil speaking, all which things are good, seemly, holy. But to what end? To the end that they may be able to do that which, if the laity do it, they will not be able to do. Who knows not that idleness cannot subsist without money? Spend thy money on their pleasures, and the friar will not be able to live in sloth in his order. Go after women, and there will be no place for the friar. Be not long-suffering, pardon not the wrongdoer, and the friar will not dare to cross thy threshold to corrupt thy family. But wherefore pursue I the topic through every detail? They accuse themselves as often as they so excuse themselves in the hearing of all that have understanding. Why seclude they not themselves, if they misdoubt their power to lead continent and holy lives? Or, if they must needs not live as recluses, why follow they not that other holy text of the gospel, Christ began to do and to teach? Let them practice first, and school us with their precepts afterwards. 1,000 such have I seen in my day, admirers, lovers, philanderers, not of ladies of the world alone, but of nuns, ay, and they too such as made the most noise in the pulpits. Is it such as they that we are to follow? He that does so pleases himself, but God knows if he do wisely. But assume that herein we must allow that your censor the friar spoke truth, to wit, that none may break the marriage vow without very grave sin. What then? To rob a man, to slay him, to make of him an exile and a wanderer on the face of the earth, are not these yet greater sins? none will deny that so they are. A woman that indulges herself in the intimate use with a man commits but a sin of nature, but if she rob him, or slay him, or drive him out into exile, her sin proceeds from depravity of spirit. That you did rob Tebaldo I have already shown you, in that, having of your own free will become his, you reft you from him. I now go further and say that, so far as in you lay, you slew him, seeing that, showing yourself ever more and more cruel, you did your utmost to drive him to take his own life, and in the law's intent he that is the cause that wrong is done is as culpable as he that does it. Nor is it deniable that you were the cause that for 7 years he has been an exile and a wanderer upon the face of the earth. Wherefore upon each of the said 3 articles you are found guilty of a greater crime than you committed by your intimacy with him. But consider we the matter more closely. Perchance Tebaldo merited such treatment? Nay, but assuredly it was not so. You have yourself so confessed. Besides which, I know that he loves you more dearly than himself. He would laud, he would extol, he would magnify you above all other ladies, so as never was heard the like, wheresoever 'twas seemly for him to speak of you, and it might be done without exciting suspicion. All his bliss, all his honour, all his liberty he avowed was entirely in your disposal. Was he not of noble birth? And for beauty might he not compare with the rest of his townsfolk? Did he not excel in all the exercises and accomplishments proper to youth? Was he not beloved, held dear, well seen of all men? You will not deny it. How then could you, at the behest of a paltry friar, silly, brutish, and envious, bring yourself to deal with him in any harsh sort? I cannot estimate the error of those ladies who look askance on men and hold them cheap; whereas, bethinking them of what they are themselves, and what and how great is the nobility with which God has endowed man above all the other animals, they ought rather to glory in the love which men give them, and hold them most dear, and with all zeal study to please them, that so their love may never fail. In what sort you did so, instigated by the chatter of a friar, some broth-guzzling, pastry-gorging knave without a doubt, you know, and peradventure his purpose was but to install himself in the place whence he sought to oust another. This then is the sin which the divine justice, which, ever operative, suffers no perturbation of its even balance, or arrest of judgment, has decreed not to leave unpunished. Wherefore, as without due cause you devised how you might despoil Tebaldo of yourself, so, without due cause, your husband has been placed, and is in jeopardy of his life, on Tebaldo's account, and to your sore affliction. Wherefrom, if you would be delivered, there is that which you must promise, ay, and, much more, which you must perform. To wit, that, should it ever betide that Tebaldo return hither from his long exile, you will restore him your favour, your love, your tender regard, your intimacy, and reinstate him in the position which he held before you foolishly hearkened to the half-witted friar." Thus ended the pilgrim; and the lady, who had followed him with the closest attention, deeming all that he advanced very sound, and doubting not that her tribulation was, as he said, in requital of her sin, spoke thus: "Friend of God, well I wot that the matters which you discourse are true, and, thanks to your delineation, I now in great measure know what manner of men are the friars, whom I have hitherto regarded as all alike holy; nor doubt I that great was my fault in the course which I pursued towards Tebaldo. And gladly, were it in my power, would I make reparation in the manner which you have indicated. But how is this feasible? Tebaldo can never return to us; he is dead; wherefore I know not why I must needs give you a promise which cannot be performed." "Madam," returned the pilgrim, "'tis revealed to me by God that Tebaldo is by no means dead, but alive and well and happy, so only he enjoyed your favour." "Nay, but," said the lady, "speak advisedly. I saw his body done to death by more than one knife wound. I folded it in these arms, and drenched the dead face with many a tear; whereby perchance I gave occasion for the bruit that has been made to my disadvantage." "Say what you may, madam," rejoined the pilgrim, "I assure you that Tebaldo lives, and if you will but give the promise, then, for its fulfilment, I have good hope that you will soon see him." Whereupon, "I give the promise," said the lady, "and right gladly will I make it good, nor is there aught that might happen that would yield me such delight as to see my husband free and scathless and Tebaldo alive." Tebaldo now deemed it wise to make himself known, and establish the lady in a more sure hope of her husband's safety. Wherefore he said, "Madam, to set your mind at ease in regard of your husband, I must first impart to you a secret, which be mindful to disclose to none so long as you live." Then, for such was the confidence which the lady reposed in the pilgrim's apparent sanctity, that they were by themselves in a place remote from observation, Tebaldo drew forth a ring which he had guarded with the most jealous care, since it had been given him by the lady on the last night when they were together, and said as he showed it to her, "Madam, know you this?" The lady recognized it forthwith, and answered, "I do, sir, I gave it long ago to Tebaldo." Then the pilgrim, rising and throwing off his sclavine and hat, said with a Florentine accent, "And know you me?" The lady, recognizing forthwith the form and semblance of Tebaldo, was struck dumb with wonder and fear as of a corpse that is seen to go about as if alive, and was much rather disposed to turn and flee from Tebaldo returned from the tomb, than to come forward and welcome Tebaldo arrived from Cyprus. But when Tebaldo said to her, "Fear not, madam, your Tebaldo am I, alive and well, nor was I ever dead, whatever you and my brothers may think," the lady, partly awed, partly reassured by his voice, regarded him with rather more attention, and inly affirming that 'twas in very truth Tebaldo, threw herself upon his neck and wept and kissed him, saying, "Sweet my Tebaldo, welcome home." "Madam," replied Tebaldo, after he had kissed and embraced her, "time serves not now for greetings more intimate. 'Tis for me to be up and doing, that Aldobrandino may be restored to you safe and sound; touching which matter you will, I trust, before tomorrow at even hear tidings that will gladden your heart. Indeed I expect to have good news tonight, and if so, will come and tell it you, when I shall be less straitened than I am at present." He then resumed his sclavine and hat, and having kissed the lady again, and bade her be of good cheer, took his leave, and hied him to the prison, where Aldobrandino lay more occupied with apprehension of imminent death than hope of deliverance to come. As ministrant of consolation he gained ready admittance of the warders, and, seating himself by Aldobrandino's side, he said, "Aldobrandino, in me thou seest a friend sent thee by God, who is touched with pity of thee by reason of thy innocence; wherefore, if in reverent submission to him thou wilt grant me a slight favour that I shall ask of thee, without fail before tomorrow at even thou shalt, in lieu of the doom of death that thou awaitest, hear thy acquittal pronounced." "Worthy man," replied Aldobrandino, "I know thee not, nor mind I ever to have seen thee; wherefore, as thou showest thyself solicitous for my safety, my friend indeed thou must needs be, even as thou sayest; and in sooth the crime for which they say I ought to be doomed to death I never committed, though others enough I have committed, which perchance have brought me to this extremity. However, if so be that God has now pity on me, this I tell thee in reverent submission to him, that, whereas 'tis but a little thing that thou cravest of me, there is naught, however great, but I would not only promise but gladly do it. Wherefore, even ask what thou wilt, and if so be that I escape, I will without fail keep my word to the letter." "Nay," returned the pilgrim, "I ask but this of thee, that thou pardon Tebaldo's 4 brothers, that in the belief that thou wast guilty of their brother's death they brought thee to this strait, and, so they ask thy forgiveness, account them as thy brothers and friends." "How sweet," replied Aldobrandino, "is the savour, how ardent the desire, of vengeance, none knows but he that is wronged; but yet, so God may take thought for my deliverance, I will gladly pardon, nay, I do now pardon them, and if I go hence alive and free, I will thenceforth have them in such regard as shall content thee." Satisfied with this answer, the pilgrim, without further parley, heartily exhorted Aldobrandino to be of good cheer, assuring him that, before the next day was done, he should be certified beyond all manner of doubt of his deliverance. And so he left him. On quitting the prison, the pilgrim hied him forthwith to the Signory, and being closeted with the knight that was in charge, thus spoke: "My lord, 'tis the duty of all, and most especially of those who hold your place, zealously to bestir themselves that the truth be brought to light, in order as well that those bear not the penalty who have not committed the crime, as that the guilty be punished. And that this may come to pass to your honour and the undoing of the delinquent, I am come hither to you. You wot that you have dealt rigorously with Aldobrandino Palermini, and have found, as you think, that 'twas he that slew Tebaldo Elisei, and you are about to condemn him; wherein you are most certainly in error, as I doubt not before midnight to prove to you, delivering the murderers into your hands." The worthy knight, who was not without pity for Aldobrandino, readily gave ear to the pilgrim's words. He conversed at large with him, and availing himself of his guidance, made an easy capture of the two brothers that kept the inn and their servant in their first sleep. He was about to put them to the torture to elicit the true state of the case, when, their courage failing, they confessed without the least reserve, severally at first and then jointly, that 'twas they that had slain Tebaldo Elisei, not knowing who he was. Asked for why, they answered that 'twas because he had sorely harassed the wife of one of them, and would have constrained her to do his pleasure while they were out of doors. Whereof the pilgrim was no sooner apprized than by leave of the knight he withdrew, and hied him privily to the house of Madonna Ermelina, whom, the rest of the household being gone to bed, he found awaiting him alone, and equally anxious for good news of her husband and a complete reconciliation with her Tebaldo. On entering, he blithely exclaimed, "Rejoice, dearest my lady, for thou mayst rest assured that tomorrow thou shalt have thy Aldobrandino back here safe and sound." And to confirm her faith in his words, he told her all that he had done. Greater joy was never woman's than hers of two such glad surprises, to wit, to have Tebaldo with her alive again, whom she had wailed for verily dead, and to know Aldobrandino, whom she had thought in no long time to wail for dead, now out of jeopardy. Wherefore, when she had affectionately embraced and kissed her Tebaldo, they hied them to bed together, and with hearty good will made gracious and gladsome consummation of their peace by interchange of sweet solace. With the approach of day, Tebaldo rose, and having first apprized the lady of his purpose and enjoined her, as before, to keep it most secret, resumed his pilgrim's habit and sallied forth of her house, to be ready, as occasion should serve, to act in Aldobrandino's interest. As soon as 'twas day, the Signory, deeming themselves amply conversant with the affair, set Aldobrandino at large, and a few days later they caused the malefactors to be beheaded in the place where they had done the murder. Great was Aldobrandino's joy to find himself free, nor less great was that of his lady and all his friends and kinsfolk, and as 'twas through the pilgrim that it had come about, they brought him to their house, there to reside as long as he cared to tarry in the city, nor could they do him honour and cheer enough, and most of all the lady, who knew her man. But after a while, seeing that his brothers were not only become a common laughing-stock by reason of Aldobrandino's acquittal, but had armed themselves for very fear, he felt that their reconciliation with him brooked no delay, and accordingly craved of him performance of his promise. Aldobrandino replied handsomely that it should be had at once. The pilgrim then bade him arrange for the following day a grand banquet, at which he and his kinsfolk and their ladies were to entertain the four brothers and their ladies, adding that he would himself go forthwith as Aldobrandino's envoy and bid them welcome to his peace and banquet. All which being approved by Aldobrandino, the pilgrim hied him with all speed to the four brothers, whom by ample, apt, and unanswerable argument he readily induced to reinstate themselves in Aldobrandino's friendship by suing for his forgiveness. Which done, he bade them and their ladies to breakfast with Aldobrandino on the morrow, and they, being assured of his good faith, were consenting to come. So on the morrow, at the breakfast hour, Tebaldo's four brothers, still wearing their black, came with certain of their friends to Aldobrandino's house, where he awaited them, and in presence of the company that had been bidden to meet them, laid down their arms and made surrender to Aldobrandino, asking his pardon of that which they had done against him. Aldobrandino received them compassionately, wept, kissed each on the mouth, and let few words suffice to remit each offence. After them came their sisters and their wives, all habited sadly, and were graciously received by Madonna Ermelina and the other ladies. The guests, men and women alike, found all things ordered at the banquet with magnificence, nor aught unmeet for commendation, save the restraint which the yet recent grief, betokened by the sombre garb of Tidaldo's kinsfolk, laid upon speech, wherein some had found matter to except against the banquet and the pilgrim for devising it, as he well knew. But, as he had premeditated, in due time he stood up, the others being occupied with their dessert, and spoke thus: "Nothing is wanting to complete the gaiety of this banquet except the presence of Tidaldo, whom, as you have been long time with him and have not known him, I will point out to you." So, having divested himself of his sclavine and whatever else in his garb denoted the pilgrim, he remained habited in a tunic of green taffeta, in which guise so great was the wonder with which all regarded him that, though they recognized him, 'twas long before any dared to believe that 'twas actually Tidaldo. Marking their surprise, Tidaldo told them not a little about themselves, their family connections, their recent history, and his own adventures. Whereat his brothers and the rest of the men, all weeping for joy, hasted to embrace him, followed by the women, as well those that were not, as those that were, of kin to him, save only Madonna Ermelina. Which Aldobrandino observing, said, "What is this, Ermelina? How comes it that, unlike the other ladies, thou alone dost Tidaldo no cheer?" "Cheer," replied the lady in the hearing of all, "would I gladly do him such as no other woman has done or could do, seeing that I am more beholden to him than any other woman, in that to him I owe it that I have thee with me again. 'Tis but the words spoken to my disadvantage, while we mourned him that we deemed Tidaldo, that give me pause." "Now out upon thee," said Aldobrandino. "Think'st thou that I heed the yelping of these curs? His zeal for my deliverance has abundantly disproved it, besides which I never believed it. Quick, get thee up, and go and embrace him." The lady, who desired nothing better, was in this not slow to obey her husband. She rose forthwith, and embraced Tidaldo as the other ladies had done, and did him gladsome cheer. Tidaldo's brothers and all the company, men and women alike, heartily approved Aldobrandino's handsomeness, and so whatever of despite the rumour had engendered in the minds of any was done away. And now that all had done him cheer, Tidaldo with his own hands rent his brothers' suits of black upon their backs, as also the sad-hued garments which his sisters and sisters-in-law wore, and bade bring other apparel. Which when they had donned, there was no lack of singing, dancing, and other sorts of merrymaking, whereby the banquet, for all its subdued beginning, had a sonorous close. Then, just as they were, in the blithest of spirits, they hied them all to Tidaldo's house, where in the evening they supped, and in this manner they held festival for several days. 'Twas some time before the Florentines ceased to look on Tidaldo as a portent, as if he were risen from the dead, and the shadow of doubt whether he were really Tidaldo or no continued to lurk in the minds of not a few, including even his brothers. They had no assured belief, and in that frame had perchance long continued, but for a casual occurrence that showed them who the murdered man was. It so befell that one day some men-at-arms from Lunigiana passed by their house, and seeing Tidaldo, accosted him, saying, "Good morrow to thee, fagiolo." To whom Tidaldo, in the presence of his brothers, answered, "You take me for another." Whereat they were abashed, and asked his pardon, saying, "Sooth to tell, you are liker than we ever knew any man like to another, to a comrade of ours, Fasuolo da Pontremoli by name, who came hither a fortnight ago, or perhaps a little more, since when we have not been able to learn what became of him. Most true it is that your dress surprised us, because he, like ourselves, was a soldier." Whereupon Tidaldo's eldest brother came forward, and asked how their comrade had been accoutred. They told him, and 'twas found to have been exactly as they said, by which and other evidence 'twas established that 'twas Fasuolo that had been murdered, and not Tidaldo, of whom thenceforth no suspicion lurked in the minds of his brothers or any one else. So, then, Tebaldo returned home very rich, and remained constant in his love, nor did the lady again treat him harshly; but, using discretion, they long had mutual solace of their love. God grant us solace of ours. End of Day 3, the 7th story.
Day 3, the 8th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa Jevons. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 3, the 8th story. Ferrando, having taken a certain powder, is interred for dead, is disinterred by the abbot, who enjoys his wife, is put in prison and taught to believe that he is in purgatory, is then resuscitated, and rears as his own a boy begotten by the abbot upon his wife.
Ended Emilia's long story, which to none was the less pleasing for its length, but was deemed of all the ladies brief in regard of the number and variety of the events therein recounted. A gesture of the queen's sufficed to convey her behest to Lauretta, and cause her thus to begin.
Dearest ladies, I have it in mind to tell you a true story, which wears far more of the aspect of a lie than of that which it really was. 'Tis brought to my recollection by that which we have heard of one being bewailed and buried in lieu of another. My story, then, is of one that, living, was buried for dead, and after believed with many others that he came out of the tomb, not as one that had not died, but as one risen from the dead, whereby he was venerated as a saint, who ought rather to have been condemned as a criminal. Know then that there was and still is in Tuscany an abbey, situate, as we see not a few, in a somewhat solitary spot, wherein the office of abbot was held by a monk, who in all other matters ordered his life with great sanctity, save only in the commerce with women, and therein knew so well how to cloak his indulgence, that scarce any there were that so much as suspected, not to say detected it, so holy and just was he reputed in all matters. Now the abbot consorted much with a very wealthy contadino, Ferrando by name, a man coarse and gross beyond measure, whose friendship the abbot only cared for, because of the opportunities which it afforded of deriving amusement from his simplicity; and during their intercourse the abbot discovered that Ferrando had a most beautiful wife, of whom he became so hotly enamoured that he could think of naught else either by day or by night. But learning that, however simple and inept in all other matters, Ferrando showed excellent good sense in cherishing and watching over this wife of his, he almost despaired. However, being very astute, he prevailed so far with Ferrando, that he would sometimes bring his wife with him to take a little recreation in the abbey garden, where he discoursed to them with all lowliness of the blessedness of life eternal, and the most pious works of many men and women of times past, insomuch that the lady conceived a desire to confess to him, and craved and had Ferrando's leave therefore. So, to the abbot's boundless delight, the lady came and seated herself at his feet to make her confession, whereto she prefixed the following exordium: "If God, sir, had given me a husband, or had not permitted me to have one, perchance 'twould be easy for me, under your guidance, to enter the way of which you have spoken, that leads to life eternal. But, considering what manner of man Ferrando is, and his stupidity, I may call myself a widow while yet I am married, in that so long as he lives I may have no other husband; and he, fool that he is without the least cause so inordinately jealous of me, that 'tis not possible but that my life with him be one of perpetual tribulation and woe. Wherefore, before I address myself to make further confession, I in all humility beseech you to be pleased to give me some counsel of this matter; for here or nowhere is to be found the source of the amelioration of my life; and if it be not found, neither confession nor any other good work will be of any avail." The abbot was overjoyed to hear her thus speak, deeming that fortune had opened a way to the fulfilment of his heart's desire. Wherefore he said, "My daughter, I doubt not that 'tis a great affliction to a lady, fair and delicate as you are, to have a fool for a husband, and still more so that he should be jealous; and as your husband is both the one and the other, I readily credit what you say of your tribulation. But, to come to the point, I see no resource or remedy in this case, save only this, that Ferrando be cured of his jealousy. The medicine that shall cure him I know very well how to devise, but it behoves you to keep secret what I am about to tell you." "Doubt not of it, my father," said the lady, "for I had rather suffer death than tell any aught that you forbade me to tell. But the medicine, how is it to be devised?" "If we would have him cured," replied the abbot, "it can only be by his going to purgatory." "And how may that be?" returned the lady. "Can he go thither while he yet lives?" "He must die," answered the abbot, "and so he will go thither; and when he has suffered pain enough to be cured of his jealousy, we have certain prayers with which we will supplicate God to restore him to life, and he will do so." "Then," said the lady, "am I to remain a widow?" "Yes," replied the abbot, "for a certain time, during which you must be very careful not to let yourself be married to another, because 'twould offend God, and when Ferrando was restored to life, you would have to go back to him, and he would be more jealous than ever." "Be it so then," said the lady, "if he be but cured of his jealousy, and so I be not doomed to pass the rest of my days in prison, I shall be content. Do as ye think best." "And so will I," said the abbot. "But what reward shall I have for such a service?" "My father," said the lady, "what you please, so only it be in my power. But what may the like of me do that may be acceptable to a man such as you?" "Madam," replied the abbot, "'tis in your power to do no less for me than I am about to do for you. As that which I am minded to do will ensure your comfort and consolation, so there is that which you may do which will be the deliverance and salvation of my life." "If it be so," said the lady, "I shall not be found wanting." "In that case," said the abbot, "you will give me your love, and gratify my passion for you, with which I am all afire, and wasting away." Whereto the lady, all consternation, replied, "Alas! my father, what is this you crave? I took you for a holy man: now does it beseem holy men to make such overtures to ladies that come to them for counsel?" "Marvel not, fair my soul," returned the abbot; "hereby is my holiness in no wise diminished; for holiness resides in the soul, and this which I ask of you is but a sin of the flesh. But, however it may be, such is the might of your bewitching beauty, that love constrains me thus to act. And, let me tell you, good cause have you to vaunt you of your beauty more than other women, in that it delights the saints, who are used to contemplate celestial beauties. Whereto I may add, that, albeit I am an abbot, yet I am a man, even as others, and, as you see, not yet old. Nor need this matter seem formidable to you, but rather to be anticipated with pleasure. For while Ferrando is in purgatory, I shall be your nightly companion, and will give you such solace as he should have given you. Nor will it ever be discovered by any, for all think of me even as you did a while ago, or even more so. Reject not the grace that God accords you, for 'tis in your power to have; and, if you are wise, and follow my advice, you shall have that which women not a few desire in vain to have. And, moreover, I have jewels fair and rare, which I am minded shall be yours and none other's. Wherefore, sweet my hope, deny me not due guerdon of the service which I gladly render you." The lady, her eyes still downcast, knew not how to deny him, and yet scrupled to gratify him. Wherefore the abbot, seeing that she had hearkened and hesitated to answer, deemed that she was already half won, and, following up what he had said with much more to the like effect, did not rest until he had persuaded her that she would do well to comply; and so with some confusion she told him that she was ready to obey his every behest, but it might not be until Ferrando was in purgatory. The abbot, well content, replied, "And we will send him thither forthwith. Do but arrange that he come hither to stay with me to morrow or the day after." Which said, he slipped a most beautiful ring on her finger, and dismissed her. Pleased with the gift, and expecting more to come, the lady rejoined her attendants, with whom she forthwith fell a talking marvellous things of the abbot's sanctity, and so went home with them. Some few days after, Ferrando being come to the abbey, the abbot no sooner saw him than he resolved to send him to purgatory. So he selected from among his drugs a powder of marvellous virtue, which he had gotten in the Levant from a great prince, who averred that 'twas wont to be used by the old man of the mountain, when he would send any one to or bring him from his paradise; and that, without doing the recipient any harm, 'twould induce in him, according to the quantity of the dose, a sleep of such duration and quality, that, while the efficacy of the powder lasted, none would deem him to be alive. Whereof he took enough to cause a 3 days' sleep, and gave it to Ferrando in his cell, in a beaker that had still some wine in it, so that he drank it unwittingly. After which he took Ferrando to the cloister, and there with some of his monks fell to making merry with him and his ineptitudes. In no long time, however, the powder so wrought that Ferrando was seized in the head with a fit of somnolence so sudden and violent, that he slept as he stood, and sleeping fell to the ground. The abbot put on an agitated air, caused him to be untrussed, sent for cold water and had it sprinkled on his face, and applied such other remedies as if he would fain call back life and sense banished by vapours of the stomach or some other intrusive force. But as, for all that he and his monks did, Ferrando did not revive, they, after feeling his pulse and finding there no sign of life, one and all pronounced him certainly dead. Wherefore they sent word to his wife and kinsfolk, who came forthwith and mourned a while; after which Ferrando in his clothes was by the abbot's order laid in a tomb. The lady went home, saying that nothing should ever part her from a little son that she had borne Ferrando, and so she occupied herself with the care of her son and Ferrando's estate. At night the abbot rose noiselessly, and with the help of a Bolognese monk, in whom he reposed much trust, and who was that very day arrived from Bologna, got Ferrando out of the tomb, and bore him to a vault, which admitted no light, having been made to serve as a prison for delinquent monks; and having stripped him of his clothes, and habited him as a monk, they laid him on a truss of straw, and left him there until he should revive. Expecting which event, and instructed by the abbot how he was then to act, the Bolognese monk, none else knowing aught of what was afoot, kept watch by the tomb. The day after, the abbot with some of his monks paid a pastoral visit to the lady's house, where he found her in mourning weeds and sad at heart, and after administering a little consolation, he gently asked her to redeem her promise. Free as she now felt herself, and hampered neither by Ferrando nor by any other, the lady, who had noticed another beautiful ring on the abbot's finger, promised immediate compliance, and arranged with the abbot that he should visit her the very next night. So at nightfall the abbot donned Ferrando's clothes, and, attended by his monk, paid his visit, and lay with her until matins, to his immense delight and solace, and so returned to the abbey; and many visits he paid her on the same errand, whereby some that met him, coming or going that way, supposed that 'twas Ferrando perambulating those parts by way of penance, and fables not a few passed from mouth to mouth of the foolish rustics, and sometimes reached the ears of the lady, who was at no loss to account for them. As for Ferrando, when he revived, 'twas only to find himself he knew not where, while the Bolognese monk entered the tomb, gibbering horribly, and armed with a rod, wherewith, having laid hold of Ferrando, he gave him a severe thrashing. Blubbering and bellowing for pain, Ferrando could only ejaculate, "Where am I?" "In purgatory," replied the monk. "How?" returned Ferrando. "Am I dead, then?" And the monk assuring him that 'twas even so, he fell a bewailing his own and his lady's and his son's fate after the most ridiculous fashion in the world. the monk brought him somewhat to eat and drink, of which when Ferrando caught sight, "Oh," said he, "dead folk eat, then, do they?" "They do," replied the monk, "and this which I bring thee is what the lady that was thy wife sent this morning to the church by way of alms for masses for thy soul, and God is minded that it be assigned to thee." "Now, God grant her a happy year," said Ferrando. "Dearly I loved her while I yet lived, and would hold her all night long in my arms, and cease not to kiss her, ay, and would do yet more to her when I was so minded." Whereupon he fell to eating and drinking with great avidity, and finding the wine not much to his taste, he said, "Now, God do her a mischief! Why gave she not the priest of the wine that is in the cask by the wall?" When he had done eating, the monk laid hold of him again, and gave him another sound thrashing with the rod. Ferrando bellowed mightily, and then cried out, "Alas! why servest thou me so?" "God," answered the monk, "has decreed that thou be so served twice a day." "For why?" said Ferrando. "Because," returned the monk, "thou wast jealous, notwithstanding thou hadst to wife a woman that has not her peer in thy countryside." "Alas!" said Ferrando, "she was indeed all that thou sayest. Ay, and the sweetest creature too, no comfit so honeyed. But I knew not that God took it amiss that a man should be jealous, or I had not been so." "Of that," replied the monk, "thou shouldst have bethought thee while thou wast there, and have amended thy ways, and should it fall to thy lot ever to return thither, be sure that thou so lay to heart the lesson that I now give thee, that thou be no more jealous." "Oh," said Ferrando, "dead folk sometimes return to earth, do they?" "They do," replied the monk, "if God so will." "Oh," said Ferrando, "if I ever return, I will be the best husband in the world. Never will I beat her or scold her, save for the wine that she has sent me this morning, and also for sending me never a candle, so that I have had perforce to eat in the dark." "Nay," said the monk, "she sent them, but they were burned at the masses." "Oh," said Ferrando, "I doubt not you say true, and of a surety, if I ever return, I will let her do just as she likes. But tell me, who art thou that entreatest me thus?" "Late of Sardinia, I," answered the monk, "dead too, and for that I gave my lord much countenance in his jealousy, doomed by God for my proper penance to entreat thee thus with food and drink and thrashings, until such time as he may ordain otherwise, touching thee and me." "And are we two the only folk here?" inquired Ferrando. "Nay, there are thousands beside," answered the monk, "but thou canst neither see nor hear them, nor they thee." "And how far," said Ferrando, "may we be from our country?" "Oho," returned the monk, "why, 'tis some miles clean out of shit range." "I'faith," said Ferrando, "that is far indeed. Methinks we must be out of the world." In such a course, alternately beaten, fed, and amused with idle tales, was Ferrando kept for 10 months, while the abbot, to his great felicity, paid many a visit to the fair lady, and had the jolliest time in the world with her. But, as misfortunes will happen, the lady conceived, which fact, as soon as she was aware of it, she imparted to the abbot, whereupon both agreed that Ferrando must without delay be brought back from purgatory to earth and her, and be given to understand that she was with child of him. So the very next night the abbot went to the prison, and in a disguised voice pronounced Ferrando's name, and said to him, "Ferrando, be of good cheer, for God is minded that thou return to earth, and on thy return thou shalt have a son by thy lady, and thou shalt call him Benedetto, because 'tis in answer to the prayers of thy holy abbot and thy lady, and for love of Saint Benedict, that God accords thee this grace. Whereat Ferrando was overjoyed, and said, "It likes me well. God give a good year to Master Lord God, and the abbot, and St. Benedict, and my cheese-powdered, honey-sweet wife." Then, in the wine that he sent him, the abbot administered enough of the powder to cause him to sleep for 4 hours, and so, with the aid of the monk, having first habited him in his proper clothes, he privily conveyed him back to the tomb in which he had been buried. On the morrow at daybreak Ferrando revived, and perceiving through a chink in the tomb a glimmer of light, to which he had been a stranger for full 10 months, he knew that he was alive, and began to bellow, "Let me out! Let me out!" Then, setting his head to the lid of the tomb, he heaved amain, whereby the lid, being insecure, started, and he was already thrusting it aside, when the monks, matins being now ended, ran to the spot, and recognized Ferrando's voice, and saw him issue from the tomb; by which unwonted event they were all so affrighted that they took to flight, and hied them to the abbot, who, rising as if from prayer, said, "Sons, be not afraid. Take the cross and the holy water, and follow me, and let us see what sign of his might God will vouchsafe us." And so he led the way to the tomb, beside which they found Ferrando standing, deathly pale, by reason of his long estrangement from the light. On sight of the abbot he ran and threw himself at his feet, saying, "My father, it has been revealed to me that 'tis to your prayers, and those of St. Benedict and my lady, that I owe my release from purgatorial pain, and restoration to life. Wherefore 'tis my prayer that God give you a good year and good calends to-day and all days." "Laud we the power of God," said the abbot. "Go then, son, as God has restored thee to earth, comfort thy wife, who, since thou didst depart this life, has been ever in tears, and mayst thou live henceforth in the love and service of God." "Sir," answered Ferrando, "'tis well said; and, for the doing, trust me that as soon as I find her, I shall kiss her, such is the love I bear her." So saying, he went his way; and the abbot, left alone with his monks, made as if he marvelled greatly at the affair, and caused devoutly chant the Miserere. So Ferrando returned to his hamlet, where all that saw him fleeing, as folk are wont to flee from spectacles of horror, he called them back, asseverating that he was risen from the tomb. His wife at first was no less timorous; but as folk began to take heart of grace, perceiving that he was alive, they plied him with many questions, all which he answered as one that had returned with ripe experience, and gave them tidings of the souls of their kinsfolk, and told of his own invention the prettiest fables of the purgatorial state, and in full folk moot recounted the revelation vouchsafed him by the mouth of Ambrogiolo before his resuscitation. Thus was Ferrando reinstated in his property, and reunited to his wife, who, being pregnant, as he thought by himself, chanced by the time of her delivery to countenance the vulgar error that the woman must bear the infant in the womb for exactly 9 months, and gave birth to a male child, who was named Benedetto Ferrandi. Ferrando's return from purgatory, and the report he brought thence, immeasurably enhanced the fame of the abbot's holiness. So Ferrando, cured of his jealousy by the thrashings which he had gotten for it, verified the abbot's prediction, and never offended the lady again in that sort. Wherefore she lived with him, as before, in all outward seemliness, albeit she failed not, as occasion served, to foregather with the holy abbot, who had so well and sedulously served her in her especial need. End of Day 3, the 8th story.